Good morning and welcome to Barber Motorsports Park. It's day 2 of WRL racing action here in Alabama. I'm Ryan. I've got Brendan Kazmarek with me. Good morning, Brendan.
Good morning, Ryan.
JT Tammy up in the Pacific Northwest. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
JT's still working on his first cup of coffee here, having to wake up a little bit on the early side. It's currently 5:55 a.m. On the West Coast. So not the worst it could be for JT, but we're getting on for a little bit of that. And then Jordan Worth at the controls. Jordan Worth, good morning. He doesn't want to say good morning to me.
Good morning.
There we go. There it is.
But I digress.
Indeed. So we're going to do our first of the 2 pace laps here. I think we have some grid graphics working if we could pull those up and then attempt to find those cars on track at the same time. So on the starting on the front row, ACP with Tangerine Associates, followed by Stack Racing with Rapscallion at the front of the GTO field. GTO, of course, starting in the lead today. So there's ACP, and there's the Rapscallion Ligier. Right behind it, the 119 and the 120 from AE Victory Racing, both Supras on the second row. Third row, another BMW, ACP with Tangerine Associates, and then in 6th position, the Triple Light Racing number 54 Porsche 991 Cup car. Row 4, we have TCB Racing and GTR 99. TCB, of course, running the Supra, the GTR 99, a BMW. On the 5th row, we've got TCB Racing again, and another Supra, followed by the Stack Racing with Rapscallion. The second car, I believe that would be the 669 Ligier. Sinclair Racing Team in the BMW on the left side of row 6, followed by Skip Barber Racing School, who I have not seen actually take the grid on the back row here. They had the Aston Martin yesterday, but again, as you can see, there's no Aston Martin, just the Sinclair car by itself. Row 7 is going to be 4048 and Roberts Motorsports, our 2 GTU entries. Roberts expected to win again today. And then the first row of the general production field, ASM, followed by Edge Autosports, a Honda S2000, followed by a BMW 3 Series.
And importantly, again, Ryan, we haven't seen that Edge Autosports car on the grid this morning.
We have not.
Yeah.
S Collective is on the second row, followed by PC Racing. El Diablo Motorsports in the bright yellow BMW, alongside Harrison Motorsports in the V8 M3. Ginger Racing on row 4, next to the Open Throttle Racing BMW. Starting on row 5, you have Blitzkrieg Racing and BRD Motorsports. TC Klein Cajun Canuck on row 6. Aftermath Motorsports and Open Throttle Racing on row 7. Spoke to both those teams yesterday. Chattanooga Touringwagon continues to work out some kinks in their car, telling me last night that, quote, "We wish we had brought the GP2 car. It would have been faster." Next to the 16th place Aeroflight car, which I have not seen as well. Row 9, Garage 66 is going to lead the GP2 field. Now I'm going to wait for these guys to come around. They had 2 rental trucks trying to pull that chassis back to straight. I don't think they got it done. Palomar Racing is going to lead GP2 then. Behind them, Lagunatic Racing in the Subaru BRZ, alongside Fast Track Racing in a similarly prepped Toyota GR86 Lite. In 5th position, the team car, Eagles Canyon with Fast Track Racing, another GR86, alongside the HC Autosport BMW. Vulture Racing is in 7th place. That car ran into a little bit of trouble, was able to get back out yesterday. They're going to be starting right alongside the number 8 of AOA Racing. 9th position, the Skip Barber Racing School GR86. They are here. It is a cup car. And then in 10th position, the AOA Racing Mazda Miata, which also had its troubles yesterday. That's the BMW. The Miata is further forward, so both of those cars are on the field. And then in 11th position in GP2, Open Throttle Racing on another spare car. I believe that is the 69. I'm going to level with you, man. I thought that grid was going to have a little bit more information than it did. The car number not being there was a little tricky.
Ryan paid no attention to the 3 minutes of conversation.
No, I did. I thought you were going to fix it. I thought it was being fixed.
No, it was not fixable. Not fixable.
All right.
Yeah. No. So
I would have pulled up the grid manually and read it from there, and just done it, but I
To
was
be
not
clear,
prepared.
it's 2 and 678 on the front row here.
Yes.
As we finish up the last of the 2 pace laps. Ryan, you can bring us home and let's get this thing started, man. 7 hours to wrap up our weekend at Barber.
Absolutely. You're going to move into the final complex here, into turn 15, 14 and 15 here. They're going to stay double file until they see the green flag on the backstretch. We'll be able to see that shortly.
Or on the front stretch, even.
Or the front stretch. That typically is what that's called.
Indeed.
Green flag is out. The cars are going to get going. Number 2 gets a pretty good launch. The 119 is going to go down the inside of the 678. The 120 is going to try to follow through. Don't think it's going to happen, but the 410 is side by side with the 120 as we go into turn 1.
That's a good move from the 119 to get the jump on the Ligier up the inside there in turn number 1. And
it's
already
clear
2
and
or
done.
3 car lengths. Yeah.
The 120, I think, gets bottled up, unfortunately.
Yeah, 678 is creating something of a bottleneck there, headed down around turn number 3. The crest of the hill turns towards
Ooh, the
turn
54
5.
is going to lunge on the brakes here into turn 5. Try to go around the outside of the 410. I don't think it's going to stick, but they're going to try. They're going to keep it around the outside on the exit of 5.
Production cars on the front straightaway.
Harrison with a great start. They're going to try to take the outside on the PC racing car, and indeed they do make it.
That's a big jump for Harrison in that 392. Substantially messier start than we saw out of the Grand Touring cars here for the GP1 and GP2 field. They were easily 3 or 4 wide within a couple of yards of the start-finish line there. Everybody trying to find a little bit of position. And we jump on board with the Blitzkrieg Racing number 242, 3 wide on the brakes into turn number 5 on lap number 1, because why not? Look at the cars that are in this mix here. 616, 48 from El Diablo, S Collective. These cars are all now outside the top 5 in GP1, having spent the better part of yesterday's race in podium positions. Of course, BRD led for a while before they hit mechanical trouble. The El Diablo number 48 ended up on the podium yesterday. That is all change there at the top of GP1. Oh, there goes one. Oh, no, that's the 246 up the inside of the 678. So the 678 drops from second on the grid now back towards something like 6th position. There goes the 119, 120 there in thirds. The number 54 888 Racing Porsche 991.2 Cup up into P4. Climbs the hill out of turn number 3. The 410 after yesterday's early trouble up into the top 5. And then the first of those TCB Racing Toyota Supra GT4 Evos, I suppose, right there in 6th place. Starting drivers, just getting a look at this now. Billy Johnson listed against the number 2. Ooh, that is not correct on the number 119. We'll get an update there. Hannah Grisham appears to be on board the number 120. Juan Arenas listed against the number 410. That was the starting driver there yesterday as well. TCB Racing number 246, Jason Marks starting that car. We'll let this some of these driver names cycle through. And with everybody finding a little bit of clear space on track, hopefully get some more accurate readings there inside the first 5 minutes or so. Back to the GP1 field. It's PC Racing and the number 43. Well, I thought they were leading. They head up towards turn number 11. Who's that car out in front of PC there? Is that
Should be Harrison.
Oh, is that Harrison? Oh, you know what? They are listed as being not.
Here we go, coming through shot. Harrison.
Yeah. Yes. Have a look at timing though. It's GP1 with asterisk, so I kind of wonder if they're running that car classified outside of GP1 today. Yeah, I'm not sure what the story is there. We're trying to get a follow-up, but that, at least as we see it on track, it's Harrison leading PC Racing, 392 from 43, and then the 150 ASM Honda S2000 there, third on the road ahead of BRD Motorsports with Alex Barroso. Open Throttle Racing number 62, driven by Matteo Siderman, rounds out the top 5. But again, that Harrison car, unlike yesterday, got those 2 asterisks next to it in the class identification, and usually that says that car is not running fully conformed to the class rules. So I wonder if they were having some power issues yesterday, as in getting that car to the power number. Ryan West is dealing with some classic Barber Boat Show Wi-Fi down there at the moment. I was going to say yesterday, JT, I'm actually kind of surprised Ryan had rock solid Wi-Fi all day, because last year it absolutely.
Yeah, that's true, but I thought we had a new cell tower built.
We did, but that's probably not a concern of the Wi-Fi or the internet connection up there in the building. Anyway, we press on here. 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes gone in this Sunday 7-hour enduro. The clock in the upper right-hand corner is counting down to the race time at the moment. Remember, however, when we get to 11 o'clock, one of the unique features here at Barber and at Red Atlanta later in the... Oh, that is Aftermath. The number 17, 4 wheels off over the apex curb at turn number 12. Well held to get that car gathered up and not slide across the pavement out to the outside runoff there in front of traffic. It's really well done.
Oopsie.
Around the outside of TC Klein. Yep. Wiggle at the apex there on the outside of turn number 11, and the gathering up of the car sent it right into the runoff there on the inside of turn number 12. It's really sketchy. That left-hander at 11 is a really, really quick and high commitment corner.
All right.
Couple
in business?
notes. Both the
Back in business.
the
We're hardwired.
150 was reported smoking, as was the 555 from Mike Anderson.
Oh, you can see it there out of the 150 there, chasing the PC racing number 43 BMW out of turn number 8. You could see the smoke under acceleration out of the S2000.
I have an answer about the Harrison Motorsports BMW.
I just got the answer from Dave. Yep.
Oh,
go
okay,
ahead.
perfect. Yeah.
Go ahead.
They are running unclassified because they are on the wrong tire,
Yes.
which is the decision to come all the way here and then not have the right tires.
So I'm going to throw a theory out here. Remember yesterday we saw, ooh, that is a lot of smoke. The pace is obviously there out of the ASM Honda S2000. Shows the nose at the inside of the last corner with PC Racing, but I think that car is not long for the track in its current state here. I don't know that that is sustainable smoke. Anyway, remember we saw the tires that came off the GTR 99 BMW yesterday, Ryan, having the
rooted.
massive, chunking, and it was almost a delamination of the inside of what we thought was the front left tire.
Yeah.
I kind of half wonder if Harrison showed up here with limited tires on the limited Continental tires and had to replace a set yesterday.
So I've been told that they're using today
wear
as a test day, and they're going to leave early. So I wonder if the plan only was to just run yesterday. I don't know.
Okay. Follow-up question: does Harrison have aspirations to not be racing GP1 with that car?
Well, it's a good question. We've certainly seen people try that before, and maybe now, I don't know. I think the people that are in the GP1 or in the GTO field right now are still pretty sharp entrants.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not like, the class is weaker now, so we can do this again.
This is, to be clear, this is not a situation where you're considering picking up the pieces. This is that car, it's a V8 BMW, which we already don't have a lot of in GP1, right? It's really just the other open throttle car.
Yeah.
It is an obviously very quick car that has seen more upgrades over the last, I don't know, let's say 6 months since the last time we saw it in its previous trim.
Yep.
I kind of half wonder if they are looking at this as an opportunity to say, well, if we just unrestrict this thing, tune it a little bit differently. Oh, man, that is throwing a Supra up the inside at turn number 13 from, was that Jason Marks in the 246? Yes, it was.
Yes.
I wonder if Harrison is looking at this as a, if we unrestrict this thing and run the non-Continental tires here, because they aren't mandated as the single tire supplier in GTO. I wonder what the pace.
Oh, they aren't. I'm
In
sorry.
GTO, yeah. I wonder if they're looking at this as an opportunity to test the waters with how competitive that car can be against GTO cars, or what the pace differential is like. Because I'll be honest with you right now, Ryan, they're 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else, or on that last lap anyway, than anybody else in GP1. Let's call it 2 seconds.
They are not GTO level, though.
No, but they're not very far off.
Well, you don't have to be very far off, and then it's kind of hopeless.
Yes, but if you can go out and consistently lap a second or so off of most of the GTO field and not shoot yourself in the foot, you can still come away with top fives.
I don't think that's why people go racing, Brendan. I don't think people set out to I'm going to get top fives.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that car... Are you going to win against a field of 12 GT4 cars in an E90 V8?
No.
But why else would you try it?
I don't know, to be honest. Frankly, I don't know where else you're going to run that car in North America.
Exactly. So why not give it a go?
Yeah, I guess.
But I would also argue, so why not just tech it to GTO?
Yeah,
I don't even think they'd have to tech it. They would just say we're in GTO now, and they'd go, okay, you're going to be too slow.
That is a good point. Yeah, I don't know. That's curious. Unless they're doing some tire testing with the car, I'm not sure. It is a really interesting decision, as you said, to come all this way, set up to run. Oh, that was a little awkward there.
Well, to be fair, they are based in the southeast, so this might not be tremendously far for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. 555 is being reported as dropping fluid and/or smoking, according to Mike Anderson, who is there at down at Barber. That 555 is the... Oh, we're just not going to scroll timing today.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good.
I understand that it's cleaner, but I don't like the hidden slider bar.
Ooh, interesting. So we do have a number of cars that did not make the start. However, I'm now seeing Edge Autosports on pit lane, I guess. So maybe they are just running a bit late this morning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Too hard.
Unless they felt like they had a something that needed to be replaced last night, and it ended up being a later night than normal. I mean, obviously they won the class yesterday, so. Oh, that's Cajun Canuck into the pit lane there after having been reported smoking. I wonder if they had work to do on that car, and it was a later night than anticipated. Or needed to replace something this morning, and it put them in a position where they weren't able to make it to the grid. We have seen before where cars seemingly finish a race completely held. It actually happened at Eagles Canyon, didn't it, with Screaming Goat?
Yeah.
The 29?
When the clutch failed on their way to the dyno.
Exactly. Yep. That car was obviously, winners on Saturday, and then Sunday didn't make the grid. So these things do happen. Additionally, the Aftermath Motorsports number 17, Brock Hill is listed as the driver of that Porsche Cayman. Had the off down there at the bottom of turn number 12. That car has not completed more than 2 laps. Actually wonder, we did see a little bit of bodywork kick up off that car when it went over the grass there at the apex. I wonder if that has done a little bit more damage than just tearing off a small piece of bodywork. I mean, any off at 90 to 100 miles an hour is going to be a big off.
Yes.
Even if it doesn't do any obvious damage. This is Cajun Canuck now into the pit lane. Driven by Sheldon.
Sheldon Creed.
Well, it does say Sheldon B, but the name I see is Sheldon Rosenbaum, so. Sean Levitt on board the 48.
I talked to the...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I talked to the 48 crew at the podium yesterday, and they indeed did drive that truck all the way out here from California. They're going to turn around and drive it back.
In order to go to Thunder Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do not have a hauler. It's just them doing their thing.
Sure. Is it in an enclosed hauler, or are they open towing this thing from California to Alabama?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I looked. I
This
didn't
is
ask.
wild
But I
stuff.
definitely, yeah.
Just
They
a
do
minute
not,
ago.
they don't have a dually either.
Yeah.
It's just a regular 2500.
That is real racing, as it were.
Indeed.
Yeah. We were on board there for a moment with that El Diablo Motorsports number 48, chasing down Mateo Siderman in the number 62. That is the battle for 4th place in GP1. Also defending, meanwhile, from Wyatt Gooden in the S Collective Racing number 140 Porsche Cayman. A little bit further back. It's about 1.2 seconds off the back of this chartreuse-colored BMW. Good run through turn number 12, all over that apex curb, but can't really do anything with it as it funnels down into more or less a single line here through 13 and 14. Around the outside, that's a touch. Around the outside, 62 kind of drifted wide there.
I think he's going to let him go there. That's the
Nope.
48 working hard. No. 62 comes back on the straight.
Yeah, there goes the leader. So in all of that, ECP Tangerine has just kind of had to sit there and wait for this to develop. Yeah, definitely a touch there at the exit of turn number 14. 48 around the outside I don't know, I mean, it was opportunistic, but
Yeah.
it certainly looked like Siderman there in the 62 had plenty of room to the inside, just drifted a little bit wide in the transition from 14 to 15, and yeah, touched left rear to right front. Hopefully, doesn't create any tire inflation issues for either car. It doesn't take much sometimes.
The bodywork rubbing.
Yep. The 150, by the way, I haven't seen it reported smoking now for about 10 minutes. Don't see it on track there as it comes. I'm sorry, don't see the smoke on track as it comes through turn number 7 and 8.
Well, the 48 has to try here because the S Collective car is right behind.
Yeah, that's kind of what I
So
was
they
saying
can't-
earlier. Yeah, there's a bit of look out the front and the rear view mirror at the same time. Oh man, that is the 54 Porsche trying to go up the inside at turn number 12. Rightly backs out of it. Now goes up the inside at no. Yeah, see, it's one thing to show the nose, but once you do it, you've got to be decisive about it.
Right.
Yeah, showing the nose and then backing out again you're not really helping yourself. You're certainly not helping the car in front of you. You're just kind of holding each other up and losing more time than you otherwise would in the process.
Yeah. Now they're going to have to deal with the 410 coming through as well. They've gone around the S Collective car, but they're going to draw closer to the GP1 runners here.
Yeah, I mean, if the El Diablo car can set this up properly, let this 410 go here. Maybe the 410 gets caught up in the braking zone with the number 62, and that can open the door for El Diablo.
Oh, that's probably what's going to come to pass here. Is that turn 5 camera not working again? Oh my goodness.
All right, there we go. 48's got the nose up the inside. If we could jump on board here and just ride around with the MyRaces.live camera here. Sean Lovett gets past the open throttle team car, number 69.
Did not know he was there. He just kept coming left.
He's going to gather it up. He gets it gathered. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Driver
absolutely
angry for
yeah.
reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem there. Let's see the steering wheel here as they get down in a straight line. Is it straight? No, it is not. That car is now pulling to the left, climbing the hill into turn number 9. Yeah, that was just poor awareness there by the driver of the 69, I think. No,
not quite.
The 48 was committed there to going left.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, you've got to
no,
watch.
I mean, I was
mirrors
trying to
coming off the
decide
corner.
if I thought the front end was messed up or not.
Oh no, it's definitely pulling left. Now, this is manageable, right?
Right.
I don't know that. Oh yeah. Well, so he's trying to talk and drive here at the same time.
Exactly.
Just focus on the driving, feel it out, and then report back. Yeah, it's really fighting him there at the exit of turn number 15. It was pretty square contact, right to left. Right, it looked like it was pretty much door handle to door handle, but it doesn't take much, and it was a hard enough hit that it shoved the 48 clean off the road.
Yep.
In the braking zone there.
Just didn't see him. Ooh, a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the 109, I think trying to get the car woed up going into turn 5.
Yeah,
You'll
this
see
has,
that right
this
here on the
has,
left, maybe.
Just to put a pin in this, this has kind of rocked the 48 here from a race development perspective. That number 62 that was just up the road, now nowhere to be seen out the windshield of Sean Lovett. And
I don't think it's pulling, Brendan. I really don't.
okay, all right. I mean, the lap time last time through was a 1:42.2, which, you know, is representative of the time that was lost at the very least with the contact.
Right.
But it's dropped in all of that something like a second and a half. Now the gap is out to 2.2. Let's see what the 48 does over the next couple of laps. I'd still feel it out, but if there's any risk being imposed with that car not being all square at the front end anymore, then you don't want to risk that.
They just attacked the curb coming out of 12 there.
Yeah, they
in a
have
pretty
been.
confident, right? In a pretty confident way, though.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they do press on here, and they've actually caught the 62 again. So immediately here, right up onto the back of the 62, and we did think, or at least I thought, that the car was being held up by the open throttle number 62, not intentionally, just competitively.
Right. Well, Mateo Siderman's got places to be, so.
Sure, yeah, only doing the first stint today, and then off to.
It's a Super Trofeo test.
Right.
In Florida.
Yeah, in Sebring, yep. Straight back to this battle here with Open Throttle and El Diablo. Again, this is the battle for 4th place. The top 3 in GP1 at the moment, PC Racing, ASM, and BRD Motorsports. That's a decent little battle of its own, by the way. Those 3 cars separated by less than half a second. We actually did see some continued smoking out of the number 150 Honda S2000. Point by there from Sean. There goes the 99 at the inside.
He's going to try to stay with this 99 as best he can to try to get the drag. And, yeah, the 99 is just going to take off there.
Yeah, I think the 99 was just kind of held up under acceleration by the 62. Needed to wait until they were up onto the straightaway to get
The
the move done.
62 is going to get the tow.
In as much as there is one here. But
Yeah.
I think 669 up the inside here, this may well just put the 62 out a bit on the way through 11 and 12.
Yep.
That is, look at how much time he's gained there, just through the apices of 11 and 12. You're going to go around the outside again here? No, thinking better of that. Incidentally, I think the green car we just passed going slowly was the number 69.
69, yeah, I was going to say that too.
So I do wonder here if that second open throttle car has come off worse than the 48 after that contact. It's a GP2 entry, so you would expect it to be going slower, but not nearly that much more slowly. Here is this battle for third now. It is 3 cars all right in a row. 62 holding up the 48 just enough to allow the S Collective car back into the fray. Oh man, that 62 just punches so well by the time they get up into 5th gear. Climbing the hill there out of turn number 4. 48, ooh, a little deep on the brakes into 5. 8 just rotates through these slower and mid-corner speeds, so corners.
S Collective on the left.
Oh yeah, good call, JT. That Cayman shoots up the inside going through the exit of turn 5 and into 6. See, it's interesting because I didn't think Wyatt Gooden in that number 140 was that much quicker than either of the 2 cars ahead, being that he was sitting, a second or so behind. It's possible he was just kind of letting it play out, taking some space for himself there, no risk, no push. And now that he knows the opportunity is kind of there, this is the time to attack and try and get the move done.
Well, he'll have seen the 48 get pushed off by
exactly
the other car and go,
Yeah.
okay, well, now he might be a little bit shaken. This could be the time to press on. The 48 is going to try to stick right with him, though.
Well, so this is the problem, right? Is I think the 48 is quicker through this last sector.
Yep.
I think he really does have the pace from 11 all the way around to 15. And we've seen him try and make the moves, Sean Levitt in that number 48. Can't get it done. But I think the Cayman is quicker here around the first and second sectors. So if Gooden's being held up, yeah, okay, you get the move done there halfway through the lap. But now all of a sudden you're the one holding up the BMW in the last part of the lap. So Yeah, this is an interesting dynamic here. Matteo Seiderman's just watching the whole thing happen in his mirror, trying to defend. But remember, this is where Gooden got the move done last time on the number 48. As they come out of 6, or out of 5, there it is.
There it is. That's the move.
Came in,
Good
got them
knows that
both
that's
in
the
the
spot.
space of a lap. And basically will say, see ya, and let Matteo Seiderman and Sean Lovett fight it out between themselves in what is now the battle for... Fifth, yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, because in all this schmozzle here, ASM have driven away at the front. Same with PC Racing.
Well, that's a change. ASM got past PC Racing on, not this last lap, but the one before it, 138.042. So I think that S2000 was being held up just a touch in these early stages by the PC Racing E46. That margin's out to 3 seconds. And as you said, Ryan, just kind of checking out there. Incidentally, up at the front of GTO, where we haven't really spent a lot of time this morning, ACP Tangerine now leads 888 Racing in the number 54. It's 10.3 seconds. So good early stint from that Porsche 991.2 Cup to get up into second. The second of the ACP Tangerine BMWs now into third, driven by Juan Arenas. And then the first AE Victory Supra in fourth, and the TCB Racing 246 with Jason Marks at the wheel there in fifth. Yeah, good now checking out. Got the lap done, the move done just under a lap ago, and already through the first sector, you can see stretched out an extra 3 or 4 car lengths on this lap. That's his sights on, well, I don't know that he's going to get to ASM in a hurry, but is already making progress on the number 616 BRD Motorsports BMW. The gap is 5.5 seconds. Gooden sets a personal best this last time through 138.821, his first lap with clear air on the nose of that Cayman.
Yeah, keep in mind, he's only 10 seconds out of the lead at this point.
So something else to keep in mind is, even if you're 10 seconds out of the lead, you really just need to maintain your track position here, because here in about 2.5 hours, everybody's going to get bunched back up anyway.
Well, so let's be a little bit more detailed about that, Ryan, because we talk about this when we come here to Barber and when we go to Watkins Glen. We say that being on the lead lap doesn't matter, but the quiet hour Sunday here at Barber is the one time in a Code 35 weekend where it really does matter, especially in GTO.
Yeah.
Right, because we know, oh man, look at that slide out of the Cayman coming through 14. Got the power down early to try and scoot up the inside of the AOA Mazda MX-5, and a nifty little power slide there in third gear coming out of the right-hander, trying to get the move done, and he does. But anyway, we know this is the one time that we're going to see a safety car pace the field, is when we go into and come out of the operational red flag that defines the quiet hour here at Barber. So we'll get to the details of how those rules and how the pit stop rules are going to play out. Actually, now is as good a time as any.
Yes.
We
at
might
the
as
end
well
of the
go
first
through this.
stage. Stage one.
Right. So the pits will remain open. The pit lane entry will remain open at all times, as we do here in the World Racing League. The full course caution will be thrown between 9:40 and 9:50 at a randomly determined time. When the full course yellow is thrown, the pit lane exit will close. So you start your service while you're in the pit lane. You can service the car and get the pit stop done. You go to the end of the pit lane exit closes, and you come to a stop. The safety car picks up the leader. They do one lap very slowly, gather the field up behind the safety car. The safety car will come into the pit lane so as to have race engines off before 10 o'clock and queue up behind the cars that came into the pit lane. Right, so you have pit lane callers at 9:40 at the head of the queue, then safety car, then the rest of the field. The cars that came into the pits before the yellow flag, or were in the pits at the yellow flag, will then leave first, catch the back of the queue as they leave the pit lane, and will go racing again. So ideally, what you want to do, if you're feeling risky, this is a slow and stopped number 112 TC Klein BMW. Ideally, what you want to do is have your pit stop done, or in progress when the yellow flag comes out. so that you can catch the back of the field with a full tank of fuel and go racing again at 12 o'clock with everything in front of you, right? That is ideally how it works. It is easier said than done.
Yes. While
so-
that was going on, Brendan, while you were
Yeah.
explaining, the 64 has come in for a very early pit stop. They have the back of the car lifted up.
Interesting. That is one of the open throttle cars that hasn't had issues yet this morning, or contact
Yes.
yet this morning. Yes.
And I think we're going to probably go full course yellow
Yeah,
here.
this will have to be a code 35. Yeah. BMW M240. Is it 240, right? M235.
Something like that. It's really just the engine.
235 IR.
Precise. Yep, thank you. 235
Doesn't matter.
for TC Klein. First generation of the BMW Cup. No calls for the full course yellow just yet. Incidentally, they have set the tilt bed. Ryan, can you see what the car they're delivering the tilt bed to is there in the pit lane?
I would imagine that it is the 64 of open throttle.
It's
No.
no.
It's further down. I
I
can't
think
see
that's
that.
Chattanooga, isn't it?
Oh, you might be correct. Are they in the? Yeah, they are a couple
So-
of laps down there.
I wonder if we'll keep this local yellow until the tow truck is available.
That does kind of seem to be, yeah, that kind of seems to be the case here. That 112 it doesn't appear to be going anywhere on its own anytime soon, but I wonder if we've, kind of like we saw back at Eagles Canyon, actually, I wonder if we just have the EV that we need tied up, committed to something else at the moment. And so far, I mean, everybody's pretty well behaved down there at turn number 5 in the local yellow
Yep.
area.
Well, it's well off the line
Yeah.
anyway.
I mean, there was a time in racing in the United States in particular where you could leave a car there and it would just become part of the course. Now,
Yes.
that's more useful in sprint racing, but from the perspective of local yellows and enforcing local yellows and leaving cars in various places along the side of the track, we used to do that all the time.
Right.
All the time. Not necessarily in WRL, just racing in general. It is quite safe to leave a car there, I think.
I think so too.
Although it's not doing the 112 any favors, obviously.
I mean, they could have,
getting it back
if
to
you
the
really
pit lane.
wanted to leave it, they could have backed it into the cutout there, and it would have been completely fine. But
I don't think the car had any power. I think
sure,
that's
but
as
they
far as I
rolled.
could
He
get.
rolled it to right there. Like you could cut the clutch in and push it back.
Yeah, it might be downhill. It's kind of at the crest, actually. If you look
Yeah.
way out in the distance there, yeah. Now we press on here anyway, at least for now, under green flag conditions, anticipating a code 35 in the next little while here. ACP Tangerine still leads 888 Racing, Porsche at the front of the field overall in GTO. ACP Tangerine rounds out the podium positions as they stand with the number 410. AE Victory, TCB, and AE Victory, 119, 246, and 120 are the next 3 positions there in class. That is that 64 back into the pit lane?
I cannot see all of
Cherry?
it. Yes, it is.
Okay. Those are your GTO positions. Your GTU leader is Roberts Motorsports in the number 109. GP1, as we mentioned earlier, ASM leading PC Racing. The gap's ballooned out to 6.7 seconds. BRD Motorsports in 3rd. Alex Barroso listed against that number 616, being chased by Wyatt Gooden in the number 140. S Collective Racing came, and the gap was 5.5 seconds. It's down to 4. So remember yesterday, JTU had said just a moment ago that ASM was only 10 or so seconds up the road from the S Collective Racing came in. While that is true, yesterday one of the points we made was that in GP1 especially, nobody was taking giant chunks of time out of anybody else. Yes, it was quite easy to lose time from a mistake or, a green flag pit stop or something like that, but ultimately getting that time back was tenths at a time. And that is exactly the way Wyatt Gooden is having to make this chase 4 seconds over, well, gaining a second and a half over what amounts to just 4 or 5 laps here is slow going, but progress is progress for sure.
I can't help but notice in the previous shot that Jordan had there that we have a potential recovery vehicle not in operation.
I wonder what the story is there.
Just here off to driver's left. Looks like both a truck and a flatbed are available here.
The longer this drags on, in terms of not going to full course yellow, I think the better position it puts the general production field in with regards to pit strategy here for the quiet hour.
In what way, Ryan? Draw that out.
So they can go, let's call it 90 minutes easy on a fuel tank here. We're already 40 minutes in, so we're like halfway through a GP1 stint. If you go much further...
Oh, sorry, 48 of the inside is 64. Go ahead, Ryan.
If you go much further, you're going to end up in a situation where you can do one more stop potentially and make it to the end of the quiet hour on one tank of fuel. Now you're gonna come into the quiet hour at that point with nothing, but then I think it makes the strategy a little bit more clean for what you need to do here. Like as we've talked about before, it opens up your options a little bit more, I think.
Right. So again, drawing that one out, the trick is to end up on the same lap as your class leader. Right. Don't drop the lap to your class leader. So you are correct in saying that your goal is to get to 940 without having to pit under green.
Right.
Generally.
1040.
Sorry, 1040. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's still 2 hours from now.
Right. We go full course yellow here.
Yeah, there it is. So I would still come in and top off here because,
yes,
again, you can't afford to make a green flag pit stop between now and 1040, 1050, whenever that code 35 is actually thrown. Afford for that to happen. So, yeah, everybody, I think, ought to be in here. But I said that yesterday, and that's not how it worked out.
And
either.
I also think, and this is just me playing the game, I pit one more time under green if I have to before the quiet hour, and then I roll the dice, hoping for a code 35 on the other side during the start. I think I go into the quiet hour with like half a tank of fuel or less, like enough to, do what you need to do. So the real trick is to make the pit stop and actually have a full tank coming out of the quiet hour without. I understand that.
Assuming you're not going to get a code 35 on the back end.
Right. Like, that's harder to predict, I think.
Of course it is.
You have to be at the right place in the right time track-wise, and whereas if you just commit to, like, well, hopefully we get a yellow on the other side of the end, which, like, the start of a race after the car's been sitting cold and in Parc Fermé is not unlikely.
Yep.
You now have cold, used tires for presumably a new driver. So
the other option is you hold off on pitting the car until after the red flag, and you pit as you come back out of the safety car, or as you come back out of the red flag. Right. What I need to just confirm in the supplemental regulations is how many laps we get under the safety car at the end of the red flag. Because generally, if it's an on-track red flag, we go at least 3 laps to get pit stops done. It's been a minute since we've done the quiet hour.
Sorry, I was muted there. Right.
No, that's okay. It's been a minute since we've done the quiet hour here, and I need to. I just want to make sure I have all the information correct. In general, we do have pit stops here from just about everybody. 616 is serviced and done as Blitzkrieg number 242 comes in.
Importantly, the 140. The 43 and the 140 did choose to come in. The 48 did not.
That is very interesting.
And the 48 absolutely had the opportunity.
So they still have the opportunity here because I don't know that this is going to be the work of a moment.
They're only going into turn 5, and they've already got the flatbed down. So really, they just have to pull the car up onto it, and they're good.
So it is a flatbed though.
It's going to be
get it home.
close.
Yeah, they still got to get the car home.
Right.
The other side of this is if the 62 pitted and the 48 did it, I wonder if the 48 felt like they were losing so much time behind the open throttle car that they're better off just being in clear air for a while and banking on another code 35. Bearing in mind they've still got another probably 45 minutes of range. Now, if it were me, I would have just come in and tried to jump them in the pit lane.
They did this yesterday though, where they lost the opportunity based on
I agree with you. I would have been in here and I would have just tried to be crafty in the pit lane and tried to jump them.
Right. Even if you short fill by a little bit.
Yeah. But I do wonder if that's kind of their theory. When we come out of the quiet hour, by the way, it is out and in on the same lap. So we're not going to parade around for 3 laps under safety car to get people's pit stops done. It will just be out of the pit lane and straight back to green.
Truly is stage racing.
It is not. Good stuff for GTR 99. Fuel only, and the car is sent.
Imagine the consternation if RJ started giving points for who was leading at the quiet hour beginning.
I
kind of would like that just for the chaos.
I'm gonna
pitch that.
It's no different than the Michelin Endurance Cup,
right?
And that it's exactly what they do.
Let me ask real quick.
To be clear, we don't do that here in the World Racing League, and in particular, even in the 13-14-hour races we have down at Daytona for just the 14-hour this year, we do not award points at any intervals, even in the long distance races. So that's just not a thing. Thank God.
I did not get a no.
Oh boy.
So maybe for 2027 I can make that. I'll write the line in the rule book about it too. It'll be great. Then it encourages you to not pit right before the quiet hour.
I hate that, man. Just let the race play out.
It's a whole other angle, dude.
Yeah.
You get to the end of the year, you get to Coda and you lose by 2 points because you pitted right before the quiet hour at Barber.
Actually very funny.
I mean, you got to be committed to that point. Like, there's not 2 stages, obviously. That would be dumb. But you got to be committed. The 48 does get the pit. So the 48's going to jump the 140 on pit lane here. And the 43. That's incredible. They did it. Wow. Boy, do I look stupid. Holy cow.
Well,
they just jumped substantially by doing what they did.
They jumped the 140 and who?
And the 43.
Who's the the PC race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that will never not be weird.
Indeed. I was told their rap was delivered incorrect, and now they're stuck with it.
That's very funny.
Yes. Indeed.
Surely that they can... Is that not like a quality control thing? Can you not send that back before you apply it and be like, hey,
probably not quickly enough to get it turned around before the first race, I'd imagine.
Just run it carbon, man.
We go back to green.
Yes, indeed.
The 43's got fluid spilling out the back as they go to green, and the 140 gets a big jump going into turn 5.
Yeah, that is probably overflow.
Yep.
Out of the PC Racing BMW.
So has the 48 done exactly what I suggested and done a short fill to ensure that they got the track position?
We know we're going to need another pit stop here.
Yes.
Right before we get to the quiet hour. We're still time zones 2 hours away from that point.
Yep. Well, and as you mentioned, though, they're now in clear air, which they were not before. Clear-ish.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
As much as you can have clear air at an endurance race that's multi-class.
Indeed.
But, yeah.
Indeed. We'll see what the margin is.
Oh,
up
the
to
43 is going
ASM.
to come back into turn 12 here.
That's on
Just
the
see right behind on the 140. No, not quite.
Yeah, S Collective defends well there through 11 and 12.
The 43 was able to pull up alongside down that back stretch. And I think, no, that's not them. There they are.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I think the Cayman was a little bit less strong, certainly, than the El Diablo car. Now, the El Diablo car and the PC car are not identical, but
Close enough.
You
It's
would
same,
anticipate,
you know.
yeah, you'd anticipate that E46 being strong in sort of similar places there.
Right.
Whereas I think the Cayman was a little bit better through
Now,
sectors 1 and 2.
The big loser here is the 62, which is now behind PC, S Collective, and BRD.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is likely, I think, a product of the pit lane.
Yep, I think so
Can't see
too.
any other reason they'd lose, 2 or 3 positions there all in one go. That's worked out really nicely for that number 48. Now 5.9 seconds. Oh, sorry, no, it's still 10 seconds up to ASM. Harrison is in between them now.
Yep.
In that unclassified sort of GP1 adjacent entry.
I heard Hendrick's running that.
Hendricks or Hendrick?
Hendrick.
Right. No. ACP Tangerine still leads in GTO, but it's now a 1-2 with the 410 having jumped the number 54 888 Racing
That should be
entry.
a mandatory 5-lap penalty.
Giving your car a number name, but using a different number.
Yes,
Agreed.
mandatory.
Yep, 100% agreed. Make it 10 while we're at it.
Yeah.
Oh dear. SoCal Wrestlers with SRC watching from San Diego, Neon Ice. Oh, Oxy. Oh no. Troy Lindstrom. What happened, Troy?
It's early in San Diego, let me tell you.
Yeah, Troy's icing the knee there in San Diego and preparing to be racing at Thunderhill in a month.
Fun fact, Troy and Harold Petit both do, dirt bike, off-road adjacent stuff, and they're both about the same age. But Harold Petit was complaining about his back hurting as a result yesterday as well.
No, so I had heard that was the reason GTR 99 Harold Petit went back to the BMW.
Yes.
Was the Supra was so physically uncomfortable for Harold to drive that they just went back to the BMW platform.
I heard that too.
Yes, yeah. I mean, look, in a world where you can choose just about any GT4 car to try and go racing, like, driver comfort is as compelling a reason as any when you're doing multiple 1 to 2 hour stints at a time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I am sim racing this weekend actually I'm still sitting in it, in a kitchen chair. Like for
Gross.
IKEA. Yeah.
Gross.
Yup. But it's the only thing that doesn't move because it's not on wheels.
So my
you
sim
do
rig is
feel
not
it.
comfortable, but it's not a kitchen chair.
I don't even have a
that's-
rig.
Yeah, that's tough.
I'm on the Jordan Worth strategy of chair and desk. Yep.
Okay, the difference is Jordan has rigs around him that he could be using.
Fair.
But I don't.
But he doesn't.
Yep. The true bottom split approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan, are you going to get the Moza active shifter where you can change it and make it 6-speed or 4-speed or sequential?
No, I'm just
gonna
gonna
add
try
that
to.
your setup.
I'm just gonna try to find another G27 when mine eventually dies.
I highly recommend the Moza upgrade, Jordan. Highly.
No,
Even the base
just
model.
the shifter. Just the shifter.
just the paddles on the G27 work.
I know. Listen, I ran a G25 for about 8 years too long. But the Moza R5 bundle was too good to pass up on a sale, and it has been a game changer.
Do you remember a while back when Joseph talked about his Fanatec Formula wheel hurting his hands?
Mm-hmm.
I have the exact same thing happen to me, and I think it's because the grip on the wheel is too small.
You wear gloves?
No.
Hmm.
I think I'm going to buy, like, tennis racket grip tape and wrap it around the handle bit and see if that helps. That's going to mess up the suede, and I don't care. Also, my daughter's big enough to use my G29? Yeah, the same one, but that's on like a standing one that's designed to like use on your couch. And she's large enough now to use that, so we can play Gran Turismo together.
Nice.
And play, hopefully, I hope that iRacing Arcade has a split screen option, or indeed a multiplayer on the same screen option. Like play that too.
WRL iRacing Arcade Tournament.
That would be a good time.
Yeah. During quiet hour at Road Atlanta. 2 hours.
Ooh.
Yep. Middle of the paddock.
Need a sim sponsor.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably do.
Do you think RJ could sell the official rights to the WRL rulebook as well as cars to a racing game?
No.
Like, we get the Real Racing 3 WRL pack.
Real Racing 3 is dead, isn't it?
Is it?
I think they sunsetted
They
it.
Did they kill Real Racing 3?
I think so.
How nice of EA to kill the only good racing game on mobile.
Hmm.
Very cool of them. Is iRacing Arcade coming to mobile?
I do not know.
No? I don't know.
It feels like it should. It probably won't.
GP2 being led at the moment by Palomar Racing.
Yes.
Number 83. I haven't really touched on GP2. The action has
No.
been frantic in GP1.
It's not particularly close the last time I looked.
No, the code 35 of the pit stops that ensued. Oh, PC up the inside of the Cayman. Number 140. Job is not done again. No, it's. I think the code 35 and the pit stops kind of spread things out a little bit down there.
The close
GP2
battle
particularly.
is still the 986 and the 779, which was the case before as well.
Yeah, 2 seconds separating that battle for second in GP2. Better day for Couture Racing off the green flag this morning. Running 6th there in GP2.
Because they were initially supposed to line up, I want to say 7th in GP2, maybe 6th, but for whatever reason, they did start at the very back of the general production field this morning.
Do you guys know? Sorry, I've just learned this.
Okay.
Do you guys know who the commentary team is for Trans Am this year?
I do not.
Bob Varsha.
Nope.
Sam Posey.
No, you're in the right range though. Kind of.
Steve Matchett.
No, it's not a Formula One commentator.
Oh, okay. You said I was in the right range, and I had said Bob Varsha.
It's the same era, the same generation, but no, I don't think ever did Formula One.
Johnny O'Connell.
No. Think NASCAR.
Michael Waltrip.
No.
That's what we need.
Alan Bestwick.
Calling.
It's Alan Bestwick.
Alan Bestwick?
It's
What?
Alan Bestwick. Do you know who his co-commentator is? Jordan's gonna love this.
Oh, okay. Then I'm out.
Matt Yoakum.
No, you gotta think analyst, technical analyst, NASCAR.
Larry McReynolds.
Close.
No.
Tim Brewer.
Closer. You're
Andy
even closer.
Petrie.
It's Andy Petrie.
Wow.
It's Alan Bestwick and Andy Petrie.
Calling Trans Am?
Calling Trans Am.
A couple of dudes.
Oh, man.
Outstanding.
That is remarkable.
We have a report that the 109 stopped turn 3, drivers left.
Yeah, it's dropped down the overall order. JT now down to 10th place overall.
Do we have a onboard approaching the first few corners?
Oh, and now the 150 is stopped. Drivers right at turn 4.
Yep, full course yellow right away.
Yep. On a level with you, Brendan. I think you come in again here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Like we
that
said
is
yesterday, you
Yep.
pit, you always pit.
Yeah.
Pit every time.
100%.
GP 1 liter that has come to a stop there in 4.
Yes, I made less of a big deal about that one, JT, because that car's been smoking for the last 55 minutes.
Yeah.
And, like, if they didn't address it, it was going to run out of the magic smoke eventually.
What was it still smoking though? As we could see the stationary car there.
I had seen it just before the last code 35.
Okay.
So it's when the smoke stops that it generally becomes a problem, and I think that's where we found it here. That is the car, yeah, just on the near the tire barrier there, driver's right, pressing the hill out of 4.
See if this onboard will show us if the 109 is around here.
Yeah, I think we're up at 13, 14 at the moment.
Yeah.
Again, the 48 does not pit. I definitely would have pitted again if as the 48 there, especially if I short filled on the last one.
I do like the heads up driving of not tracking all the way out.
Yes, but
It's minimal advantage, but advantage nonetheless.
I mean, technically I don't know how math works.
Shortest distance if you're stuck at a fixed speed.
Yeah. Technically the shortest distance is the pit lane, but you know.
Oh no. He's being held up a bit by the 410 here.
Which is interesting because you'd anticipate the Okay. Well, yeah.
Do
you
not
can't
do
go.
this around
Not
safety
here.
vehicles.
Yep. You do wonder how it is that the 410, which has a pit lane speed limiter, is the one that's holding up the 48 here. Does feel backwards. We did hear this yesterday. I forgot who we had the interview with, but somebody yesterday had noted that occasionally in these types of in code 35s you have some volunteer pace cars where somebody isn't quite doing 35 miles an hour and it ends up holding up a queue of cars behind them.
I mean, you're not meant to, obviously.
No, but that's my point, is this stuff isn't really meant to be happening, but it does, inevitably does.
Mm-hmm.
It's just odd in this particular case that it's a GTO car.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's a margin built in there because they don't want to run afoul, but I think the rules are pretty specific.
Well, because, yeah, they set the what is the speed limit.
Right. Yeah, because yes, you do 35 miles an hour under code 35, but you also can't pass. Right, so you do get this queuing.
Yeah, this is weird. The 410 is like taking their sweet time getting back on the throttle, like coming out of the corner there. So the 48 catches up extremely quick, and it looks like it'll match the pace here, but then it will just kind of check up.
Is there a stack of cars behind them, Jordan, from the trackside cameras, or is it just these two?
It's just the two of them. I can see them going into turn 12, yeah.
Yeah.
There's another train behind.
Yeah, no, this is a peculiar one. You don't usually see this. 246 ahead of 54, by the way. So that's a recent change. Yeah, that was actually on the last green flag lap before we went to the code 35. So Jason Mark's able to get that pass done on Alex Gutierrez under green flag conditions. Sean, man, I got to tell you, I don't think it's helping.
He's trying to tell the driver to be as close to the right as possible, because there's no point in tracking out for that corner.
Well, and that may be part of this, is if the 48 is running a shorter line, if they're doing both doing 35, yeah,
it's like there's no need to track out to the right here. You're wasting distance.
Yep. Oh, I at the exit of the final corner. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so he'll move out of position to try to wave at the guy to get him to see. But I don't think the driver of the 410 understands.
Hello to those of you who are joining us over on YouTube and in the chat this morning. Mike Anderson, volunteer pays car is such a charitable descriptor. Yup. And the person who referred to it as that deserves the royalties. I need to go back and figure out who it was because it needs to be addressed, and that is about the kindest way you can do that. Robinator says, must be a Florida driver hogging the left lane. Glad you said it and not me, but we all thought it. Because Florida left lane drivers are, I'm certain, a universal experience.
Here's my thing. I think you should be able to pass under code 35. That's my hot take.
That is a hot take.
If the Flagtronics is measuring everybody's speed anyway, you should be allowed to pass.
With the caveat that you can't do it past the incident.
Sure, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
I don't generally disagree.
Unfortunately, I think this rear pack has caught the front pack substantially. It has helped the 140 in a big way.
Sadakal says, this is killing me. I would push the G82. I know that my limiter is calibrated. I actually am not convinced that the 410's limiter isn't calibrated.
No, I do think it's a line.
Yeah, exactly. Not running the correct line here under code 35, and it's really costing everybody behind, or costing them time. Well, costing them distance, I guess, in this case. Anyway.
Both.
Yeah. Troy says pit road speed limiter is usually right on the money, and Flagtronics is a bit of tolerance, is my guess. Yeah, I don't think this is a 35 issue, because it's not really an issue down the straights here. Well, maybe it is. Yeah, but the brakes there headed down the hill, which is interesting.
I don't understand why. See the.
Oh yeah, look at this. Is it? Are they just not using the pit speed limiter?
No, they are. I don't think
are you sure?
Being aggressive with, getting back on the throttle. It kind of looks like they're just meandering, slowly accelerating up to that, like they're a Honda Odyssey, on a freeway ramp.
It's called an acceleration lane for a reason.
I'm really surprised that Sean here hasn't, been on the radio to his team like, hey, go talk to these guys.
I'm sure he has.
Tell them to
take a peek at the race control log.
I mean, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Watching for code 35 on the 410 and the 148. Now, we're not watching the 148. This is just about the most interesting thing we could be watching under this code 35, it has to be said.
This is the most entertaining thing going on right now.
Yeah. Remember, we did have to cover or clear up 2 cars.
Yes.
At the same time here. Neither of them were incidents, just 2 cars ground to a halt, but it is going to take us a moment to get that done. Yeah, I mean, this is... this is... I mean, it's good and bad for El Diablo, right? The good
can
news is...
Can you do the graphic thing, Brendan, and look at the gap between it and the 140 and how it's come down?
The good news here for the 48 is...
that it is closed right up. It's now one train.
Look, it's cost him 2 seconds under code 35.
Yeah,
I'll refresh this again.
I was going to say refresh it again.
Yeah, it went from 5.7 seconds to 3.3 seconds. He's literally losing time.
Yeah. I mean, this is the nature of this sort of thing, unfortunately. And the good news is they're not losing time to the leader because they are the class leader.
Yeah,
But they are losing time to second. And in a world where Code 35 is supposed to prevent time gain or loss under neutralized track conditions, this is exactly what's happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's baffling because you're doing 35 miles an hour. There's no corner here that you really take at 35 miles an hour or slower. So you shouldn't have to brake. You shouldn't have to slow down. You should be able to consistently maintain 35 miles an hour around the entire track. But that's not what we're seeing here. So
Maybe
this
they
driver's
told him not to
rightly
drive it on the
frustrated.
limiter because the limiters, you have a wet versus a dry fuel cutoff. If it's a wet cutoff, then you're still sending gas down the exhaust. And so maybe they've been advised don't just ride the limiter the whole way around because it's not good for it, which maybe I'm struggling to come up with justification.
Yeah, it's possible. But
there isn't one.
but look at as it came around the apex of turn 5, the 410, they were all hugged up against the curb on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
And the 410 and 48 distance didn't change. Well, but now he is gaining.
Incredible.
Andrew Sides in the chat says they are right at 35. The 48 car had his FT200, which is the Flagtronics display unit there above the dash, flash slow.
Yeah.
Are we back to green here?
We are.
Yep. Our years-long national nightmare is over.
The 410 finally showing pace.
Well, let's watch here. There goes the 246. The side effect of this, which we hadn't mentioned, is that 246 was able to pick up serious amounts of time on the number 410.
The 140, I think,
mind.
got swamped on the start there. Like, they have not been able to capitalize on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of cars all at once there going back to green.
Yeah.
Text in from the Chattanooga Tourenwagen folks at the number 369 drive shaft on that car, and they are done. It's unfortunate. Yeah. It's a long weekend for very little in terms of results there. Yeah.
No fun.
Hopefully a lot of learning, though.
Why did they bring the other car, Ryan? Did we ever get to the bottom of that? Instead of just the GP2 car?
Unclear. This car is really cool, to be clear. The build on it is incredible. This is the former ACP and Devin Bruce built E36 with all the trick stuff on it. It's just not functioning appropriately at this time.
Which car was this?
The 369.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, with a gorgeous, tall LTW wing.
There's some discussion in the Chattanooga Tourenwagen pits last night about the wing angle that they have selected.
From a straight line speed perspective or a balance perspective?
From a, I'm pretty sure that wing is stalled perspective.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that is an LTW wing. My brother has one on his BMW.
So,
We're just waiting for the timing to update here.
Yeah.
To make sense of the gaps. All right, 48 to the 140. Ended up at...
0.4
Yeah.
is what I'm seeing here.
Had to scroll. Red Mist not optimized for laptop.
You don't have to say laptop. It's just a little bit hefty at the moment. I think we can get it trimmed back a little bit as development of Red Mist continues. The gap from, well, let's put it this way. El Diablo and S Collective have given themselves some space at the front of GP1. It's now 17.5 seconds back to the BRD Motorsports number 616, which itself leads Randy Mueller in the number 43 PC Racing BMW by about a second and a half. Tato Siderman in the number 62 is back now to P5. That was mostly just as a result of the pit stop on the first code 35. Regardless, I think we're going to have a little battle on here for second place in GTO. 410 defending from 246. That's ACP Tangerine, of course, the M4 GT4 that we saw at the window of the 48 a little bit earlier. Defending from TCB Racing, driven by Jason Marks. We have the TCB on board, but find that trackside.
99 passes 120 that lap.
That is a change for 7th in GTO. Promotes the second of the Toyota Super GT4s from AE Victory Racing down into P8. Rob Jackowitz listed as the driver of the 99, Hannah Grisham in the 120. Not getting a starting driver for the number 119, incidentally.
Probably Sarah again, no?
Well, she didn't start it yesterday.
Yeah, but she finished yesterday.
Yes.
Usually, don't they do the back-to-back?
I don't know. They have in the past.
I thought they used to.
Know that that's a policy as such. Oh,
Sure.
410's held up by the Cool Tour. Boxster headed up out of turn number 12. Allows the Supra from TCB Racing right up to the back bumper, but nothing that Jason Marks could do to try and get a move done. Hails the BMW through 14, gets the power down, and really nicely held slide out of 14 back into 15, but again, can't get the overlap. Headed towards the apex of the final left-hander. They arc down to turn number 1 past, what is that? That is the 55 AOA BMW. 410 goes around the outside of the other AOA entry. That's the Mazda MX-5. Does leave the TCB Supra out a little bit wide up through turn number 4 and down the first of the back straightaways towards the braking zone at turn number 5. I don't know that Jason is obviously quicker than the number 410 here, but it does seem like in balance on traffic.
Yep.
Jason is just able to execute a little bit better, and the gaps come down about 0.2 every lap for the last couple of laps.
The 989 is only 0.8 off of the 455 for GP2. That's a battle for 4th position going through turn 3 right now. That's the dark blue Eagles Canyon with fast track car trying to catch the 455 HC Auto Sports BMW.
Yeah, it's a good little battle there as well. Remember, these two cars both stood on the podium yesterday.
Yeah, turn 5, Jordan.
989 was the, yeah, we had it there.
Oh, okay.
989 was yesterday's GP2 class winner. HC Auto Sport able to get up into second after late trouble for the Laguna Tick, number 779, and then 986 kind of rounded things out there in third.
Joseph Malley behind the wheel of the number 989 here, trying to get that done. Speaking of the 989, I've got some folks up here from Fast Track Racing and Dream Machine. Carter Wilson, who we spoke with at Eagles Canyon. Carter, welcome back.
Thank you.
And then we've also got, for the first time here, Jason Coase, right?
Yes, correct.
Perfect. Jason, thanks for coming up, guys. So, Carter, it looks like you're trying to, you're in the 989, right?
Yes, sir.
It looks like the driver's trying to hunt down the 455 of HC Auto Sport. Have you had to race around that car much this weekend?
Yeah, they're a pretty good driver, most of them.
Yeah. Are you able to find any differences in how your car drives versus theirs? I know the BMW, a little bit different situation, more of a sedan.
Our car is pretty dominant in the corners, so going around there is really where we make up time on people.
Okay, gotcha. So trying to hold on to the tail of the BMW down the straights, and then when you get to the corners, you brake a little bit later too?
Not later. We back it up a little bit compared to our GR Cup cars.
Okay.
But because this car doesn't really trail brake that well.
Okay.
But once you get off the brakes, it bites in and turns, and you get it back on the gas and you're going through.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. So that's a good spot to be able to get that jump and the lunge, and then hopefully once you get around, try to hold them off down the straight, and then awesome. So yeah, battling out for fourth right now. We had that trackside at one point on the broadcast here. The gaps spread just a little bit this next time by. How has it been dealing with traffic in that 989 car?
It's really interesting because you get these really faster cars like the GT4 Supras. They come around and they kind of park in the corners. So if you get side by side in the corner, you really have to yield the exit of the corner to them, or else you're just gonna fight them and get pushed out. But traffic's really good. We got a good pace with traffic yesterday, so we plan to do that again today.
How does it feel, having already had one race under your belt, doing the endurance racing back at Eagles Canyon, now to come here to Barber? Might be a new track, but now you've got a little bit more experience in this type of racing. How much more confidence is that giving you?
It's given a lot of confidence. Definitely, you developed a sense of all the other drivers real fast on the track, and we're still developing like how one person acts and the other people act when they're around us and when we're around them. But I think later on in the season, we're just going to get better and better.
Keep going, getting nice and figured out for you. And then this is also going to help contribute to your GR86 Cup program as well. You're getting more seat time. Again, the car a little bit different as I understand it, but it's seat time, right?
Yeah, WRL is very beneficial to the SRO races because like all the tracks they do are in the SRO.
Right.
So Barber is one of them, and then Checkered of Americas, and I think, I'm not sure if Road Atlanta's in WRL.
Yep, Road Atlanta's in WRL. Yep, absolutely. And Road America too.
Road America.
Yep.
That's 4 of the 6 or 7
of the ones that SRO does. Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing.
No, they're super cool cars, and we talked a lot yesterday about one of the Toyota's primary competitors in the space. I think they, on a little bit of a downswing recently, they've put less and less investment into their club racing program and their pro racing program, and now we're starting to see this Toyota program really percolate. Part of that is with this fast track, Dream Machine setup that we have going on. Jason, didn't get to speak to you at Eagles Canyon, as I recall. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
You turn 57 next month.
Excellent.
Then this is my 5th year of racing. I did a couple years of Spec Boxster and PCA.
Okay.
And then I joined the 2nd year of GR Cup.
Got
in
it.
2024, and this Arlington in a couple weeks will be the beginning of my 3rd season with GR Cup.
Gotcha. So 3 whole seasons of GR Cup. You've seen most of it. What keeps you coming back around to that GR Cup?
It is first off, the cars are phenomenal. They're legit race cars, and the competition is incredibly good. The top 10 spots, these kids, I mean, most of them are under 20 years old, are in development programs to go into paid seats in the future. So that's been the competition is like you can't find it. It's similar to Miata, that kind of very deep fields. There's also a Legends Cup, so there's generally, depending on the race, there's 8 to 10 of us elderly over 45 that compete in our own bracket, because it's pretty tough to hang with the young guns.
Yep, absolutely. Well, they've got a little bit more time usually as well. I mean, you probably got a day job and got to commit to it, whereas Carter, you're just one track, get it done.
Yeah, that's right.
I gotcha. Right. So, Jason, if you were in PCA, correct me if I'm wrong, doing Spec Boxster Spec Boxster would be in PCA.
Yep.
We cover PCA and the Porsche Owners Club out west, and the classes are like both-ish, sort of, and they name them different things. So always good. Are you usually getting your own run group, or are you dealing with traffic and that too?
Well, that depends. Depends on the size of the field, but it was good exposure in mixed class. So the first season specifically, I think it was 22. Most every race was mixed class, so we got that. The different car setups, straights versus corners, and dealing with that. And but this is, my opinion, the mixed class endurance is top of the food chain, because you're having to stay alert. You're never in no man's land for more than a few seconds, and there's always something going on, which just sharpens your focus as a driver.
Absolutely. Was this your first foray into any kind of endurance racing? Were you just doing PCA before?
I did. My first race was WRL at Coda in December of 21.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
I didn't even know what I was doing. I probably shouldn't have been in a race car at the time. But yeah, that was my first race ever. And I think there were 91 cars in the field at Coda, which is a pretty big big stage. So yeah, I'm glad to be back. It's just been, my focus has been elsewhere. But I'm planning on doing a handful of events with, I live near ECR and big believer in Dream Machine and Fast Track, and the ECR facility is top notch. Learning and training grounds like no other in the country.
Absolutely. How does, in the position in life that you're in, how does Dream Machine and ECR fit into that? Because I think there's a lot of guys out there that they see the race and they go, I want to do the racing, and you end up going it alone. And you're flying all over the country, and you're doing this, that, and the other, and you're renting seats, but it's for somebody maybe who just wants to rent seats out. They don't really have a plan in mind for you. Whereas if you come out of doing Spec Boxster, and you're doing GR Cup right now, or have in the past, you want to have kind of a direction to go, right? And Dream Machine's able to provide that to you.
Yeah, so for example, you can come in and spend a day in a Boxster. You can spend a day in a GR Cup, in a GT4 Supra, and one of the co-founders of Dream Machine, Scott Noble, donated his Porsche Cup car. So
nice.
If you want to go from entry level to GT3, you can get a proper coach for the day, a full day of testing in a vehicle before you commit to do a season of GT4 in any platform is fairly expensive, and this gives you a true try it before you buy it understanding of the car, and it may or may not be for you. Maybe you want to step up or down. The point being, it offers a logical next step to be able to get a taste of the next class up without having to invest in a full season or a full weekend, and then perhaps be over your head or find that you don't necessarily care for that particular level.
Absolutely. And so do you have any designs on going any further after this? I mean, are you content with doing GR86? Are you thinking about GT4?
I am, yeah. My goal would be next year I would love to do an Am or a Pro-Am, an SRO in GT4. That's kind of the game plan.
Nice. Now, are you going to keep doing this car for the rest of the season, then make that jump up?
Yes.
Or are you going to maybe do GTO last couple races here?
Well, good question. I'm planning to run a limited schedule with GR Cup this year, and my goal would be the Dream Machine may be an ECR Fast Track may have a GT4 for Coda end of the year.
Perfect.
And that would kind of be a nice segue to launch into next year.
Get into your SRO season.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Right. So you're able to go, you did a couple seasons GR86 Cup, do about a season at WRL racing, and then you're going to feel like that you're ready to go full SRO in the AM class, obviously, but to get ready to go. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think so.
That's super cool. I'm glad that they're able to help you deliver on the dream, as it were.
Yeah, it's just it makes sense, and the guys that founded it, Livio and Scott, they came up through Spec Boxster, and you buy a car and you hope you like it, and there wasn't a whole lot of testing or development ahead, and the focus is to get people that are interested and give them a path to develop, not just it's overwhelming. We have one of our guys on our team today's or this weekend's his first real race, and I remember what that was like. He's doing phenomenal, but he's had several weekends at ECR versus just showing up, and he's had proper professional coaching. So and he did phenomenal yesterday. He held us in the podium contention through the end because he was prepared. He's probably the first person that's really gone through this program beginning to end, and it shows that it's working.
Perfect. Now, Carter, I have to ask you a little bit different question here.
Yeah.
We got the Arlington race coming up. How's your dad coming along? You still think you're going to comfortably beat him, or do you think he's going to give you a run for your money?
I think with how Arlington's just set up, he has that prefrontal cortex development, which is what everybody's telling us, that he'll probably survive with his car, longer than some of us younger guys who will just send it and might take somebody out, might take two people out, including themselves. But I don't know. If it comes down to wreck in Arlington, he might take it on me.
Okay, I got you. But pace-wise, pure pace, qualifying, you're pretty sure you got it.
I think I have.
All right, perfect.
Can I ask an Arlington specific question?
Yeah, sure.
What does preparation for Arlington specifically look like? It's a new track. It doesn't really exist in sims at the moment. Nobody knows exactly what it's going to look like. I mean, that's a kind of a tough ask, right?
Yeah, it's on a set of Corsa.
Oh, very good. Okay.
Good. Okay.
It's on a set of Corsa, and the platform of car we're practicing on is obviously not a GR Cup car,
Yeah.
but
Right.
it's I would say good enough to get the lines and the muscle memory in place.
Yeah.
But yeah, good question. And
Yeah.
we're gonna have 2 30-minute practices on Friday. Then it's
Jeez.
Wednesday morning. It's quali. So like, it's not going to be a lot of seat time before it's full on.
That's I think series have moved more and more towards that recently. NASCAR, for example, they do a whole lot less practice than they used to. I think it's a necessary evil of being in the support series for whatever's going on. But how does that impact your mindset, Carter? For example, like you go somewhere, you practice, on the sim, whatever. But when you get there, you have very little feel time to figure out what's going on.
I think it all comes down to really comparison of how the sim works. So you don't get the gravity feel of getting pulled to the left, pulled to the right, front and back. But the marks, like the one board on the sim, may be a little bit different than the one board in real life. So you just have to compare everything and really figure out what works and what you have to change. And here for Barber, a lot of people say that iRacing really has it nailed on the comparison between the two.
Okay, perfect. And they're supposed to update Barber here in the next few weeks as well. I don't know what they're going to update, if it was already really good. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. That they're going to. Was it an art update, Jordan, that they were going to do?
No, it's a whole rescan, but they repaved the track here a couple of years ago.
Okay,
I think
got it.
Before 20, I'm going to get it wrong. Before 23 or before 24, they'd repaved it.
Oh, it was new that year I came. They had just laid it. That makes sense.
So can you guys talk about how fast track racing, Dream Machine, Eagles Canyon, like how do they teach you guys process when it comes to maximizing the practice time you guys do have available? As you said, you're going into Arlington, 2 30-minute practices. You kind of can't afford to mess around. So it kind of sounds to me like you're going to have a real plan as to how you execute those sessions to get the most out of 30 minutes, or 60 minutes total, I guess, so that when you get to qualifying, you have maximum amount of information, maximum, setup and, car dynamics understanding, while also learning the track at the same time. Just talk about that, how they teach you guys that process and how to make the most of the limited time you do have available.
Yeah, our chief driving instructor, Zach Anderson, is, I believe he wrote the protocol for the Porsche driving experience training. So he is a top of the food chain human being and coach. And so we'll do a couple of, this last week had 3 racecraft days, back 3 days in a row. And it is a lot of on track, but it's also classroom. We're looking at video and obviously the case of Arlington, there's not any, but doing sim work, talking through with track maps, we know the marks very specifically, and then the practicing. We do practice qualifying on the racecraft days that lead up to all the GR Cup races. We'll do practice qualifying, and we'll actually, just to get in the rhythm, because it's a 45-minute sprint, we'll do a mock 45-minute race where we're just all out for 45 minutes. And then as far as car setup, our Fast Track does a really good job with their engineers. We have a proper sheet every time we get out of the car that we fill out with, understeer, oversteer, every turn, entry, mid-corner, exit, and then every dynamic piece of the car that we could give feedback on. So they do a great job of real time of keeping the cars tweaked and dialed as much as possible.
So are you going into that Arlington weekend not necessarily, okay, we're just going to go get 60 minutes of track time and try and learn as much as we can? There is a real kind of plan or program in place to try and get the most out of that limited experience you're going to get.
Yes, and it's,
Yeah, excellent.
we're taking it from the sim, and it
Yeah.
doesn't always translate. And
Of course.
no disrespect to Assetto Corsa, but it's not quite as crisp as iRacing, and so there's probably going to be some marks that are a bit different, and we'll just adapt, on the fly.
It at least gets you close, though, of
That's
knowing
right.
a track that nobody's ever been on. Nobody knows what the line is off the top of their head. So at least if you have an understanding going into it, it's not the first time you've seen any of it, that you got something to work with.
That's right.
It really makes me, I guess, wonder, if not respect, racing in the 90s, Brendan, where you had a lot of these drivers that would get called to go do an American race. Like, oh, show up to Road America. You're really fast, but, drive the car, thanks.
Well,
and you get there and you're like, oh, okay.
Think about how popular hastily thrown together street circuits were in the 80s and 90s, right?
yeah.
Where you'd show up to, as we get off and on there from GTR 99, you'd show up to West Palm Beach or Tamiami. Well, Tamiami's different because those roads already existed, but like West Palm Beach or San Antonio, and you have no idea where the braking markers are going to be, how the walls are going to be set up, what the cambers are going to be like, and the apexes, where the
road
curbs are going to go. Right. Where does the grit come and go? Where are the oils? All of those things. You literally just show up with a 900 horsepower monster, and you get more practice, maybe 3-4 hours worth of practice, but you've still got to figure out how to wrestle this behemoth around a circuit that not only you've never seen before, but didn't even exist like on anything other than a two-dimensional drawing before. That really is remarkable.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. I guess one closing question for the both of you. We're talking about street circuits. We're talking about stuff that doesn't exist. What is your one track that you wish GR Cup went to? Money, no object. So if it's in Europe, it's in Europe. But what's the one track that you're not going to be able to go to with GR Cup that you'd be like, you know what, that would be cool?
Probably Daytona.
Daytona, okay. Daytona GR Cup could be fun. I could get behind that.
For me, it'd be Watkins Glen. I will love the Glen.
Perfect. Two really cool tracks. I'm surprised. I mean,
Doesn't
I guess the
SRO have a? Yeah, they've got a standalone weekend at Watkins Glen this year, don't they?
Do they?
Not in GR Cup.
Yeah.
There's an age. You have to be 18, and half the fields.
Because they have that restriction at Watkins, don't they?
Yep.
Interesting. How do they get around that for Xfinity and Truck Series, presumably?
I don't know, actually. Jordan? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Got it. Fascinating. Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you for coming by and chatting with me. You're welcome anytime, of course. Anything else you want to add before we leave?
No, thanks a lot.
Of course.
Great broadcast. Appreciate y'all letting us be a part of it.
Absolutely. Jason and Carter, have a great afternoon. Right now, running 3rd and 5th. The 986 up into 3rd. They're a little ways back from the 779. And then the 989 now about 6 seconds behind the 455. So still a little bit of work to do there, but I think hoping for another successful day.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, gents.
So I do have a couple of interesting notes from GP1.
Yeah, let's get after it.
For a while there, we only had 6 cars running out on track, which was a bit unfortunate to see, as the GP1 class was the largest in the field.
Yeah.
Coming into the weekend. Last full course yellow was due in part due to the 150 ASM Honda S2000 running to a halt, turn 4. That car is back out and circulating at the moment, down in 7th. We also see the 64 from Open Throttle, the V8 BMW, has also come back out as well, and has the 17 Aftermath Motorsports Porsche Cayman. So good to see those cars getting fixed and put back out to lap.
Yeah, so TC Klein, Cajun Canuck, Chattanooga Tourenwagen all sidelined for one reason or another and have not resumed. That's in addition to Edge Autosports. Ginger Racing the 46, which we hadn't mentioned, JT, they did not make the start today either. Did they have late trouble yesterday?
No,
they made it to the Checkered.
Wait, are you? They had issues. They ended up finishing 9th.
Yeah, okay, but they did. So they had issues late yesterday and didn't take the start today.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then obviously Heraflight appeared to blow an engine yesterday. They did not make the start today either. So as you say, JT, 16 GP1 cars on the entry list. Even at this, early stage on the Sunday, to only have 6 cars circulating without trouble. I say without trouble. Have 6 cars circulating, period, is a little bit unfortunate. Remember, too, the 62 and the 48 have both had contact as well, right? So it really hasn't been a smooth morning for just about anybody in GP1. And to some degree, okay, yeah, that's unfortunate and contact shouldn't happen. On the other hand, when you take all of that information in, it kind of just shows how hard everybody is having to push each other in GP1 at the moment.
Yeah.
That is, that's it really is remarkable. Down in GP2, meanwhile, Palomar Racing leads Lagunatic Racing, the number 779, by. I'm gonna do the math here. Just one moment, please.
Should be around a minute.
Yes, roughly. HC Autosport a little bit further back off the 779, another minute and 7. Then the 2 Fast Track Racing 986 and 989 cars. They're both, there they are actually, just about 2 seconds apart. Couture Racing in that shot a couple of laps down as well in the Porsche Boxster. It's a minute 10 according to Mike Anderson. Thank you. Would love to have Red Mist just display the time gap even when the lap margin has changed. I will go to my other timing display for that.
On the bright side, we have the moving bar now.
The moving bar. Oh, to show progress across a lap?
Yes.
A little hard to see, but yeah, it is there.
Maybe on your tiny monitor.
I'm on, well, it's a 32.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it tiny then?
Not tiny. Just, for something a little more obvious. It's really hard to call races on basically a single monitor setup, no matter what size it is. Anyway.
Hence why the sim rig is so good.
Well, technically I am in my sim rig. Just happens to be a desk and chair.
I've got 4 monitors. I've got like 9 different tabs all up at different areas of the screen as looks like HC Autosport comes in out of 3rd from GP2.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate. Right at the end of a fuel window, but that does kind of suggest to me that they were not in.
Oh, under the yellow.
Under the code 35. Yeah, if you're getting to
Yeah.
an hour 40 and you've got a pin under green. Actually, I do see a pit stop at lap 23 here.
Interesting. They may be going back to the pad. Nope. They're right at the end of pit lane with AOA. I've got a guest again, but don't let us interrupt the flow of the race, obviously. But I've got Eric Provost from Edge Autosports, a car that's a threat every time it's unloaded from the trailer at WRL. They're pretty good. And we were disappointed not to see that car today. What happened, Eric? Oh, none of that went. Did y'all heard me, right?
We can hear him in the background.
Yeah,
Okay, there we
hear
go.
you.
Nah, I fixed it.
Okay.
All right, cool.
We want
Yeah.
him to come in the room though.
Yes.
Yeah, so yesterday we lost the clutch at like 1:30 in the afternoon and drove the last 3.5 hours in 4th gear only, and at pit stops we're bumping at start using in 1st gear with the starter.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So you have that override programmed in, which is nice. Sometimes people forget to do that,
Yeah.
and that ends up being the killer most of the time, I think.
Yeah.
Trying to get that done, so that's good.
Yeah,
But so you're doing that whole last half of the race,
yeah.
with no clutch. You're just
no clutch, 4th gear. So basically, no clutch shifting to get basically just 1 through 3 on pit lane, and then once you get into 4th, you just leave it there. Leave it there until you have to pit.
Yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to wear out the gearbox trying to cram it into gear over the course of 4 hours or whatever.
And our car's an S54, so it's got good torque, but the corner that just it's so painful is turn 5 because it's like the revs drop to almost 3,000 in 4th gear,
and then you're going up the hill too.
Yeah, it just felt. Actually, I felt bad for the cars that maybe we had just cleared because we almost got rear-ended like 10 times because I just can't accelerate quickly out of 5.
Right.
So,
I gotcha. So I do want to ask you a question. Now that you're not in the race, you can
Yep.
spill the beans a little bit on the strategy here and not
Yeah.
feel bad.
Yeah.
We're of the opinion, having watched a handful of these, that you should be pitting basically under every single full course caution.
Yeah, basically, if you can dump up one can, like one full can. So if you've been racing for 20 to 30 minutes, every code 35, dump a
Should
can.
be doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, how would you have approached today with the quiet hour?
Yeah, I know. This is like up for. There's a million ways to think
Sure.
about it. So I know some guys have talked about trying to basically time the pace car, so that but that's a very risky
Yeah.
strategy. So
Yeah.
usually what we've done is just kind of race it like a normal race. So if it's all green and we can go maybe 90 minutes on fuel,
Right.
then we just do one stop and then we have basically another hour once it goes after the quiet hour.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
So
it's
you're able to, how long is your fuel? Are you at 90 minutes or a little bit longer?
about 90.
About
Yeah,
90. So you make your one stop, you make a green flag stop in
Yeah.
the middle,
Yep.
but then you come into the quiet hour. Do you pit right before the quiet hour, or do you go back out and then?
Yeah, honestly, the other component is always just when you get a code 35.
Okay,
So it's
gotcha.
it's one of those that honestly, we probably would have talked a lot more about that if we hadn't realized we couldn't get a clutch in time.
Got it.
So we didn't
Okay.
even talk about
Didn't even-
strategy
okay.
because we actually haven't had my car to Barber in the last 2 years.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we've been racing. Barber's probably our best track.
Mhm.
I do have the stats on how many races we've entered as a team, how many podiums we have, and how many wins. We have a total of 31 races as a team since 2019 with WRL.
Mhm.
We podiumed 21 out of 31, and we have 11 wins.
That's pretty good.
So pretty
That's a
good good percentage.
Pretty
Yeah.
good hit rate on that for
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, so we're just grassroots, and we don't have paying drivers, so it's a matter of we can only afford without sponsors and stuff to do. We used to do about 4 races a year.
Mhm.
Last year we only did one, but thankfully we won both of them.
Yep.
And then this year we're hoping to get back to 3 to 4. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now I've seen that a lot there's a lot of you guys that are out there that are not renting seats, that it's just
Yep.
buddies, pulling money together.
Yep.
One, I'm glad there's a competitive place to still be able to have that kind of team.
Yeah.
I think if you go much lower than here, the competition is not as sharp.
Absolutely.
And I think if you go much higher than this, it becomes unbelievably expensive.
That's part of why we've really felt that WRL is the sweet spot for us, because it's a matter of the way that they've stayed true to the grassroots kind of intention of the GP field
Mhm.
is great, and the fact that 20 plus year old car is
Right.
still able to be competitive
Absolutely.
if well driven. But yeah.
You've got this Harrison car.
Yeah.
Did you get to drive around that a little bit yesterday?
Actually, I don't think I ever saw the Harrison
Saw
car
the car,
yesterday.
okay.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, and I mean, the car is gorgeous, but I didn't hear what somebody said that they were ruled unclassified or something. Or?
So today they're running different tires. So
Okay.
they're doing it like as a test day. more or less.
Oh, okay. Understood.
I'm always curious on these guys that have the S54,
Yeah.
beefy GP1 car,
Yeah.
how they feel around that car as far as racing, because they got the V8 in that,
Right. Yeah.
and how that races, and if you look at that and go, maybe we'll make the change, or go, I like what we got here.
Well, I think the hard thing for us is just that we've kind of planned on replacing or doing something different in terms of a car for a couple of years, just because the chassis is not new.
Right.
And,
Yep.
So it's one of those, the lifespan isn't forever
Right.
on a race car, and so, but we've kind of been up in the air about what the next chassis might be, because
Mhm.
also same thing with S54s. Is they did make a lot of them. They're still available, but they're not gonna they don't last forever.
No,
So,
they certainly do not, and they're less and less available than they used to. I even see people with
Yeah.
M54 cars.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, it's getting
Yeah.
hard to find engines.
I know. Yeah, thankfully I have a spare one sitting at home, but
Good. Okay.
But that's the other amazing thing. So we originally started in 2019 with an S2000,
Right.
and then we made the switch over to the E46 platform in 2020,
Mhm.
and so most of those races of those 31 starts have been on. I would say of 31 starts, probably 20 to 25 have been on the E46,
Right.
and that is the original motor.
Oh wow.
We've
There's not a whole lot of people in this paddock that can say that.
I know, and I mean,
That's-
I feel like I got to knock on wood somewhere. But,
sure.
yeah, the motor's been incredibly, and I mean, yeah, we've obviously taken care of it because it's lasted, but but we also in race pace usually shift around 7,000. So it's one of those that you're not just stringing it out to 82 or 8,300 every shift. Because really the way, and Randy with Epic did the tune, and so it makes peak power at like 6,800.
Oh, so there's not a whole lot of advantage to go
exactly. Yeah, no. The only thing is like yesterday us being stuck in fourth gear.
Right.
At least I could string it out. So we're almost at 8,000, breaking into the roller coaster section.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Is the M2 at all enticing? I've heard from teams that waver back and forth. Some are like, I don't like how it drives. Some say, it's a little bit more expensive. Where are you at on that?
No, I just don't think that. Personally, I think that if I really don't have interest in any of the heavier, more modern BMW platforms myself. DJ Quint is a good friend who was here crewing with us this weekend. He was one of the help found the Toyota R&D.
That's right.
The Super project. He was actually like the original builder of that car.
Got it. Okay.
But he has some interesting ideas with LT1s. They're V6 versions of LT1s that make a lot of torque and things like that, and potentially, we had a few drinks and we're talking about potential future build options, including a very torquey, V6 or something like that. So who knows? We'll see.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Who do you expect to win today in GP1? I know that this has been a pretty stout GP1 field for.
It's very stout. It's just been such an attrition race. I mean, if the ASM S2000 would have held together, that was absolutely the car to beat, because the pace in that car is incredible. We started with an F-powered S2000 back in 2019. And Robert Thorne started. I was P2 yesterday starting, and he was P1. And I got ahead on the start, but I mean, just the way the S2000 makes time in the roller coaster back section of the track is just, incredible. So that would have been the car, because I feel like Barber was made for an S2000. So that was a car that I would have really been betting on the win, but I know they've had some reliability issues.
Yep.
So, but I will say that the what's the car? El Diablo.
Yep, the 48.
Yeah, that car is very well driven. They're all the way from California.
Yep.
So I mean that car has been reliable, and PC is always just. I mean, they're always there. So.
Well, they're starting to get the monkey off their back too. They've had what do you think, Brendan? Like a 2-year stretch now of just terrible luck and breaking down.
Which car is this?
PC.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so both you guys at Edge and PC, there was a time there where both you guys were kind of equally quick, kind of matching each other, especially once Moorhead went up to GTO. But it seemed like you guys were just about there, and you could get through 5 or 6 hours and be right next to each other, and then for one reason or another, both cars would find trouble.
Yeah.
PC Racing got their reliability issues sorted out, towards the middle part of last year. You guys did almost exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Kind of finally able to break through, and GP1 seems to have been all the better for it.
Yeah.
You guys are all getting to finishes now, and really close and well-fought races. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. No, it has. Absolutely. I just wish we'd been in more of them.
Right. Don't we all? Yeah. Don't we all?
Yeah.
My goodness. Well, Eric, anything else you want to add before you head out?
I don't think so. I mean, I've never been happier to not race on Sunday. Whenever you win on Saturday, it's kind of like Sunday's just gravy. So
right, okay.
But no, it was fun. I wish we could have gotten a clutch sorted in time. Basically, the paddock's amazing, and it's just everybody's offering up anything they had, but nobody had a twin disc and not a single. So, and we think it was the flywheel that came apart, or the pressure plate. So
gotcha.
So yeah, it was just it is what it was, and but no, it's been fun to spectate this morning.
Is it a short drive home for you?
Yeah, not too bad. It's only about 5.5.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, we're in southern Indiana.
So. Okay. Yep. It's still a little bit of a hike. There's a lot of these guys that are from Chattanooga and Atlanta and whatever. This is pretty quick.
Yeah, but at the same point, the El Diablo guys, where it's like, we're heading back to California after this.
Yep.
So.
No, they told me, I talked to them yesterday, so I had met them doing a completely separate thing a while back. Probably about 9 years ago, and they said, we left California on Monday, and then we'll turn around and go back, and it's 3 days. I'm like, my goodness, man.
Yeah, if you're doing that in GP1, I think you need to be retired. So
fair enough. Fair enough. Well, Eric, thank you for coming by and talking with us. Sorry about today, but I'm happy you had a good result.
No,
yesterday.
thank you guys. No,
Of course, yeah, not a problem.
I love finally getting to chat with somebody from Edge Autosports there. We talk about it often, but it was always just the team that was just there, and never really able to get through to the other side and pick up a class win in a really, really competitive class, and cool to see them finally break through late last season and figure that car out despite the obvious clutch issues yesterday. Soldiered on well though.
Not very clutch, as they say.
Indeed.
Yeah, because we saw them get back-to-back wins at Watkins Glen.
Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to remember where it was, and I finally came up with Watkins Glen, but I wasn't 100% sure that that's where it was.
Yeah, and that was a massive, I don't know, almost 20 car field.
Well, yeah, for a while.
Yeah.
The Saturday morning race start left something to kind of be desired there, and unfortunately took a lot of really good cars out of contention.
Yeah.
But it was still, the field that started on Sunday was, just as strong as it should have been. Back up at the front of the field, in GTO in particular, Jason Marks in the number 246 really hasn't been able to do anything with the number 410 of ACP Tangerine. These are the two cars we see on screen at the moment. The blue and yellow BMW M4 leading the white and black Supra. So Jason was able to close that margin down pretty quickly after the Code 35 and, during the Code 35. And finally up onto the back bumper, but not able to show the nose and get the move done. To some degree, there isn't really a lot of urgency here, I think, right? We know everybody is going to need a pit stop before we get to the intervention of the safety car for the quiet hour. Whether that's a green flag pit stop or a Code 35 pit stop kind of remains to be seen, but that is an opportunity to get past. But even if they can't get past, the end result is going to be that we're going to bunch the field up anyway. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to force the issue when you know that no matter what direction you're in, if everything else kind of stays the same, you guys are going to be right next to each other on track at the green flag at 12:05 or so anyway.
Dare I say that right now we're in the danger zone for GP especially?
In what way?
So if you have a full course yellow right now, you can get your 90 minutes worth of fuel, but then you've only got like 20 or 30 minutes on the other side. Your window of hoping for a Code 35 afternoon is small.
So the danger zone is not, if we're going to call it that,
The danger of having to make a green flag stop.
Right. So here's the deal, right? You push the stints as far as you can go. You don't overthink that. You have one stint left, right? Or one pit stop left before the Code 35. You push that as far as you can go. You don't try and back time, and none of that stuff, right? You just hope for a Code 35 between now and 10:40. And if you don't get it, you pit under green. Or 10:40.
Well, that's the thing. If it comes
under
right now, if the yellow comes right now, you're forced to pit. It would be silly not to.
Of course.
But then now you don't have you have less than a stint worth of fuel, way less than a stint
everybody's
worth of fuel.
in the same boat. Right, so your options then are either you try and do what Eric was talking about earlier, which is to pit the car coming to the safety car.
Right.
But again, that's risky. Or you just say, oh man, that is a very sideways Harrison car. Or you just say, nope, we're just going to run it like a normal race. Whatever green flag running we get on the backside of the Code 35 is what we get, and that's fine. I don't think there's a right answer here.
I don't think so either.
I would just, if I'm Eric, or if I'm in Eric's shoes, I think I'd do exactly what he posited, which is just, okay, we're going to treat it like a normal race. We're going to do, Code 35 pit stops as much as we can, and this is how it's going to be.
All right.
If things work out for us, great. If they don't work out for us, okay. But at least we didn't shoot ourselves in the foot trying to do something that wasn't going to work.
Sure.
Or had a low percentage of working. Yeah, Mike Anderson says everybody does not have the same burn rate also. And that is true. But I don't think anybody is going to. Let me put it differently. That is true, but that would be true regardless of whether or not we have the quiet hour. So you run your race as efficiently as you can and try and not shoot yourselves in the foot, bearing in mind there's nothing you can do about your burn rate to put yourself in a better position. Your car is just your car, your operation, your race is just your race. To that end, without getting too parochial about it, we were in a 12-hour sim race yesterday. My team was in a 12-hour sim race yesterday, and we ended up third. We had a shot at second. Yeah, well, we had a shot at second, which was good. But one of the conversations we had after the race was, well, listen, we finished the race on 3-stint old hard left side tires, 4-stint old hard right side tires. And yes, the car didn't have any pace at the end of the race, like it was just an understeering pig. But for the car that we had and the position that we had chosen as far as strategy went, we got the most out of what we had.
Right.
There was nothing more we could have done with it from a strategy perspective. Yes, we would have been faster on mediums, but we made up the most time possible by choosing to go long on hards. It's the same thing running fuel coming up into and around this Code 35 with regards to burn rate. Okay, yes, you would like to be able to go longer, but you have to maximize what your team, your car, your driver is capable of given your car. And yes, okay, if you consume a little bit more fuel, it leaves you at risk for making a Code 35 stop later, but there's not much you can do to prevent that risk from appearing. So you might as well just maximize what your car and your team is capable of and not worry about where you get the Code 35s.
All right. I can't not worry, though. That's the thing.
Of course.
I can't not think about it.
Well, that's just situational awareness.
Yeah.
Right? And that's important from a strategy perspective and a perspective of calling a race. But at the end of the day, the best you can do is just to say, all right, well, we know what our lot in life is. We know how our car operates and what it drives like. And let's go make the most of the platform we've got.
All right. I have noticed on this GTR 99, your back left pressure is about a pound higher or 2 than it was yesterday.
Oh, you can see it too. When he gets on the throttle out of some of these right-handed corners, it really leans on that left rear tire.
Well, I don't know if that's a conscious decision that they wanted to free up the car, or if they are overdriving, or if the temperature conditions are really that different.
Well, you would have a better sense of temperature and...
It's a smidge warmer, but I think the track temperature is probably the same.
Yeah. Some of it is that car just being driven maybe a little bit harder. It is Rob Jackowitz behind the wheel. He was very quick yesterday. But when you try and maximize corner exit to get runs down straights, yeah, you do tend to lean on that outside left tire a little bit. And the other issue is that these things kind of compound themselves, right? Like once you start sliding a car around, yeah, it's going to drive the pressure up and drive the temperatures up. And, you know, what does that increased pressure over inflation do? Makes the car slide around in the left rear more.
I wouldn't know anything about that. I wouldn't know anything about overdriving the car and making it undrivable.
Same, but I do it with the front tires, not the rears.
Usually, it depends on the car. Slow cars, it's usually the rear. Fast cars, it's the fronts.
It's almost exclusive. Well, I've gotten better about it in the last... Basically, since iRacing introduced a reasonable tire model, I had to reteach myself how to drive because I would just shred front tires. And once I started doing that, it balanced itself out a little bit, but still, I tend to work the fronts a lot harder than the rears.
Found that I was playing Gran Turismo 4 on an emulator on my computer because it was something to do, and I was reteaching myself all of my bad habits, so I stopped.
So when I got back into Gran Turismo 7,
yep,
I realized where all of my bad driving habits
100%, 100%.
Yep, because you just charge the corner and turn it to scrub all the speed off, and it works without penalty. Yeah. But alas.
Indeed. That's where the early apexing comes from, too. It's like, oh, at least I got it to the apex, kind of, and it'll slow up enough.
Geographically, yes. Spiritually, no. Yeah, well. I do think oval racing, unironically, I do think oval racing, oval sim racing does teach you a lot more than people give it credit for about, managing corner entry.
Yeah.
And energy through a tire through long and sustained corners, especially.
I really like running the street socks on iRacing as a result of that.
I only got to D-license where I was running ARCA fixed setup, but I really enjoy running ARCA fixed setup.
That's good.
It's a fun little car, especially on the short tracks. Which probably suggests I should just be driving the late model at short tracks, but
Sure. Yeah, I don't like the short tracks. I'm usually in the street stock. I understand it, and it's kind of fun, but doing the ARCA, I only want to be, or the trucks, I only want to be at the big tracks. I don't want to be at short tracks.
So this is a separate philosophical discussion about motorsports. To me, road racing, endurance racing, sports car racing will always be my favorite corner of the sport. I just have a real passion for it. But short track oval racing, to me, is kind of operates in the same vein as road racing does, right? Road racing, okay, yes, you have this giant 200 to 300 acre plot of land, and you wind a course through it, and every course is different, and yeah, some things I use from each other, but no two tracks are the same. When you get to the intermediate ovals, you actually have a lot of tracks that are very similar. Some of that is NASCAR's fault, but there are more similarities than there are differences. But when you get down to the short track level, I saw a video on this on YouTube recently. It's the imperfections in short tracks. It's the, this corner isn't a perfect radius, a perfect constant radius, right? It opens in the exit on the entry and tightens on the exit, or you need to use the apron here to help the car rotate, and there's a big bump on the entry that you need to avoid. And yes, they might be the same third of a mile or half mile oval on paper, but they drive completely fundamentally differently from each other because of the imperfections in the track. And to me, that makes short track oval racing actually particularly compelling because no two tracks drive anywhere close to the same.
Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna level with you, man. I just like racing in the pack and doing that stuff. I could not be bothered any less about that's what's frustrating about the short track racing for me is that they're not the same.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I love that. I love this one's different. This 4/10 of a mile oval at Southern National is going to be different from the one at Lanier or whatever.
Right.
A couple quick updates from GTO.
Let's do it.
Very close battles out there on track. But for 5th place between the Stack Racing Rapscallion, the 120 from A Victory, and then just a little bit further behind the AAA Racing Porsche.
This is an uncharacteristically slow 246 stop. Go ahead, JT.
All 3 cars within basically 2 seconds there. The 246 coming in to the pits had been, I believe, just within a second of the 410.
For the entire stint, JT, since we went back to green, just glued to the rear bumper of the 410.
Yeah, so this is going to be a critical pit stop for them to see if they can jump the 410 here.
Yeah, TCB pitting that number 246, the first of the GTO cars to make a stop here, actually. Did not pit under the last code 35, which is a little bit surprising. But we're only in at lap number 24, so that's a 46 lap stint for Jason Marks, and we'll carry on right up to the quiet hour. Go ahead.
That was a slow 40-48 going to
the
final corner there. Looks like it's getting up to speed okay, though, so just, I guess, staying out of the way of the GP2 cars that were dicing there.
Incidentally, the remaining cars in GTO, as we get a replay here of that number 48. Oh, man, that is really well held. Way out wide on the exit of turn number 14, caught the grass on the throttle, and it pointed it directly at the wall on driver's right. I think that 246 is the only car in GTO to have not pitted under the last code 35. which is a decision.
Yes. One of the decisions of all time.
The 54 actually did not pit under the last code 35. But other than that, oh, and Laura Hayes in the 282. So GCB didn't even split the strategies. Just straight up didn't make the stop. Two hours done. 4 hours, 55 minutes remaining here at the 7-hour finale, the Sunday 7 hours at the World Racing League Endurance Masters. For being with us, Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, who's back, but he didn't really leave today, so.
Yes.
Yeah. Jordan Worth on the buttons.
He's just always back.
Unless he's not always back.
Right.
Right. Yeah, appreciate y'all being with us, spending some Sunday time with us. Prime dual screen experience opportunity coming out of the quiet hour. Of course, the IndyCar season opener.
Yep.
Taking place. I think it starts around 12:20 Eastern time, 11:20 Central time, down at St. Pete.
Then when does the Cup race start?
What?
When does the Cup race start?
What's
Coda.
that? Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
On my favorite
3 p.m. Eastern.
racing start time app of choice,
So same time as IndyCar.
3:30. Coverage starts at 3.
That's
but
a
the business
decision.
starts after 3:30.
My goodness.
The
What a-
racing line is the app of choice here, by the way.
Why are they... Whatever.
Same start times all season long.
Absolute clown show from the both of them. Absolute clown show. What
You gotta capture the West Coast interest, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Also, this is a Fox thing, 100%. So there's really not two parties involved here. It's just the one.
That makes it worse.
What? How?
It's a Fox. You said it's not on both networks. It's not on one network, is it?
No, it shouldn't be.
What is
Are they-
Coda on? Is Coda on FS1?
I imagine the IndyCar race is on Big Fox, and then FS1 is the Cup race.
Why
What a
are they
world.
doing that? Why are they doing that?
No, they're both.
They
on
don't
Fox.
have. They don't have to do that.
They're both on Fox.
Oh, they are both on Fox.
And I think that's the point, is you
Okay.
put IndyCar on Big Fox because they own a third of the series, and then you put Cup on, but afterwards.
Got it.
One leader onto pit lane.
So they don't overlap, which is
Just
good.
El Diablo. Yep. I think that was the point. That was kind of my point, Ryan.
Okay,
is,
got it.
Yeah, you
I
got
thought
the
you were
whole
saying they
thing
were
done.
overlapping, and I was like,
No.
very angry about it.
No,
Like,
no.
This is stupid.
Sean Lovett brings in the El Diablo number 48. This car also did not pit under the last code 35, I believe I'm right in saying.
Bye, Sean.
You're gonna do a driver change.
Sean's going to go stick his head in a bucket of cold water because he hasn't cooled down after the 410 under code 35 incident.
Well, I was
Yes.
going to say that the rest of the green flag stint was cooling down.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And it all did work out in the end, right? Yes, there was some trouble coming out of the code 35 for ASM. Well, they were the code 35, weren't they? Stopped up there at turn number 4. Able to put some distance between themselves and the rest of the GP1 field. Now, this is interesting. This
Good
is
coordination.
GTR 99, who has maybe more experience doing WRL driver changes than any other team in the field at the moment. I think they were with us at our very first WRL race
Yes.
back in 2017. If not, they were definitely in the 2018 one with the old M3. They were in at the last code 35 and are now in at lap 72. So in this case, it's just a 40-lap stint.
I think
from
people are back timing this.
Rob Jackowitz. I think that's a terrible idea.
Well,
Why would you ever pit under green if you don't have to?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's a really bad idea.
Well, because if you get a yellow now, you're gonna get your. Well, no, not really.
No, you've already made the
No, you
stop
already
under
made the
green.
decision,
You've already
yeah.
lost the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
really is that simple.
That's too bad. Well,
I mean,
What
it's
are you gonna
possible they had to, right? It's possible
Right.
that for what they're attempting to do here, whether it's driver time related or whatever, that this was still the better way to go for them, but it doesn't, based on the information we have, choosing to make a green flag pit stop without having to make a green flag pit stop does seem like a mistake. Now, it's possible we just go green till 10:40 here, or 10:50, or whenever the double yellow comes out, and all of this stuff doesn't really matter because everybody's made a green flag stop, but you still can't, you need to minimize that risk. We've been talking about it all weekend. Hello, the Parts Farm, who says, geez, this commentary. Thank you. There are some 15 hours of content to put together here. It can't all be racing.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize.
Leave ourselves off of our relevant buildings.
No, that's fine.
It is
No, he can.
So,
he can get out.
Couple notes here.
It's
GP2
okay.
leader comes down pit lane for their stop. Simultaneously, 2 cars leave the paddock to return to pit lane.
And they are?
Looks like the 69 from Open Throttle, and
Yep.
behind them is the 555
Yes,
from
it is.
Cajun Connect Racing.
Do we have the onboard from Cage Canuck? Very good.
Boom.
Godzilla Lives. Love the commentary myself. Appreciate you, Godzilla Lives. Actually, just appreciate everybody being here. Oh, that is... no. Is that a car stop there? No. Okay, it's just a wall. Yeah, we go in and out of podcast mode. Sometimes it's racing and sometimes it's not. And we make our way, we weave our way through these 15 hours. Sometimes to entertain ourselves, sometimes to entertain the viewer, but always to talk shop.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Talking shop?
Yep.
Do we have new slang for talk shop? I don't think we do.
Spittin' game.
I don't know. I'm not really on
Cutting it up.
Instagram or
It's
TikTok.
cutting it up.
Chopping
Chopping
it
it up.
Yeah,
Chopping
chopping it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chopping it up with the boys. Over a couple cold ones.
I have a feeling if you're using the phrase chopping it up, you probably can't be drinking cold ones.
Mountains are blue.
That is true.
Singler Racing just ahead in a bit of a common livery for M4 GT4s.
Yeah, there's a G82 that runs that same livery. I think it's or very similar to it. I think it's the Forza Motorsport number 144.
Yeah, there's usually a couple that have like some variation of it with just the M colors on it, usually on a white base.
There used to be people in the San Francisco region that would have the Jeff Koons art car livery on their various T1, T2 cars.
Which livery was that?
That's the black one with all the color stripes on it.
Oh, the Explosion.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the better art cars.
I agree.
Mhm.
Not one that did particularly well at Le Mans, as I recall. I think those were out within the first like 5 or 6 hours.
That car didn't really do well at Le Mans full stop. Was that
No,
BMW ever really competitive in ACO racing?
no, it was not, which is weird because it won the championship repeatedly in the ALMS.
Well, it was a different car. They had a
Uh,
completely different rear suspension that was allowed to run in the U.S. that they had to modify to get it to go
That's right.
ILMC/WEC racing in later years. Same reason the car was so good at the Nürburgring was they were running the
ALMS car.
ALMS car. Yeah.
Got it. That makes sense.
And I don't know exactly what the details were, but I remember it being a big deal at the time. That basically meant they were not completely starting from scratch when they went to Europe, but it wasn't obviously the same car.
Right.
410 on pit lane, or
The
it
ACO
had
also-
been on pit lane. I believe it's actually out. That was okay. That's
Cajun Canuck again, yeah.
I also remember the ACO grandstanding about BMW wanting to run their GT3 car in GTE and not liking that because GT3 sucked. And we see where that has ended up.
Well, it was always going to end up there. They just were prolonging the inevitable. Which
I think
is
that would have been the optimal
death
time.
of another ACO-related... No.
That would have been the right time to do it, I think.
No, GTE had a decent little boom there in the the late 2010s. Also, GT3 was not what it was in 2012, or not what it was, in 2012, what it is now.
Let's see. Timing showing S Collective missing. I assume that is due to a pit stop. So that has BRD Motorsports currently leading at the moment in GP1, and yes, we do see the Porsche Cayman leaving its box on pit
On the
lane.
way now. That GTO battle, by the way, 246 versus 410. Now that they've both pitted, Jason Marks in the 246 able to jump the ACP Tangerine car to the tune of 6.5 seconds. Really good stop there from TCB to get that done in the pit lane.
Ooh, that's El Diablo coming out of the final corner here, so I believe that means the Porsche Cayman will jump the BMW. We'll need... That's what it looks like based on timing,
It's not going to be by much.
About 20 seconds, maybe?
Let's get him up over the hill. There is the S Collective car. Oh, no. El Diablo's way past this point. They're probably up over the hill.
El Diablo's in turn 5.
Yeah, okay. I think that's probably closer to 7 or 8 seconds.
Okay.
I'm sorry, S Collective is clear to the tune of 7 or 8 seconds of that El Diablo car.
Mm-hmm.
Sean's pointing has been on point. Oh no, he got out of the car.
He got out, yeah. We haven't
Yeah.
had the update yet.
Yeah. These pit stops up in GTO have promoted the AE Victory Racing Supras now up into the top 3. Now they're not there on an even strategy, right? They do owe us a stop, and I don't. Yeah, they're definitely not going to be able to get to the quiet hour full course yellow, but doing well to stay kind of in touch with each other, even though they are losing a little bit of time to Billy Johnson up the road in the number 2.
Palomar's close to within 2.8 here. Lukunatic for the lead of GP2.
My timing behind? Oh, I guess it is. Well, that's with a pit stop for Palomar, but not the equivalent stop for Lugunatic.
So they're in the effective lead.
Yeah, by some margin.
And it says
and
Justin
that is
Rosenblum in the car, but I also had it in the chat that it was Matt Million. So I don't know what the actual answer is there.
Yeah, gap is 3 seconds.
Well, they made the stop. Oh no, it has said Justin Rosenblum all morning. Yeah, interesting. Yes.
Art cars.
Indeed. Some of ACP's art cars are better than others, to be honest with you.
I like this one.
Yeah. Ooh, tires. Early. Now this is interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, undid the lugs there. You got to get the tire off and on.
You said it's
This
stickers?
is really interesting to me.
Is this 2 Yokohama tires and 4 cans of Sunoco race fuel?
It's 2 left sides, as far as I can tell. Yeah, that's interesting. I would have waited for a Code 35 to try and do that, but it was a reasonably quick
It was pretty fast, yeah.
2 tire change. Maybe they think, well, we'll do the left sides early, get through into the afternoon, and then do them again under Code 35 with 2 to 3 hours to go.
Sure. That makes sense.
We get a look at those tires. We cut back to it. Yeah, I think we cut to it there after we had already gotten a close-up look at the tires. Our man Chris down in the pit lane did an excellent job of feeding us some information from a similar tire situation to the GTR 99 yesterday, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh, there's the battle for GP1, by the way. They were nose to tail, headed up over the hill at turn 4. S Collective leading El Diablo. This is on track anyway, the battle for third place in GP1. They should already have gone by the BRD Motorsports BMW.
That's Patrick Brunson at the wheel of the S Collective car.
Oh, job done. El Diablo passed S Collective. Just see some flicks of orange there in the mirror. Hello to Lunny Trackside, Chandler and Lunny, who joins us in the chat. Hi from Roundy Around World. Love the pit camera. Thank you. It's not our doing. It's our man Chris doing an excellent job. But also, congratulations are due to Mr. Lunny, who picked up his first parts win as an engineer.
Nice.
What team was that for?
Who does Sheldon Creed race for? Is it
Oh,
RCR?
it was Sheldon Creed.
Yeah.
Wow.
He
That is
a,
the Haas factory team.
Haas factory team. Thank you. Right. It was formerly Stuart Haas, right?
Is that also
Yes.
a Toyota team?
They are now Chevrolet.
Interesting. All right.
We're Ford.
Yeah. Shows you how little attention I pay to that sort of thing. But I did see Chandler post on social media last week, wasn't it? Down in Atlanta?
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, this was last week. I thought you
It
were
was
saying he
last
won
week.
yesterday. I was like,
No.
what?
No,
Okay.
no. One last week down there in Atlanta. Sheldon won. Obviously, Chandler being on that team. That's good stuff. Chandler, previously the
engineer at
race
Thunder Bunny.
engineer. Yes, exactly. Particularly in the BMW 350 and BMW 1 Series and Nissan 350 era.
Yep. You can do it too, folks. We had a university student from UNOH show up to the track, came in on Friday, mind you. Show up, talk to RJ. Was like, "Hey man, do you know if any teams need help?" RJ says, "Yeah, no, but if you wander around, you find somebody, whatever." And returned within an hour wearing a Team ACP vest. And so, yeah, no, they got me for another couple races. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, it happens fast. If you're watching this and you have somebody who's interested in racing and isn't in a financial position to just fund your way into doing the expensive thing, but wants to be around it as a crew member, it can be done, and WRL can provide that.
I mean, without being overly romantic about the experience, I guess, all you really need is a way in.
Yes.
Right? If you want to be in racing or racing adjacent, show up, right? Find a way to get involved on more than just a, well, I like to watch racing level.
Yeah.
And take the opportunities that present themselves to you. So if you're just a college student and you're looking for a way to get involved at a racing team, just show up to the track.
Right.
Right? Show
Assuming
up and ask
you-
if anybody needs help. Make those calls or ask those questions.
Assuming your school doesn't have Formula SAE or anything like that.
No, of course.
And like that, and that helps, obviously, but that's not, real world experience.
It does, but exactly, the at-track experience matters.
Yep.
Right, like being physically present at the track and being a part of the atmosphere. Yes, your head may spin the first time or two you're out there, and you may feel like you maybe don't belong, but push through that, and really commit yourself to being a part of whatever it is you can be a part of. Go find the people that need help or are willing to bring you in to help them. I got involved as a corner marshal, and that was my introduction to the sport. And once you're in, you find that like racing is a lot more accessible than I think people think that it is. Right? You don't have to have, in most cases, special qualifications. You don't have to know somebody to get involved. You just, go find the reason to be there and then go be there, and you will find that you actually do belong very quickly in a number of corners of the sport. So whoever that student was, like, number one, good on them for being here. But that is like a prime example of it is easier than you think to be involved in motorsports.
Yes. No, even just doing this, like as a matter of perspective, it's probably a little bit different because I work at a shop as part of my day job. But I have been offered by multiple teams that, like, hey, if for whatever reason you're not involved, let me know and you can come work the crew. And I'm not a great mechanic by any stretch of the imagination, and I certainly don't know the specifics about changing stuff out on a race car. It can't be that different from a regular car, but I'm not like a trained mechanic or anything, and I am able to provide use to people that are like, yeah, no, we'll pay for your food. You can come hang out and work on the car. Like, that's fine. And I just sit here and talk nonsense. So if I can do it, if you're remotely technically inclined and can work on a car, there's a spot for you.
Yeah, or if you don't want to wrench on cars, right? That's just not really your forte. Come observe. Come, kind of embed yourself in a team and see everything that they do, whether it's support staff, whether it's mechanics, whether it's, fueling or carrying tires, or it's strategy, and you want to sit and you want to learn and offer some, maybe not tell people how it's done, but, kind of keep your own notes and learn. I'm sure those opportunities are open as well. Just got to find the reason to be here and commit the time to doing it and being a part of it.
Jordan Taylor says he's going to talk to Fast Track Racing next Monday. I imagine that's going to be a problem for him, given that he's a Cadillac driver right now.
Not that Jordan Taylor.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Asian Plays says, I just got here. What's the first point of contact to joining a team? Just
pick up the
contact
phone.
the team. Yeah.
Pick up the phone.
Yep.
All the money's on the phone, they say.
Just like we just said, even if you feel like you don't belong, just get in touch.
Yeah.
Ask how it is you can be involved. You're interested in WRL. You're interested in this particular car. You want to learn X, Y, or Z. Just nobody's gonna, laugh you out of a conversation for asking about ways you can be involved. Racing
there is a
not
WRL
bad.
Facebook page. You can post on there. Hey,
Absolutely.
I live XYZ place. I'm driving distance to the track. Please let me do the thing. And somebody usually will respond and say, yes, that's fine.
WRL Racers Group, to be clear, is the name of the Facebook group.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah,
and then I've seen it happen where you do 2 or 3, events or even a couple seasons with one of these teams, and then you post in the racing jobs page. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Oh, this is getting dumb.
Man. Sorry, Ryan. You need
fine.
to carry on, but I'm just trying to direct some attention to the screen.
It's difficult to do so.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Sorry. The on-track action there was action with a capital A.
Say
out of turn number 8. Yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off. We're just chuckling through it. Go ahead. Finish the thought.
Anyway, if you work with a WRL team or an SCCA team or what have you for a season or two, I've seen this happen where then those people post on the racing job page where people get like paid for like full-time gigs. And then all of the team owners will chime in and be like, yep, I worked with him. He's the best. You do want to hire him.
Yeah.
And that's how people tend to get hired, I reckon.
Networking.
Relationships.
Yeah, recommendations. Those things do. I forgot about the Racing Jobs Facebook group. I stumbled into it a couple of years ago. I don't remember why.
I had a degree of hopefulness when I got on that and found that every PR person on the planet posts there. And I was not interested in the race to the bottom.
Yeah. So, there is a strong element of competition when it comes to expecting to be paid for, services that many people offer.
Yes.
And to some degree, you have to find a way to kind of carve out a niche for yourself.
Yep.
When it comes to that type of stuff, mechanics are always in demand, and experienced mechanics are very much in demand. The PR thing is tough.
It's real hard.
Yeah. My friend and yours, Alicia Busa, who I'm still not sure I've actually met, but is the PR for AE Victory Racing.
Yep.
And sends us all kinds of press releases and photos as the races wear on. I think previously had done marketing at Laguna Seca.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yes, I knew the name from somewhere, and I went back through a contact I had regarding the Monterey Historics a couple years ago, It's like, oh,
You know who else has their own PR firm now? Now that they've been out of the industry for a while,
who's that?
the racing industry is now his name is going to completely escape me. The guy that used to be the PR contact for the Thunderhill 25 hour, the nice one.
I'm gonna level with you, Ryan. I don't really remember the nice one.
You don't remember the nice one?
No, I don't.
Kyle Cabote.
Yeah, I don't think I met him.
He did all the photography stuff, basically. I think NASA had him on contract.
He was the Got Blue Milk guy?
No,
Okay.
no. But he worked with the Got Blue Milk guy to get the credentials handed out
Got
and
it,
did the
okay.
meeting and did all the other stuff.
Oh, nice.
But he also worked for Page One, who does the PR services for most of the car manufacturers in the Bay Area
Oh, cool. Okay.
when they're doing, press events and
Yeah.
press cars and stuff. And so he worked there for a while, and I just saw on LinkedIn that he has his own organization now.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it really is just about building up the relationships. In you go work for a firm or you go work for a team or whatever, you start meeting people and building those relationships, and you eventually get to a point where you say, okay, you know what, I can just do this. I know enough people now that are in my corner that I can make the jump here and really sell the service rather than,
Yep.
selling a skill.
If I'm not an experienced mechanic but would love to be experienced, also a good way to get experience is through picking up the phone as well, or do they want experience? So I can speak to this as a service manager at a shop, and I'm sure Jordan Taylor 1721 also knows this. If you don't have a piece of paper from UTI or Wyotech or whatever that says that you're a mechanic, the best way to start being a mechanic is to walk to your local Jiffy Lube and take a job there. And then don't break anything for a year. And if you don't break anything for a year at a Jiffy Lube, then you can get a job at a real mechanic place and as like an apprentice, and you can figure it out from there. Yeah, Chandler Lunny offering the good advice here. Went to the local karting track in Greenville, got to be friends with the owners, etc. There's so much of that as long as you have anything remotely close to you to make that opportunity, that's how you do it.
Yep.
I lived somewhere where that opportunity was not local to me, really.
Yeah.
I drove 90 minutes one way as a 16-year-old to try to create that.
And look how that worked out for you.
It's worked out great.
To be clear, Ryan showed up at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill one year where we happened to be commentating. I don't know. What it was at the
Brendan
time.
by
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah. Both of my personalities.
Yes.
Ryan said, how can I help? And we got him doing pit lane reporting, and 13 years later,
Here we are.
here we are.
Here we are.
Ryan's in Birmingham.
I do the camera angles that Brendan doesn't like.
I'm getting better. We're getting better with it. Mike Anderson says big contact at turn 5 for 54 and 13.
Which is the Singler car and the Porsche.
Yep.
Yeah. That is Alex Gutierrez and Caitlin Singler noted against those two cars. They both continued, best we can tell. That pit stop, by the way, that pit stop and tire change for the number 2, the 2 left side tires, has trimmed the lead gap down to 8.8 seconds. It had been upwards of 20 or 30. We've had the equivalent pit stops now for both of the AE Victory Toyota Supras. They sit 35 seconds off the back of the TCB Racing 246. So actually, I hadn't really been noticing the margin there. I thought they had been ceding more time than that over this first stint, and they were going to end up quite a bit further back off the TCB 246. That is not the reality. The reality is they're actually very much within striking distance there, and crucially, are still on the GTO lead lap, heading towards this quiet hour window. Actually, everybody back to GTR 99 at the moment is showing still on the lead lap, although it's getting a little bit close for that 99 BMW.
Yeah.
On top of that, also note the 410 is now dropping a little bit of time here. They've had a driver change over to Alfonso Santiago, and that puts them back from second before the stop to 6th place now. Should still hang on to the lead lap. They're not losing so much time that I think that'll be a risk. And anyway, I do wonder if the number 2 is likely to show some mercy there so as to not put them a lap down going into the red flag period. But let's wait and see. There goes the 410. That's 56 seconds off the lead. Let's see if we can try and pick up the GTR 99 on track. I know we have the onboard camera, but some defense may be necessary here over the next 15 to 25 minutes.
GTR 99 is going into turn 1.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah. And then not terribly far behind them. I think we're going to get the race leader. There goes the M4. S Collective in there as well. Just hang on this for a second. There's the 989. And there is the number 2. Tell you what, that's going to be tough. Matt Million in the chat just hopped out of the number 83 from the GP2 lead.
Yeah, he drove that thing to the front.
Craig, we're going to go with Checky. Is in now. Great effort from Team Palomar. A lot of fun this morning. It looked like a lot of fun. That E36 just looks like a hoot to drive. Like, it just looks like it does everything so well. For a car that's not big on power, it brakes well, it turns well, it really comes back in the throttle. You know, you can be kind of aggressive with it. Every time we see that car driven, it just looks like a joy.
We now have the question, how would I go about becoming a racer? And I'm going to give you the realest answer that nobody else is ever going to be this real about it. And I don't know why, because it just makes people upset when they do eventually learn. You need to have about $5,000 per weekend of racing available in your bank account.
Yeah.
So if you want to run 10 times a year, you need 50 grand.
Well, that's road racing.
Sure.
You can do other things that cost less. You know, local dirt tracks are a thing where, yes, okay, you can, at the top of most classes, yeah, there's some spending going on, but it's not that way everywhere. And you also don't have to go win things. If you just want to race on the weekends and not break your bank account wide open, then just, yeah.
To be clear, racing is not like any other sport insofar as you can go do it in your local city hall and sign up, and then you get to do it as a 12-year-old, and it's like pretty cheap. And then if you're good, you can like be good in high school, and like it's not free, but like you can do it for a pretty low cost, and then eventually someone sees you. That's not a thing that happens in racing. You have to spend a substantial amount of money in any racing discipline, frankly, to get noticed enough to where you no longer have to pay them. Jordan, how long do you think Carson's family had to give him money, and or he had to go get money to be in racing before he got paid? How many years?
Exact years, I don't know, but pretty much until he got to the truck series. So
probably like 10, probably 10 years,
just
5 years.
Yeah, maybe about 8 years, I would say.
Yes. So have a family capable of spending 8 years only paying for your racing to the tune of high 5 to low 6 figures. And then maybe.
To kind of tie this conversation together, racing is a little bit anachronistic in that way, right? If you want to be the athlete, you want to be the name, right? The recognizable name. And I'm not even saying at a professional level, just the name identifying activity. It is very hard to get into, right? Just from a financial perspective, like it has a very high barrier to entry.
Yep.
And it is unique in most, if not all, sports as being that way, where you have to have the money in order to get yourself started. And that poses a real problem to capturing people's interest in being the guy or the girl behind the wheel.
You know what other sport requires money to get started that I was not aware of?
What's that?
Bobsled, apparently.
Yeah, but there are other issues there.
I was not aware that was a pay-to-play situation.
There are also massive geographic concerns there as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
3 places in the U.S. Good luck.
Indeed.
Well, when Lee Diffie said that it's a 30 grand check you have to write, I was like, I'm sorry? What?
Yeah. So that barrier to entry is very high, but the rest of the sport, the barrier to entry to being adjacent to that action
super
is lower than any other sport. Like, I would say the barrier to becoming a corner marshal is substantially lower than the barrier to becoming a basketball or football referee.
Yes, 100%.
Like, substantially lower.
A professional one, anyway.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
You are way closer to it in racing. It is more exciting. It is more frantic. Frankly, the stakes on you are a little bit lower as well, so there's a little bit less pressure. There are fewer qualifications required. There is less athleticism required. Like, you're not running up and down a pitch or running up and down a court. So racing is uniquely anachronistic in that way, and I do kind of love that about it.
Nowadays, I'd say the athleticism is becoming more and more mandatory.
In what?
Racing.
I'm saying on the officiating side.
Oh, on the officiating. Got it.
Yeah. Right. You don't have to be fit to run up and down a soccer pitch or up and down a football field to stay with a play, right, in order to call it. In racing, you don't have to have that level of... And frankly, a lot of those referees and officials are former players. Ooh, that's an awkward place to show the nose. Yeah, you got to back out of that one. If you're not alongside going into 7, it's just not going to happen for you.
Palomar on pit lane.
Yeah, a
Taking
lot of
the
cars.
opportunity to top off.
I think a lot of cars here are going to try and get in and out before the safety car. We're just about at 10:40. Here comes a pit stop for the number 1. Oh boy, is that the 120? That's the 119, isn't it?
I believe, yes, the 119.
Yeah, black rear end, white roof. I think these are quick top-offs here. Get it sent. Stay on the lead lap is the name of the game here. If you can do this and get out in front of not just the class leader, but in particular the overall leader here in GTO, you'll be all right. The 99 has already gone through. Has the 99 lost the lap to the number 2?
So the 2 had pit.
Oh, the 2 pitted. Okay. All right. Yeah, then at this point, this is kind of a free opportunity here, as long as the TCB number 246 doesn't scoot through. And there's another 10 seconds in that, as compared to where the number 2 was. There is the 246. So that's really quick thinking. Number 1 by the 2 to make that stop. I really like that move. To pit from the lead and top off going into the code 35, or going into the safety car and the red flag. AE Victory 119, same thing. That's really heads up thinking. Interesting, the 120 hasn't made the same stop here, and I do wonder if this is just a split strategy sort of approach with those 2 cars. 282 and 246 both not making those pit stops here. I will say, I don't think if you're the 246, you try and pit when the full course yellow comes out. Being at the head of the queue to catch the back is substantially worse than just leading the field back to green. Palomar with a top off, according to Mike Anderson.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, as we watch the pit cycle develop here, as we get towards the end of the first chunk of racing today, I've got Connor Ackelbein and Maurice Suh in the booth with me. How's it going, gentlemen?
Good. How's it going, Ryan?
Not too shabby. Get that a lot closer. There you go.
Yeah, I did that ECR too.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. Been a great day.
Glad to hear it. So, Connor, you're back again. We chatted at ECR. How's it been so far?
It's been great. It's been quite an interesting weekend. We had a bit of an issue on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
We had a rod just throw itself on the back straight, so we had to replace the motor. Had one of our awesome crew guys drive out to South Carolina, pick up a new motor.
Geez.
And for the Saturday race, they got it installed by 6 a.m. and we took the green on 9. And yeah, we went from last to first yesterday, and we secured the win. So I was pretty speechless.
Yeah, that's an incredible story to have been able to tell, that you go from no motor to winning the race in the same day. Like, that's pretty awesome. I think that's a best case scenario when you come to a WRL race and you have problems, is that you want to get the problems sorted away quickly enough that you can get back out there. And in this case, you're able to make that happen. The motors in South Carolina, was that where the cars are built and they were able to get you a motor, or where'd you find the motor?
Now, I think if my sources are right, these cars come straight from Japan, from Toyota.
Okay.
And then, yeah, they do make some parts out in South Carolina and in California for Toyota, I believe.
Okay.
So I think that they did just pull that specific part, the motor, from from South Carolina.
Got it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So the car's been good, obviously, if you're able to drive it to the front and win. Tell me about the difference here in this car specifically between this and Eagles Canyon.
Well, for one, is just the elevation. Eagles Canyon is a lot more flat compared to this track.
Yep.
This track has got a ton of good elevations. We're sitting in front of turn 5 here. It's downhill, and then you're coming straight back up to the uphill. Then you got corners like roller coaster, where same sort of deal where you have the elevation changes. So those can really take into effect. It's another factor to make you tired. Another thing the car has to do to turn and handle better.
Right.
So there's definitely a few things different from Barber to Eagles Canyon, and elevation would definitely be the main thing.
How has the Code 35 been going for you? There's a wide variety of opinions about Code 35, as I think we're about to go double yellow here for the quiet time.
Okay.
So the 48 is just coming back out of the pit lane here. And I think they have done it. They're caught at the end of pit road here.
Oh, but they're not going to make it out.
No, they're not. They're stopped. But that's what you want. That's what you want, because
Okay.
you're going to have to come in now. I think everybody else has to come by.
They're
Well, no, because they haven't sent the pace car out. The 62 is going to go past the pit wall. Where is the leader? Is the leader the Roberts car?
No, leader
No,
should
it's
be the
TCB.
246.
It's TCB. Okay. So they just let the 62 by.
So leader should be coming through 12, I believe.
Okay.
oh, leader's in.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, if the leader's in, then they're going to pick up the
I didn't catch who the
Blitzkrieg
car
cars,
was.
hopefully,
Yeah.
maybe?
Whoever the car directly behind the leader was on track will be the
Okay.
car to get picked up.
There's kind of a gaggle here. The safety car is going to get going and try to gather who they need to gather. The leader is in. So with the 62 going by, I just want to make sure. That's not gone well for El Diablo then, because now they're going to lose a lap to the 62, or most of a lap.
They will go to the back of the queue.
Oh, but they'll go to the back of the line. So
Exactly, yeah. So
okay.
these cars that are going to queue up at the end of the pit lane are going to be released first, then the safety car queue when we go back to racing at 12:0 whatever.
Okay, so they'll have lost a position, but they'll be at least on the same lap.
So basically, it's like pitting under safety car. This
Right.
functions as pitting under safety car, right? You
Yep.
get released to the back of the queue, but you've got a full tank of fuel, and in the case of the 246 here, you're going to have fresh tires as well.
Excellent. And so the rest of the cars are going to come through. We've got about 15 minutes or so to get this squared away before the quiet time, so no trouble there. We'll be all right. Anyway, as we were saying, Connor, how do you like the Code 35 situation here? I know that it doesn't bunch up the field as much as a safety car would and give you that opportunity to get back in the game, but you're also less likely to get hosed on a safety car by coming out. The safety car comes at the wrong time, then you're most of a lap down. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I kind of like the safety car. Those restarts are just so adrenaline pumped.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
It's a lot of fun. But when it comes to strategy for endurance racing and driver changes and fuel changes, those Code 35s are seeming to be really, really beneficial for just the whole long-term strategy.
Right.
Rather than being behind the car, I feel like they do help out quite a lot.
I think so too. Absolutely. And then, Maurice, this is your first foray into racing, I understand it. So, Code 35 procedure, the whole nine, that's all new to you, right?
All of it's new, but it makes perfect sense.
Mhm.
It seems like it's, especially for endurance racing, it's the right approach in terms of like keeping everyone's space in the right place.
Right.
It's for me getting used to it's a little challenging. Make sure we keep right at 35.
Right.
But beyond that, it makes perfect sense.
Gotcha. Do you guys have a pit limiter button on the car, or are you just manually doing the 35?
We're manually doing
it.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of discussion around that earlier because we had a car that was, I believe, a GT4 car to have a pit limiter button, but they were not optimizing their line for 35 miles an hour and leaving a bunch of time on the table, whereas the car behind was like getting frustrated.
Yeah.
So it's always something that we talk about here for sure. So do you guys use the speed, or do you know which shift light you need to be at? How are you making that decision?
I'm looking at the speed.
Okay.
I kind of just take it as a pop it in fourth gear and just like act like I'm driving home.
Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, Maurice, what made you decide to get into racing here, and how did you find Fast Track as a result and the Dream Machine program?
It's a great question. So I co-chair our firm's sports law group.
Okay.
And I've done some work on the business side of motorsports.
Oh, excellent.
So,
okay.
I've done work in F1. I've done some work in drag racing. I've done some work in NASCAR.
Got it.
And through all of that, I mean, for example, I did the sponsorship deal between MoneyGram and Haas when Ural Kali went out due to sanction.
Sure.
And I met a lot of drivers, and I met a lot of principals, and they were, one thing they said over and over, because a lot of them had come from a bike racing background, which I had been, not motorcycles,
right,
but actual
cycling.
bicycles. That I should try it. I went out a couple times with some of the drivers, and they said, you know what, you should go give it a shot.
Right.
I also have been fortunate to do quite a bit of work with Toyota. So Toyota actually introduced me to Eagles Canyon and Brad Flack and Livio there.
Right.
And so that was my start, really, which was really not very long ago.
Okay.
And it's been a thrill a minute.
Right.
Since getting into it.
Absolutely. No, you gotta have a pretty dense program there if they're trying to get you ready for racing. Obviously, you're gonna have all the things. And we were speaking with Zach earlier about the program and how it's set up and the preparation. Was that something? It sounds like you were at least racing adjacent. Were you prepared for that level of intensity to get ready?
Level intensity was really not a problem. I played other sports before.
Okay. Well, if you did the cycling.
It's there you're the motor, so
right.
When you go faster, it hurts more.
Yes, absolutely.
I guess this hurts more in a different way, but it hurts physically. But real shout out to Eagles Canyon and the coaches there. It's a top-notch program. The coaching has been excellent.
Good.
And frankly, everyone there has just been a real pleasure to work with.
Absolutely.
And it's been a great weekend. It's been a great weekend.
Good. Glad to hear it. Is this something that you're dipping your toe into to see if you like it, which is part of the Dream Machine program, or is this something that you now see yourself as like, I think I want to keep going?
No, actually, I think it's something I want to keep doing.
Okay, perfect.
If my wife is listening, she's probably throwing something at the wall right now. But
sure.
But no, it's generally in my life, I'll tell you, I've done all kinds of crazy things. I think it's important to always push yourself, try things, and you'd be surprised at what results from that.
Absolutely.
It's much more of a psychological issue in most cases than a physical one. And so, of course, for this sport, it's great that way.
Right.
It's great.
And you got the huge reward, too, out of just trying it. You come out here to your first race, and then yesterday you were on the podium.
Yeah, I was told that doesn't happen very often.
Not at all.
I really give credit to the team and to my teammates who just did a fabulous job. I mean, the team, the pit crew out there is just phenomenal. They've told me what to do and if I don't hear them, then they say it louder, which is which is perfect.
Sure.
So all of it has been fantastic. But yes, I feel very lucky. I feel very fortunate. It's been, as Connor said, just a phenomenal first weekend, and I guess you couldn't ask for a better first race experience.
Absolutely. Right? It's a good illustration of, I think, this flavor of racing. That you don't get so much in F1, you don't get so much in NASCAR, at least nowadays, because the level of operation there for most of the teams is so high. But when you're somewhere where you get a weird result thrown up every now and then, you have to be with a good team. You got to be with somebody like Fast Track Racing to at least get you into the position where if something does happen, you're there to capitalize on it. And as long as you're doing what you need to do and you keep the car safe, you can get a cool result like this, even if it's your first time out. And I think it's unique to sports car racing and unique to endurance racing, too, that you get a lot more of those results that come out of it. I remember, Brendan, what year was it that Falcon Tire won the Petit Le Mans overall?
2014?
Yeah, 14, so that was a lot longer ago than I would have thought. But Falcon Tire had a Porsche GT car that it used to be at the time that their rain tire, in 2014 was the rain tire to beat. And they went through and passed all of the prototypes, which are substantially faster than the dry, as I'm sure you're aware, and ended up winning the race overall, which is something that I don't think has happened. Has that happened ever, that the GT car beat a prototype for the overall? It has? Okay.
Mhm.
At Petit Le Mans?
Oh, no.
No, that's what I thought. I was like, it hasn't been that long that that's been a race. But the point being, they were not the fastest over the course of the season. They were typically, a top 5, top 7 runner, but never quite had the pace in the dry. But the team was good enough that they put themselves in a position to capitalize when that opportunity came, and the opportunity was it dumped rain for like 4 hours, and it worked. And so being able to do that and see that repeat itself time and time again in endurance racing is really cool, because it gives you that idea that, this is worthwhile, this is worth doing. And like I said, with Fast Track and Eagles Canyon, they know how to put a car together. They know how to keep you in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, to your point, it's so interesting to see motorsports from the perspective of doing it versus the business side of it.
Right.
I mean, it's all the things that you look at and you take for granted and you assume are going to happen on the business side.
Mm-hmm.
You realize, you always realize it, but you really feel how much effort needs to go into to doing everything right. And all of motorsports is obviously a team sport. Mm-hmm. On some level, and very much the team really matters.
Absolutely, 100%. It's the people you surround yourself with, and it's part of what I like about WRL is you have this variety of teams that are here. You've got folks like FTR that are setting up cars at like a professional level that are still competitive with 3 or 4 guys that come out and do it 3 or 4 times a year from their garage, that they know that car, it's the only car they drive, and they come to these 3 or 4 tracks, and that's all they do, and they go back to their day job. And you're able to compete with those people on, even footing. We talked about at the beginning of the day yesterday that there's a lot of entrants that are local to Eagles Canyon that I think did better at Eagles Canyon than they might do here, because it is their home track. You get a little bit of that home field advantage, and being able to go out and challenge yourself and come here and see, what kind of result you get, I think is the best way to measure, being able to grow your skill set in that way.
Yeah. Well, like what Connor was saying, it's a very technical track.
Yep.
And of course, I've been driving on Eagles Canyon, and
sure.
It's this is the first time I've been on this track, and just that learning curve on a new track. We had a day of practice, and then here we are. So
yep, absolutely. So Connor, the season's going well for you then. If you're able to take home a great result yesterday, hoping for a great result today. I was just checking here, but you're looking for the rest of the season, right?
Yeah,
cool.
Definitely.
What are the highlights going to be for you this season, as far as tracks, as far as places to go? What are you looking forward to?
Definitely going back to some of the bigger IMSA tracks, Road America, Sebring, Coda.
Right.
Those are always just like super fun, fast tracks. We have a bunch of cars there. Mm-hmm. Great atmosphere, a lot of heritage, a lot of history behind it with the sport. I just love stuff like that, especially
Absolutely.
Here. That's why I love coming here. The museum here is phenomenal.
Super cool.
Breathtaking.
I'm not even the Barber Historical Museum is, I believe, a like 80 to 90% motorcycles situation. Yeah. I'm not a motorcycle guy, but you walk in there. Did you get to go?
I haven't yet. I'm dying to go.
It's gorgeous the way they have it laid out in there, and it really makes you take a step back and go, oh wow, like this, and pulls you in like a good museum should. That even if it's something that you don't really know about, not really interested in, you should feel that pull of wanting to go through it, and that's really how it feels here. And it's a great place to hang out, great place to go racing, great place to bring your family. But go to the IMSA tracks is cool too. Are you looking forward to that, Maurice?
I am. I'm planning on doing some of the 86 Cup races.
Oh, perfect. So, you do those too, yeah.
So that this was largely in preparation for some of those, but these events, I've been having such a great time. I'd love to do more WRL events.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you going to do Arlington then?
No.
No. Okay.
I have a schedule conflict.
That's quick.
Yeah, I have a schedule conflict for Arlington.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think later on in the season.
Okay, perfect. And so, what track are you looking forward to most then on the 86 schedule?
I think Coda.
Coda, yeah.
Actually, I think Coda.
It's a big track, and Connor, correct me if I'm wrong. Having only done it on the sim, right? I like Coda because it is a wide F1 track, especially if you're talking about like racecraft and trying to get stuff done. You have multiple different opportunities, multiple different lines that you can experiment with to do what you need to do, especially in like a mixed class setting. But even for GR Cup, where you're packed together, I imagine that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. You just have so much room to play with, and it really kind of changes the dynamics of the car a little bit.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, like you're just able to, turn one, for example, going up that hill, you just have so much room.
Right.
In some of these cars, the Formula One cars, the GT3 cars are a lot bigger and wider.
Yep.
But these cars, you just feel like you can really stretch your arms out. You can just keep it flat, and try a few things out, see what works, see what doesn't. And long race there too. So
Sure.
A lot to just play out and figure out.
I'm curious, on a GR86 Cup car, do you trim it out for somewhere like COTA? Is that a thing that can be done? Can you trim the wing out and make it a little bit quicker in the straight lines, or is the arrow kind of the arrow and you just work within that?
I'm not entirely sure. I've never driven the Cup car, actually, believe it or not.
Okay.
But I would assume there's maybe a tiny bit amount, but nothing too crazy, because that's a spec series.
Right,
so
exactly.
Probably not a lot of tuning going on.
Sure. I mean, you got to adjust alignment settings and things like that, obviously, for probably a little bit to taste, but absolutely. How has the weather impacted the tire specifically today and yesterday? I think when I looked at the weather forecast when I was coming through, on Tuesday, Wednesday, I expected it to be kind of overcast all weekend, and it's actually turned out to be sunny, which is great to hang out and be at the track, but maybe not what people were expecting tire-wise. How's that gone for you?
Yeah, so like on Friday, I only had a short session, but I can feel it. The track stays cooler.
Right.
There's overcast and there's a little bit of water on the track, so you can just keep going for your entire session, and you don't really feel the tire fall off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yesterday in the race, you get an hour and 10 minutes in, and you really start feeling the grease and stuff,
right.
and the slick part of the track from all the cars rubbing, wearing the track surface down.
Right.
So it really becomes a little more slick to where you have to be a little more smooth, I'd say, because at the beginning where everything's cold and, kind of on like stilts, you can really shove it in and then it'll heat up. But if you go over the limit with the tire at the heat, then it doesn't really work out.
It compounds. We were talking about this earlier because the GTR 99, they have their Motec display on their onboard. And it's got the pressures and it's got the fuel flow actually on it too. But the pressures, and you could see as it would start to climb up, the car was getting more and more loose. And it's like, as soon as the car gets loose, now you're going to heat the tires up and it's going to be easier to get it loose. And it's really hard to stop that spiral from happening.
Oh, 100%. Especially coming through the last corner here where it's a very, very fast right-hander where you're loaded up a bunch.
Right.
If you go out too wide, you're going to really heat up those outside tires. And then your next run, you're going to feel it.
Gotcha.
So, playing the tires safe now that everything's super dry and it's super hot now.
Right.
The track is, I'd consider, pretty hot.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just all about maintaining that tire and feeling when it's getting too greasy and, hey, I pushed this lap, I did a really good lap, but maybe I should lean it off.
Right.
Maybe, half a second maybe, just so I don't blister the tires and ruin them, because we actually did have a tire pop yesterday. I think it was on your car.
On ours, 986, it was my teammate Paul, and car spun.
Okay.
I think right at the top.
Right up. But that's the best place to do it because you can get the car back and you don't have to wait and come right in and change the tire. Yeah. What are some concrete things that you've taken away from this weekend? You have a little bit of on-track experience doing track days and such, but a race, a whole different beast. What are some, like, 2 or 3 concrete things that you've learned being here that you're going to take with you?
I think the first thing really is just to trust your intuition as to what's happening. I mean, you get so much instruction and there's so many things to keep in mind. At some point, really, the biggest takeaway is to just trust intuition. And trusting that intuition has helped me lots of times yesterday, and I hope will keep on helping me today.
Right.
But that's the first thing. I mean, all the other kind of rules of driving and tips and everything else, like, those are just things to learn from. But to actually compete, for me, on this sport or other sports, has always been more about feel.
Yeah.
And I think that, for me, is where I'm still looking, obviously, to develop over and over, not just here, but everywhere, right? Just have a good sense of feel as to what's happening in your sport. And that that to me is the biggest source of improvement.
Perfect. Well, gentlemen, I don't want to keep you from presumably your lunch during the quiet hour. I'd imagine that's when the teams have planned the lunch. Do you have anything else you want to add before you go?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just want to thank everyone here at the track for putting on such a great experience. You know, the atmosphere, everything is so well run. It's a beautiful facility. It's just a pleasure to be here.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Maurice and Connor, for coming and spending time with me. You guys are always welcome. Anything cool, anything neat pops up, please come talk about it. I'd love to chat more.
For sure. Yeah.
Awesome.
Huge shout out to our crew for pulling it all together this weekend. Those guys are awesome.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fast track racing guys, best in the business, keeping the cars on track, giving you a good car to be able to go out there and win with. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Completely professional.
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you.
Yep.
So before we step aside here at DriverSeye Live, just to provide a quick overview of where things stand and what to expect when we come back to green. Looking at a combination of live timing and the video we have from up on top of the race control tower. Your race leader is the number 410 ACP Tangerine BMW. That car did not pit in at any point surrounding this full course yellow. The number 2 is the lead car on track. Remember, that was one of the very first cars to pit and top off under green before we came to the code 35. So that car has completed 97 laps. It was the first car behind the 410 to complete 97 laps. The AE Victory Racing number 119 has done the same thing. Those cars are all in the queue behind the safety car, right? So they parked behind the start-finish line will come through to complete lap number 98. DCB Racing number 246 is in the queue past start-finish ahead of the safety car by virtue of having pitted under the full course yellow. So that will be the 4th car to come through and complete lap 200 and to complete lap number 98. Same thing goes for the 282 and the number 128 Victory Racing Supra. So those cars all in an order are correct, with the exception that 1, 2, and 3 are going to be in the queue behind the safety car. 4, 5, and 6 are going to be released first and have to go catch the back of the lineup, right? If that all makes sense. They're going to have to rush around when everybody gets released and go try and catch the back of the line. Actually, the GTR 99 is in that lineup as well. I actually just couldn't tell if that was the 989 or the 99 that was at the tail end of the camera, or the tail end of that line ahead of the Rapscallion car. It is the 99. GP 1, 2, 3, etc. are going to be a little bit harder for us to parse because we don't know exactly where those cars are in relation to the overall leader and who is going to get kind of split by that overall race leader. Without knowing who is where in the lineup, it's going to be a little bit difficult to make that make sense. But your GP1 leader on the road anyway, having completed 92 laps, is the number 616 from BRD Motorsports. Remember that the 48 of El Diablo Motorsports is at the very head of the queue in the pit lane there. That car now sits in 5th place in GP1. So in theory, anyway, Harrison's back there as well, but they're not in GP1, of course. Blitzkrieg, I actually don't see in the lineup there. So I think it's going to be the top 5 cars in GP1 that are on the lead lap in that class. The 48 will be at the very tail end of the line, having completed... Ooh. Actually, I don't know about that. Now that I do a little bit of thinking here, BRD has completed 92 laps.
Yeah, they will essentially be almost a lap, or they are a lap ahead. Yes.
Yeah. That's a huge break for the 616. Oh, wait, they're at the head of the queue. Yeah, exactly right, JT. So they're at the head of the queue, just up ahead of the TCB number 282. You see there the white E46 between the 2 TCB cars. They've completed 92 laps. All the other cars in GP1 will come through to complete 92, and then the 616 will catch the back of the queue. So that's extremely well done. And if you like, a little bit lucky there for that BRD Motorsports crew to get the better part of a lap on the GP1 field. That is really, really well done.
Mm-hmm.
different circumstances, but also found themselves in the class lead at a similar point in the race yesterday. GP2 Lagunatic is one of the first cars behind the safety car. Palomar will be in that queue, actually a little bit further back, has not crossed the line. So those cars will be fundamentally nose to tail when we go back to green. Just three other class cars in between them. So that's just a quick look at where things stand headed through this quiet hour. We've got about 50 minutes before we get to that point. Ryan is going to go head out and reset some cameras during the quiet hour here. We're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live, let everybody stretch their legs a little bit. Everybody have lunch, take care of some pets, and we will all rejoin you here on the other side from Barber Motorsports Park, the Sunday 7-hour enduro at the WRL Endurance Masters. Myself, Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West. We'll all be back on the other side with producer Jordan Worth just right about at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 o'clock Central for the concluding 4-hour stint from Barber Motorsports Park. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the World Racing League at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. We have reached the conclusion of the quiet hour. We're going to get back underway with some racing action as soon as we get the field restacked here.
With a new safety car, I believe.
Yes. I believe one of the... This is an interesting one for you, JT. One of the safety cars was a turbocharged Mondial.
Yeah, it was actually out yesterday, too.
Yes, it was. That car was pulled out of the safety car queue and replaced with Kurt's 911 GTS.
Ah, okay.
Which has the F1 turbo setup thing. Have you read about that, JT?
I have not, no.
So the GTS Porsche has like hybrid regen, but they work it like the hybrid system on the F1 car from last year, where it uses the hybrid system to turn up the turbos and then regens off the turbos under deceleration.
Okay.
So it's instant power. You get all of the turbo instantly.
Gotcha. And all harvesting from the brakes? Or is that from transmission?
I believe it harvests from the transmission. All right, so we're just going to complete our wave-by procedure here, which Brendan outlined earlier before we went back to the yellow and red flag session. So the vehicles that were caught behind the safety car will now be allowed through, and they'll be allowed to rejoin the tail end of the field, which is going to reshuffle things a hair here. So if you look at the live timing right now, it's not going to be quite accurate. It's going to look really goofy. I would implore you not make any assumptions until we've gotten back underway. Now this is the... Well, no, because they didn't pick up the leader because the leader had pitted. This was the next car behind the... Either next car on track or next car behind the leader. So this should be a semi-accurate timing picture as it goes through. We'll just see who the overall leader is. I believe it will be the Ligier, but I think they'll owe us a stop. Again, once we get everything restacked, it'll be more clear. No, it's showing the ACP with... I'm going to wait.
Yeah, because that car was more than a lap down at the time.
Right.
So it should, I believe, be the... I think possibly the 410 should be our leader.
Okay. All right. And of course, we'll wait and see how everything else shuffles out in the meantime. We're just getting the field restacked here, just about completed. And then the safety car will peel off and we'll go back to green flag racing.
Looks like pace is getting a bit quicker here.
We're going to get one more lap under yellow here. The 986 is going to try desperately to catch the back of the queue here. They should be able to, because again, I believe we have one more lap. Or the light's out.
It looks like the light's out. And
light's out. Okay, so we're going to go green here, most likely. That's going to put Cajun Canuck and the 986 on the back foot here. They're not going to catch the queue.
Yeah,
Pace car is in, so the Ligier is going to take the green flag here. 779 of Lagunatics, I believe they are the leader. Yes, they are. So it's the GP2 leader tucked in right behind the 678. The 54 is going to go down the inside of the 778, or 779, excuse me. And we'll try to stay nice and clean here on the way down into turn one. And so now the timing is going to be a little bit more accurate here. The order should be correct. So you've got 779 Lagunatic from Palomar, from Eagles Canyon, from Fast Track in GP2. GP1, you're going to have BRD, PC Racing, S Collective, Open Throttle, and then El Diablo. And then GTO, if my thing would scroll. Yeah, 410 ACP with Tangerine Associates is going to be the leader there, followed by the number 2. Now, keep in mind, everybody who pitted immediately before the red flag time does have most of a tank of fuel, but for those who didn't, they probably only have about half a stint remaining and are currently gambling on a Code 35 situation to develop so they can take the cheap pit stop and not lose a ton of time. So it's going to take us about, what do you figure, JT, about 45 minutes to see how the strategy is going to have played out?
Yeah, we'll start to see inklings of those who gamble a bit earlier.
Right.
Before we get to that 45-minute mark. But yeah, we'll definitely need to start seeing how the stint evolves to see, you know, where everybody's going to be at right now. Things are still a little bit confusing, but right now, basically, your top 7 in GTO are all on the lead lap. They're all within 10 seconds of each other.
And the 2 is going to go right by the 410. I imagine that's the 410 letting him go.
The traffic density is a bit nuts at the moment.
Yep. And, you know, not wishing any ill on anybody. Wow. That Harrison car tried to go down the inside of one of the open throttle cars into turn 1 there. Didn't quite get that done. That's a whole gaggle in a pretty high commitment part of the circuit there going into turns 1 and 2. Everybody has stayed clean so far. I think the GTO car is just now starting to get sorted out. The 120 is going to take the 779 really late on the brakes into turn 5. Jordan, I'm not sure if you're aware, I switched the 2 cameras. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? So now we have neither. Great. So now this one's working. Okay, whatever. That's awesome. All right, well. I played with that as much as I could. Not really successful there. Blitzkrieg taking a ton of the curve on the inside there of turn 7. Waiting for everything to sort itself out here. So S Collective is going to be right on the back of PC Racing here shortly. They're about, let's see, 3 seconds behind last time by. That is for position. So it's the blue and white BMW with Rob Williams behind the wheel. And then the S Collective number 140 with Patrick Brunson, who was driving the car before the quiet time. Got a trio of Supras coming through turn 1 here.
Not too much further behind them, you do have the 62 from Open Throttle and the 48 from El Diablo.
Yep.
BRD Motorsports does lead the class with almost a lap on these cars, having, you know, perfectly timed the pit stop before our quiet hour.
Indeed. Just looking to see if we've had an update here. Yeah, BRD with a substantial margin over the rest of the field.
Meanwhile, in GP2, it is Lunatic Racing with about a 5-second lead over the 83 Palomar. 83 at Palomar had come in just before our quiet hour to top off. Lunatic have pit quite a bit earlier than that. So they are due to pit much sooner than the 83 BMW.
The 119 of AE Victory Racing, no driver currently listed. I know they have the puck working from time to time. They are 4 seconds behind the 410, which is another 2 or 3 seconds back from the team car, the number 2. So the 119 in with a shout here, currently on the podium, and hunting for the front of the field. Steve Strymer in the number 2, Jose Santiago in the 410.
Yeah, this the 678 from Rapscallion is leading this little group of cars here. That is holding up TCB's both cars, the 120 and the 99. You see them all jumbled together here. So that lead car, the black, blue, and yellow one, that is not on the lead lap, but every car behind is. All fighting for 4th place in GTO at the moment as the first Supra gets through the 246 on the inside of turn 5. Here comes another TCB Supra. This is going to be the 282. We need to keep an eye out for the 120 Supra as well as the 99 BMW. There goes the other Supra, and it looks like the BMW is going to get caught a bit here. Driver's right here. Oh, yep, there we go to driver's right. It's going to try to go the outside here. The Rapscallion's going to check up a bit.
Plenty of pace there to get that move done. You can see a lot further down the track than I think you can when I place that camera.
That was good heads-up driving from the Rapscallion driver there, realizing that there's a very big battle going on directly behind him, and he's not in it. So,
sure thing.
Best case scenario is to get out of the way.
That's going to be Anik Patel, I believe.
Yeah, reduce any risk that could possibly ruin your day. Get in behind them and go off, run clean laps, hopefully stick with them, and continue on.
Well, updated gaps now. The number 2 of ACP with Tangerine Associates, a 134.6, whereas the 2 cars behind the 410 and the 119, a 137. So they've eked out a little bit of a gap there. 7.5 seconds back to the team car. I was showing a Nick Patel with the TCB Racing, so I don't know if that was accurate. But that driver, about 4 seconds, as you were saying, behind the 119. So this battle for 2nd and 3rd is definitely on.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the battle for... I mean, guess 2nd through 5th, covered by, what, 5 seconds, 8 seconds?
Yeah, I'd say relatively so, yeah.
Yeah. AE Victory, another 1/10 behind TCB last time by. So this top 6, the GTR 99, top 7, they're all at the front here.
Yeah.
So basically the whole front of the GTO field is in play.
Yeah, you'll see them coming through turns 11 and 12 right here. Just nose to tail, these 4 GTOs.
GTR 99 hounding the back of what I believe to be the Stoic car. Or are they all named TCB now?
I'm not... So the one it's directly behind is the 120. So that is an AE Victory car.
Okay. But that's the 282 in front of...
Oh yeah, it looks like
the GTR 99. So that's... Yeah, that just updated.
Yeah, so the 120 did get past the 282 and is currently now harassing the 246.
The 120 making some headway here. Trying to get back up to the sister car. Two hours and 42 remaining here. Again, once we get the stop situation figured out, it'll be a little bit easier to see what the picture looks like for the rest of the race. That, of course, precludes any Code 35s from occurring. So if Code 35 pops up, that's going to throw another wrench in the works. But a pretty straightforward short dash to the end here. Wow, nose to tail, absolutely nose to tail. That gaggle of Supras plus the BMW at the end. I think the AE Victory car is starting to get a little bit impatient here. I don't think they're pleased to be being held up by the 246. GTR 99 taking a completely different line, wants a little bit of air over that car, I reckon. That 120, I don't think is going to be close enough to try and move into turn 1. Moving into turn 1 always pretty tough. You're going to basically have to have it done, or at least be substantially alongside before you get to the apex. And indeed, they're on the outside now. Still trying to go with him. I think the back two cars just sitting up a little bit here. I think seeing the vibe of the 120, desperate to get by here. They're going to try a move on the inside, and I think that's going to be done. A nice, clean move by the 120. They're going to be able to set off in pursuit of the team car. So now it's AE Victory, TCB, TCB, and then GTR in this grouping. The 119 still holding on to a 4-second gap up to the 410. The 410 now 10 seconds behind the leader. So the number 2 is starting to check out a little bit here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to catch them. But again, as we've been speaking about, there's strategy yet to play out. So it's not totally sorted yet. There's the 119, and then there's the 120 right behind. Yep, so that's the 119 hitting the apex there, and then the 120, and then that gaggle of TCB cars with GTR. Jeffrey Siegel in the car. Culture Porsche letting everybody through. Runs a little wide there.
We can also see just a bit further ahead the 410 as well.
Yep. AE Victory doing well. It's Brianna Schubert in the car right now, doing well to hold on to the back of the 410. Matching them lap for lap right now. And now this group of 3 is going to be held up just a little bit by the lap traffic. They're going to try to, ooh, I think a checkup that was not expected. That's going to allow the GTR 99 to go around the outside of one of the TCB cars. Is now going to have a look at the 246. I think content to hold station here. Right rear tire, right side tire is getting a little toasty. Again, I think it's too late to have made a difference, but there is a little bit of cloud cover going on. So it should help track temps, but again, the track's already really up to temperature. And indeed, that TCB car is in the wall on the run to turn 5. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like when they were having to check up with the Boxster ahead of them, they may have put a wheel off and went driver's right. Yeah, we're seeing the full course yellow here. There we go. Flags coming out to show code 35 here. Now the entire field comes down to 35 miles an hour. This gives me the opportunity here to address a bit of confusion. We might have touched on it earlier and I might have missed it, but I believe our timing tower is incorrect.
All right, you are out on a code 35 track. Sorry, bud. Yeah.
Looks like the 678, I think that is, on pit lane getting fuel. Yep, confirmed here. Looks like also a driver change as well. Previous driver helping with the belts. keep an eye out to see if anybody else here comes in. That looks like Lagunatix. That is well timed for them. After Palomar had topped off previously before we had the quiet hour. So this is going to be very helpful for them. This will give Palomar the lead back. Or it should anyways. Palomar might come in the top off. We'll have to keep an eye out. But they'll have a lot less fuel to put in. Away goes the 140 from S Collective. One of the open throttles coming into its box as well. We also see Blitzkrieg. That is the 242 BMW M3. Currently running 6th in class at the moment. It looks like the 989 coming down pit road as well. They're coming in from 3rd in GP2 at the moment. So you can see the 282 being moved onto the flatbed for recovery. In comes the 410. That's a good call. It's going to come park directly behind, I believe, the sister car, the 2, which had been the GTO leader, which is away. In comes a 54. In comes, looks like, both of the AE Victory Supras and GTR.
So this is exactly what everybody who didn't pit right before the red flag session was hoping for. I mean, you never want to see somebody in their day, obviously crashing, but at the same time, this code 35, shortly after the red flag is what you need to make the strategy work. And that's what I was talking about before, where you need to leave yourself probably a 20 or 30-minute window of fuel on the other side. That way, if you do have this opportunity, you can take it. So this is going to jumble up the order again. We'll have to wait again to see where the order shakes out.
Yes.
I think BRD owes a stop. Do I have that right? No?
No, they timed their stop perfectly with the quiet hour. So they should be good to my knowledge.
Apologies for that, gentlemen.
All good.
Do I need to reset the timer?
Yeah.
Issue we have?
I think the issue was we had started with 7 hours, and the timing kept running during the quiet hour. So
I thought I had gotten it right, but maybe I set the target time wrong. Just give me a second on that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I assume we did 3 hours from the green flag to the quiet hour, and then we are 4 hours after the quiet hour.
Okay, it should be correct now. 3 hours 32 remaining is what I'm showing on the monitor.
Sweet.
This is the 282 on the wall here at turn 4, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately. It was a very awkward moment with traffic. I think they may have put a wheel off. At just a horrible time coming over that rise, and just unfortunately went driver's right.
It's so interesting, that corner. When you look back at pro races that happen here, very rarely do you see accidents up there at turn number 4, just because it kind of looks like a kink. And in a single class format, generally it's not really a passing zone or a too wide zone unless something happens at the exit of turn 3. But in a multi-class environment, you're accelerating hard, climbing the hill. If you get a good run out of 3, you draw up alongside somebody, and with it being a blind crest, the road doesn't narrow, like literally narrow, but it does effectively narrow.
Yeah,
because of the way the grip goes away as you come over the top of the hill. And very easy to drop the wheel off. I remember I think every year I've been at the track, somebody either on the Thursday test day or over the course of the weekend has done exactly what it looks like the 282 did, which is to spin across the driver's right and take out the tire wall there on the inside of the exit of the corner, which doesn't make a lot of sense a lot of places, but the way that turn 4 funnel kind of works at the top of the hill, it's easier to do in this type of environment than you might otherwise think.
Yeah, I recall an IndyCar race here where Joseph Newgarden was, coming out of 4 and just so easily just, accidentally went right there just because it caught him out, caught the car out.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate it's taken out the 282 because that was obviously a really competitive car in GTO.
Yeah, I mean, we had those 4 cars dicing all within, a second and a half, nose to tail there. And so it was just unfortunately an awkward situation, and it unfortunately did, impact one of the cars. But up till that point, it was such good racing.
We'll say this is I don't know how long you guys have been under Code 35 because I had to step away, but this is a good bailout for people that didn't pit during or around the safety car. Right? You get to get to make the stop under Code 35 instead of under green before or under safety car during, or now under green after. Incidentally, in all this, don't know if you guys have mentioned it, but the 989s picked up a 1-lap penalty for a pass under yellow.
Yeah, I was waiting a moment to see that take effect because at the time they were 3rd.
Yeah,
they have dropped.
They have now, yeah. That was yesterday's class winner in GP2.
Yep.
A bit of luck involved there with, well, it's not luck if you're the fastest car to make it to the checkered flag without problems, but yeah, it was opportunistic to end up there at the top step of the podium. Not the same misfortunes today for Palomar number 83 or Laguna Tic Racing in the 779, so it's got those 2 Eagles Canyon with fast track racing cars down in 3rd and 4th, but still ahead of the HC Autosport number 455, who split those 2 cars on the GP2 podium yesterday.
Very sorry, JT. I'm just trying to help them sort out some things here.
Well, that was Brendan talking, so...
Oh, Brendan's talking. Brendan's back. Great.
Sure am.
Okay, cool, great. If that's the case, then I am going to go try to do this.
You do you.
Timing is sorted, so we're now inside the final half of the race distance. Not a race distance, race time, I guess, here at Barber Motorsports Park. When we leave you here, dear viewer, if you're interested in more grassroots and amateur racing action, we here at DriversEye Live have a double header coming up next weekend. Friends out at the Porsche Owners Club out on the West Coast will be in action at Button Willow, the Classic, where I just was last weekend. Ryan will be out there covering that. I, for my part, will be down at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for 3 days of SCCA Super Tour action. Follow along with all that. Next time we see you with the World Racing League, we'll be out at Thunder Hill Raceway Park, April 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We'll be live on Thursday for qualifying. I'm sorry, live on Friday for qualifying, followed by 8 hours Saturday, 7 hours on Sunday. I will not be a part of that. I have another trip to VIR to make, but Ryan, probably JT, maybe some special guests. Yeah, right. And some special guests will be involved there.
I have potential scheduling later in the month.
Heck yeah.
I gotta try to juggle.
All right. But yeah, that'll be our next trip out, our first visit to Thunderhill Raceway Park with the World Racing League. As we go back to green.
Woohoo!
Incidentally, I just caught the replay of the 282 from their onboard YouTube camera, and that is really not. Number one, it's not how I thought it was going to look. Number two, it's really unfortunate. It just came up on some really slow cars at the top of the hill. Looks like it jumped too hard on the brakes, and the car just snapped on him.
The worst, literally like the worst place to have like a sudden panic stop.
Yeah.
Sort of issue. Yeah.
Cars just settling as you get to the crest there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Like maybe you could back out sooner and, find a way to get the car slowed down more before you get to that kind of crunch point. But it's tough because the corner's blind. Cresting the hill is blind. So that is unfortunate. So, regardless, we shall press on here from Barber with. We'll get an updated lead margin here. Shouldn't be more than a couple of seconds between ACP Tangerine and TCB Racing. 25 seconds under Code 35 is likely to only be about 8 to 10 seconds under green flag conditions, but TCB is having to defend from the number 120 AE Victory Racing Supra. Those cars have swapped around, incidentally, with that 120 now having the advantage over the 119. Both of them made pit stops under this Code 35. As well. But let's see how that goes. They are nose to tail across the line. The margin first to second is 5.7 seconds. We just catch them here cresting the hill at turn number 2. It is white Supra on white Supra, which doesn't make this easy on anybody. Fortunately, the front of that 120 is black and kind of sunset colored, so that'll help just a touch as they go. Oh, awkward in traffic here, having to get by one of the GRs and I think the PC Racing number 43. They get on the brakes down into turn number 5 as we pick up here on corner exit. Oh man, they're going to try and split them. 246 goes in the middle. 120 tried to find a fourth lane where there were only 3. Has to back out of the throttle. And as they head down into the braking zone for turn number 7, it's all back to single file and all right as it was. But man, the driver of the number 120 is charging at the moment all over the rear bumper and rear view camera of that 246 TCB Racing Supra. Appears to be that Garrett Higgins is behind the wheel of the number 246. Don't have driver ID for the driver on board the 120 at the moment. A little bit of urgency here, by the way, because the 120 ACP Tangerine BMW M4 behind them, 20.5 seconds is the gap from third to fourth, but the driver of the 410, Jose Santiago, closing in over 3 seconds on the last lap on this battle for second. Good run for the 120 out of the final corner. They're going to go 3 wide up the front straightaway, and I think the AE Victory Supra should be able to just draw up alongside. No, but sends it in on the brakes anyway. Good, strong, and decisive move from the driver of the one. Change for second is done before they go around the outside of the 55 AOA BMW at turn number 2.
That was fantastic.
I thought for sure they were going to back out of it there as they got onto she got onto the brakes going into turn number 1, just because the overlap really wasn't there. But where the 246 got into the throttle or into the brakes quite hard, the 120 just breathed off the pedal enough to get up alongside and fully sent it, and now has some clear air in front to try and go chase down the leading number 2 of Steve Strymer. Another good lap for Jose Santiago in the 410, 133.9. And this is helping to just generate a little bit of breathing distance between that car and the GTR 99 BMW that sits behind it in 5th place in GTO. AE Victory Racing number 119 is a little bit further back from there, about 17 seconds off the back of the blue 99. So not really under pressure, Jeff Siegel at the moment. 246 is just super tentative in traffic at the moment, and that's better to be too tentative than too aggressive, but you can see how much time they've already lost to that number 120, which is up the road to the tune of probably about 3 seconds by the time they get back to start finish, just a lap after the pass was completed. Yeah, 3.3 is the margin there. good 136 lap from AE Victory Racing to try and get back into the swing of things. I suspect that once that car has cleared a handful of this this traffic, that with the ACP car in the 136s as well, we might actually see this lead battle begin to close down over the next couple of laps as the 120 scoots up the inside of the stack racing with Rapscallion number 669. Battle for second in GP1 is close-ish at the moment. It's open throttle racing number 62, leading El Diablo Motorsports number 48 with Scott Smith behind the wheel. Tell me if you've seen that combination of cars together on track before today. And should be in the air, given the excellent fight we saw first thing this morning. There goes the 48, as a matter of fact. Chartreuse chasing green. Down in GP2, meanwhile, don't need to pick this up out on track, just worth noting. Palomar Racing, Justin Rosenblum leads Larry Bereznoy in the number 779 Lagunatic Racing Subaru. That margin, it's just gone away.
It was about 30 seconds.
About 30 seconds, okay. Between 83 and 779. Might just be ebbing and flowing a bit at the moment. Palomar had done a faster lap than Lagunatic last time through. A little bit of traffic maybe for Palomar, and Lagunatic likely to be able to close in this lap. Certainly their last lap was quicker than Palomar's 106th lap. Yeah, there it is, 30.3. Actually does cede a little bit of time back, but holding steady right there in that 30-second window, at least for the moment. There is AE Victory's clear lap pace, by the way. Just came through start finish. 134.865.
About a half tenth?
Well, half a second, right? Clear number 2. Yeah, able to claw in about a half second there on that number 2 from ACP Tangerine. Anna is the driver in the number 83, not Justin. Don't know why we're getting Justin's name. Of course, because it's been that way all day. That makes a lot more sense. The 120 in traffic here once again, tucked up behind Palomar, and is that the 64? Yes, it is. Sorry, is it the 64? Which car is Cherry?
Cherry is the 64.
64, okay, yeah. The red end plates. A little bit slower that time for the 120, 136.6, but we saw it in all that traffic, just really with no way through on the entry to turn number 11. Really, once you start to gaggle 2 or 3 lapped cars together, you kind of lose your pathway to get back through on any of them. You just got to kind of sit there until the track begins to open up through 12, 13, and 14 a little bit.
Keeping an eye on it.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, keeping an eye on a good fight in GP1 between 62 of open throttle and the 48 of El Diablo. Currently at about just over 2 seconds.
Yep, again, it's one of these slow burns. Nobody's taking chunks of time out of anybody at the moment, other really than Jose Santiago in the number 410 up in GTO. It's just this couple tenths here, couple tenths there, and eventually you'll get those 2 seconds or whatever it is back. There it is, just up the road, as a matter of fact. Scott hustling the chartreuse colored number 48 hard there out of turn number 5. What an addition this El Diablo team has been to GP1.
Indeed.
I mean, it is kind of blending the best of, production car teams from out on the West Coast with an already really stacked GP1 field.
Yep. I mean, especially when you see that Edge is named against the entry list, that's like, oh boy.
Well, Edge, PC.
PC.
Yeah, I mean, the Palomar 38's not involved, but if they were, they'd be in there as well. S Collective is a more recent entry, but it's still a really high-quality one.
Yeah, strong entry.
Yeah,
sure.
Harrison, 392, Ginger, 46. Like, they're right in the fight. And one of the interesting things to me is that, like, I'm going to use this word, and I don't mean it in a negative in any sense.
Sure.
But it's not like we're adding chaff to GP1.
Is it? Oh, huh. All right.
What?
Would you say that GP1 is
all
thriller, no filler? Ah.
It really is. we are only adding like banger entries to GP1.
Bangers only.
Correct. And it really is remarkable that that's the case, because in theory, you could have a team show up and like, okay, well, the car's not really competitive, but we're going to just kind of tool around here anyway. But
hey,
Blitzkrieg
don't talk about the 369 like that.
Well, as I understand it, that was a different set of circumstances. But the 242 Blitzkrieg was,
trouble.
That's backwards from Harrison.
Yep.
Hey, you got it right.
Was that assisted?
Well, it's only because the 46 isn't racing today.
Was that?
I don't know if that was assisted. It didn't look like it.
I don't know.
Pressure there. Well, let's
see
get
the
a look.
replay here.
Here it is. Who is that in behind? The 55.
Anyway.
Oh, that's a tag.
Yeah, that looks.
That's a tag.
Oh, okay.
You're it.
Yeah. No, I even like if Blitzkrieg came in and was, right on there in top 5 pace down at Road Atlanta when they showed up last year.
Right.
The new ASM car is a banger.
Fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
S Collective came in and was on the pace basically immediately. It's just really BRD. Right? We don't see BRD very much in GP1, but they won yesterday. They were leading yesterday. They're leading right now.
Yep.
That's really, really good stuff in GP1 for a class that flew under the radar a little bit relative to where GTO was at in the early part of this decade. It's come back to production in favor of the production classes in a big way, and Series is a lot better for it, I think.
I think so too. It's good fun.
I'm gonna level with you. It was always kind of tough for me. I really like just race cars. I like the stuff that to me is like racing relevant rather than road relevant, and that just comes from me being a racing guy. So I get excited by the Porsche Cup and the GT4 and the Ligiers, and at Thunderhill it was the Normas and this, that, and the other, right? Like the stuff at the top that I could identify as being
elite,
pro adjacent. Let's say.
Is the Norma elite?
Well, depends on what engine you put in it. Being pro adjacent at the very least. But such has been the progress of development in GP1 over the last couple of seasons, and the depth in GP1, that now it's not just a bunch of E46s with the same aero pack engine, rear wing, and the S54 and all that. You do have genuinely different approaches to trying to make road cars into proper race cars. And we're seeing cars make time in different ways. We're seeing them with different strengths and weaknesses, just the same way, and to even greater extent now than I think you do with factory-built cars.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll add is that the series or the class hasn't been overrun with M2s.
No, it has not.
There's been a concern.
Yes, I agree. I think there was a lot of negative feedback from the M2s, specifically from one Utah-based team. Did they kill the M2?
Magnus Racing killed the M2?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was always going to be a matter of personal preference.
Sure.
Right? If you just don't like the way a car handles, then you just don't like it, It's a good platform for a lot of teams. It's a maintainable platform and a sustainable platform for a lot of teams. M2 CS, M240s, 235s can be found quite cheaply. But if you don't like the way it handles, then okay.
Sure.
It wasn't designed to be a GP1 car. It just is a car that you can fit into GP1 if you decide you want to run it.
Yeah.
And that team, well, go call it out. Zalis decided they just didn't like it, and
They're
that's
not,
okay.
not fans.
Nope.
They just didn't have it.
What's next? In
They
GP1?
just didn't. They just didn't want it enough.
What's the
They
next?
just didn't
what's
have that dog in them.
What's the fit in GP1? What's the next right fit that we
Corvette.
don't have?
I mean, I don't think we have it. I don't.
What
think
right?
there's-
Where's that Briggs built Corvette, man?
Yeah.
Well, we have the Zebra. Well, we have the Zebra Corvette.
We have
right?
the Zebra Corvette. Yeah.
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 Gone too
Oh.
soon.
He was pretty pleased. Like, pleased is a weird word, but he seemed content with the fact that, I felt a little bad that I had this, like, pro-built car, and it's got Motec, and it's got this and that, and whatever, and I think this is just a sign that I need to stay in this kind of grassroots level, keep having the BMW experience. And, like, he was pretty positive.
I don't like that.
He's a nice guy.
I want the vet. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
We saw how.
Oh, that's a spinning Ligier.
That's because is that the HC car? Yeah, the HC car going slowly.
Well, this was just fully on its own.
Well,
This is remarkable.
I don't know how on its own it was. If a tire was maybe cut down.
Absolute
Are we
cinema.
code
Yep,
35?
we're yellow. Yep.
Yes.
Why is that? This is fully on
Oh,
its own.
that is by himself. But that HC car was slow on that backstretch.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
the
yeah.
patch fence.
Yep.
Yep.
Backing the dial-it and sticker up to the camera is just
Right.
tremendous.
That's what you got to do.
That's the car pointing in the right direction.
I was gonna say the 9.4 Corvette was very competitive. If I recall correctly, we saw it win here like 2 years ago.
Yep. It was uber competitive at NOLA the last time we were there as well, which would have been like 2023. I seem to remember it and the Choice Racing GP1 BMW having a pretty solid scrap across both days. So we weren't code 35.
I guess not. No.
That was weird.
It was.
It certainly looked
Maybe-
like everybody was like really slow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good. All good.
Maybe a byproduct of the core 55 being slow and it being a local yellow zone. People just kind of panicked and decided not to pass anybody. I don't know.
And then we read it wrong, and half the pit lane freaked out. Our bad,
Right.
guys. Our bad.
Three hours, 8 minutes remaining here at Barber Motorsports Park.
We're getting there, man.
We are getting there.
Oh,
We're gonna
wait. Now we're code 35.
go to 35. Yep.
Does 455 come to a stop?
It was not going well for the 455 from where I sat.
But
Yeah,
it got on pit lane.
All right, well, we're getting a line added to the race control log here,
So
so,
there's
let's get the
something else
deeds.
Is there anyone missing?
I think it's just them.
HC 669 are the only two that I don't see a possible fluid down from 12 to 14.
I mean, that would kind of explain what we saw with the Rapscallion, just snapping suddenly, like literally as they touched the apex for 12.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they were the only ones to do it, and they were ahead of the 455. So if we're trying to, well, the 851 was noted as smoking at turn 11.
Yeah.
Which would be the AOA Racing NCMX5. I don't see anything obviously like a trail of fluid.
Isn't this a surface flag?
It is a surface flag.
It is, but where's the fluid? Is it that dark streak going like right under Palomar
It
now?
could be, yeah.
Yeah. Guess I'd believe that. And it would explain why the 669 just snapped, especially if it's right on the racing line.
Yep.
Hmm.
So we're about a minute and a half early on that yellow call.
Never wrong, just early.
So we do have some pit takers here.
Should have 40 pit takers here.
Looks like Palomar with. Is that Palomar with the trunk up? I can't. It's hard.
Yes, green rear end.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. In comes the 986 out of third, I believe. Yep. Laguna Tech stays out.
Yeah, this is pretty much everybody here.
Do we
And
take
there
an
goes the
ad break
two.
here? Have we done an ad break? Should we take one?
Now seems as good a time as any, huh?
Let's make it happen.
Let's step aside here from Barber Motorsports Park, the final day of racing action from the WRL Endurance Masters. DriversEye Live here. We'll be back in just a moment as the final 3 hours rolls on here on DriversEye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Live here in Birmingham, Alabama, the Endurance Masters at Barber Motorsports Park. Really happy to have you with us. I'm Ryan West. We've got Brendan Kazmarek up in Pennsylvania, JT Tammy in Washington, Jordan Worth, not that far away, all things considered. You know, still quite far, but not that far. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Here's the reality.
No,
this
that's
whole
pretty
region,
far.
this whole region from south of Ohio out to like New Orleans and then over to like the northern border of Florida is like all one place to me.
Interesting.
It all is the same the region and everything's like an hour from each other.
I'm not sure you could offend more people in that small a geographic area.
Good.
With
I
one
don't know.
sentence.
You've tried.
Good.
How did
Stay
I?
offended.
When did I do
Sounds
that?
like there's a bunch of snowflakes
Maybe
in
in
the
Road
southeast
America?
if they're offended.
Oh, that's different. I offended one specific variety of people there. This is multiple varieties
Within a
of people.
small geographic
Yeah.
location.
We did get a lot of snow about 6
Teeny
weeks ago.
tiny. Never mind.
I mean, the state of
Good
Wisconsin
stuff.
is about the size of this region that I described, so, you know.
That's not accurate. That's not even remotely
It's
accurate.
pretty close. It's pretty
No,
close.
it's not.
Oh, it's really close. Oh, it's all
Kentucky,
the same.
Tennessee, Alabama,
It's
Mississippi,
all the same. The distance from Milwaukee
Georgia,
to
North and South Carolina, and Western Virginia. You're
the
saying
distance
are
from
all
Milwaukee
one
to Green Bay is the same as like Atlanta to Charlotte. It's like
That's-
basically the same. Like in my head, it's like it's all.
It's like a
right there.
2.5 hour drive.
Okay, well that's for every single East Coaster that's ever told me, "Are you going to go to LA for the day?" When I'm in San Francisco, and I say, "No, that's
Also,
dumb."
what a terrible trade-off. I'm going to leave San Francisco to go to LA.
To go to LA. Yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
Awful.
Tell me you've never been to either of those cities.
Awful. Awful. People really think that LA is where you want to be in California. I'm like, let me tell you, it's not.
Have you heard of traffic?
San Diego, sure. LA, no, not at all.
Oh, well, they're right next to each other, so,
Yes,
you know.
it's simply a train ride away. It's basically like riding the subway.
I considered going on Monday. Like, man, how far do I go? Like, do I go down to San Diego? Do I just drive to San Diego and take that flight they tried to book me on from there? Like, that's 5 hours, man. I don't want to do that.
It's a pretty drive. It's a pretty drive.
I've already done it.
Yeah.
Not new.
Yeah.
By the way, you really oversold Highway 168 or whatever it was.
Okay, but no, the thing is, I knew that you were going to say that. I knew that you were going to say something about that. And the reality is, you wanted to drive up I-5 for a meaningful amount of time, looking at literally nothing.
I mean,
And
it was
that
better than
not,
I-5.
Was not the most direct route possible.
Are you talking about the Kalinga Highway?
Yeah.
From Bakersfield to San Luis Obispo.
One of the two options.
Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, that's different. I'm thinking more Northern California.
No, I was in Bakersfield, and then I wasn't.
Awful place to be. The worst possible place
local-
to be in California with an extra day.
Although, as the locals call it, slow.
Slow. Everything's better in slow, dude. Did you use my line? Did you ask anybody? I thought Cal Poly was in Humboldt.
No.
Oh, so they renamed Cal State Humboldt. They turned that into a Cal Poly by changing the name on the sign, and freaked out everybody that goes to San Luis Obispo. That like, well, it's not the same as that. They're not, and like people were like angry about it. So if you say that in San Luis Obispo, people get really pissed.
I every time you said Humboldt, I kept wanting to call it Humble because of Houston, where the H is silent, and I kept just psyching myself out about it. So I said nothing.
It's different language that it's based on and stuff. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. Also not a place. Well, at least you're on the coast. I was gonna say also not a place I'd want to be stuck for an extra day. Humboldt County, not great. It's a good 90 minutes you can spend. It's like, I went to the beach, saw the smallish grove of redwoods right here in the middle of town. All right, cool.
Sure. We proceed around under the fullest course yellow.
Yes,
I would say.
Brendan, have you seen the Redwood National Park?
That's north of San Francisco, right?
Substantially so.
No, we kicked around going up there when we were trying to kill a day before a concert in San Francisco in the fall, but we did
That's
not.
not a day trip. That's no.
It is if you leave at 4.
Even then, you're not going to turn around and come back in the same day.
What's the national forest?
Oh, you meant Muir
outside
Woods.
of-
Muir Woods, yeah.
Muir Woods. That is exactly what I'm thinking of.
Muir
yes.
Woods is like the free-to-play version of the actual Redwood National Park.
Yeah,
It's like where all
Mendocino's kind of up there as well.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where all the casuals go.
Yep, we did not do any of those things. We went to Oakland.
Do you know, as two young-ish people who don't have children, you are the target market for Oakland.
Understood. We had a fine time. We sat at
Yeah.
a brewery and watched Fleet Week from across the bay. It was cool.
Fake Fleet Week.
Nice.
Ruined
Sure.
Fleet Week.
Well, yeah, because the government was shut down.
Yep.
Go
Yep.
figure, man. Just my luck, huh?
Indeed.
Yeah. Chris, the G8 guy. Shout to Humble, Texas. All right. Welcome. Is Chris the G8 guy? Are we talking about Pontiacs?
I hope so.
It gotta be, right? Are there other G8s?
Or he's got like a chain link fence company. The gate? No? Alright. Chris the gate guy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got it.
That one was a little out there.
That's all right.
I knew what I was getting into.
This sounds like an awful trip.
Yes.
Which trip are we talking
I think
about?
I think he's talking about your trip.
Yeah, it was, man. It was terrible.
Only time Brendan wants to spend time in Northern California, and I'm not there, and he goes and does the worst things.
No, I mean, I was highly motivated to see Fleet Week, regardless of the circumstances or guys it was in.
Ugh.
No, I was.
Also, pro tip to anybody coming to Thunderhill: 1, yes, you do need extra time if you want to see anything in California worth seeing, and 2, do not go to Pier 39. Do not go to the wharf.
Oh, we didn't do that.
Do not go to Alcatraz.
Yeah, we did not do that.
Avoid all 3 of those things.
Go to the
Don't
Presidio early in the morning.
That's nice.
Yeah, we were up there at like 7:30 a.m.
Fort Point,
really, really nice.
Fort Mason, all those places, quite nice.
Don't remember. Yeah.
Did you go climb around on the gun batteries, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
Always fun.
It was cool. We weren't up there for long, but it was a nice morning. We drove up past Sonoma, came back down to Oakland, sat at the brewery there for a while, hung out, you know, did the thing, and then headed back into town for the concert.
Wow. Where was the concert at?
Ooh.
Was it at the Cow Palace, or was it at, like...
Great American Music Hall?
Oh, okay, that was probably cool.
It was very cool. It was a great show. It was loud. It was very intimate. It was, yeah, we had a great time.
All right.
I do highly recommend, like, if you're trying to make a trip out of, and I say this as an East Coaster, right? The East Coast mind cannot possibly comprehend. I get it.
Yes.
If you're trying to make a trip out of the Thunderhill weekend or any other racing trip to California, like, I do think it is worth the drive to go down to San Francisco for a couple of days.
Yeah,
it is a fun city.
I cannot stress this enough. Do not fly into San Francisco. Unless you're
San
planning
Jose.
to be there for a week and you're going to, like, do San Francisco the 2 or 3 days before the race, like, okay, fine. But if you're just going to go there Wednesday, Thursday, and then fly out on Sunday or Monday, do not fly into San Francisco. You will hate yourself. That is the worst traffic. Trying to get to the San Francisco airport on a Monday morning is the worst possible thing you could do with your time.
That's why you got to stay.
The Atlanta mind cannot comprehend how bad the traffic is on Interstate 80 trying to get into the city.
You have not spent enough time in and around Atlanta.
No, you haven't been on Interstate 80 in the traffic. No. No, it's impossibly bad. Brendan, imagine trying to get to a geographical region which is accessible only by a single bridge that has 4 major highways converging on it.
Have you been to New Orleans?
There's substantially more people there than in New Orleans.
I did sit in the traffic, and I'm pretty sure commit a toll violation trying to cross the bridge there.
Were you in the HOV lane?
Yes, but then the HOV lane kind of became a bus-only lane, past that giant toll thing.
People don't really get in trouble for that one.
Yeah,
they know that people like mess that up. And, yeah.
Oh, and it was a genuine just error.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
You're
we
fine.
were fine for the HOV, but then it became not HOV and bus only. And I was like, well, and I did what the GPS told me to do, which was maybe the other mistake.
Right.
But, yeah, what are you going to do?
The local knowledge. Now, what you should instead do is fly into the Sacramento airport and then drive immediately to Willows and see the second worst part of California.
The drive between Chico and Willows is all right.
No, but the drive from Sacramento to Willows is not good. Like, that's a tough drive. That's real tough.
Sure. Been there, done that.
Yep.
This is nostalgic for me, which is a little unfortunate, but
Yeah, that is tough.
We should be just about done with our cleanup here, right?
Yep,
Yeah, they had to
sweeper's
move
coming.
the sweeper around.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they did confirm that there was fluid.
Okay.
Fluids.
242 gets a drive-through penalty for a second pit lane infraction.
Oof.
Prior to this season would have been a one-lap penalty, of course.
And you can challenge. Are they tapping their helmets? Asking for the challenge?
Green.
And we go back to green.
We are going to go back to green. The 616, the leader in GP1, leads them back to green. Followed by Cajun Canuck, who's had an unfortunate day today.
Yeah, but they're back out there. So, you know, they haven't thrown in the towel. They're still giving it a go. Same with Roberts Motorsports. They came back out as well. They're out there circulating, so good to see them as well. The GP2 gap between Palomar and Lagunatic, currently about 2.5 seconds at the moment. I believe Lagunatic did not come in to top off during this yellow, while the 83 did take advantage of it.
This is on board with the 678 here. Oh, we're going to send it on the 410.
This is not a good idea.
Yowza.
Yeah, able to actually pinch it back to the apex there pretty well. Did get the car stopped. Is the move done here as they head down to...
Nope. All
yeah,
that effort just
that
did not
BMW
make the pass.
just has the had the punch there in fourth, fifth gear, and up going down into turn number 7.
Yeah, the 678 had to be so tight there on the apex that you know they couldn't carry any speed out of the corner, which is essentially what you kind of need to do with this kind of car.
Looks like they were getting caught in some traffic there.
Good fight for 5th in GP2, the 55 from AOA Racing, I believe, just getting past the 216 from Skip Barber. Actually, that has not. I have that backwards. Skip Barber is attempting to overtake the BMW of AOA at the moment.
It's worth noting, by the way, we have not given up hope on the GTO lead battle.
No.
2 from 120. It was 8.8 seconds under the code 35. I think that was that the 119 or the 120 here? Just probably neither. Yeah, it's 246. That came into shot there. But we'll try and pick up these two main protagonists at the front of the field here. Or at least the number 2. Oh! That was a sideways 989 through turn number 1. Did it come out together? Yep. Tremendous. You can actually see the tire marks it left behind as it over-rotated just past the apex there at turn number 1.
Those two cars now side by side, the 989 and the 986.
64 has picked up a drive-through for its troubles as well. That was a second pit lane infraction. This time it was speeding, 41 miles an hour. Lead margin under green, by the way, 7.3 seconds. Other battles towards the front of our various classes here. Open throttle racing number 62, chasing the 616 of BRD Motorsports. That gap is 44.3 seconds. And open throttle able to claw in about 2 seconds on that last lap. So, again, long road to hoe, but progress is being made. El Diablo a little bit further off the pace. They're actually giving a little bit of time back to the 62 and the 616. There is the 64 into the pit lane to serve its drive-through.
choosing not to challenge.
Well, they're not setting their onboard, so we can't see the driver tap the helmet.
Right.
Yeah.
If you have to choose a track to do a drive-through at, this is definitely one of the better ones. It's not a very long pit lane.
No.
No, it's no Mid-Ohio, but you're right.
That's true.
Relatively short.
If there's one feature from a Herman Tilke track that I really enjoy, and especially a Herman Tilke track that's in the Middle East, it's the Abu Dhabi pit lane.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say this. How low is that bar if the thing you're excited about is a pit exit lane?
That's I've made my feelings clear on the matter in the past.
So, Herman Tilke track design peaked with Sepang.
Yes.
It's not a healthy car.
No, it doesn't look like it. This is a 669 that spun a little bit earlier on. We have seen this car off the pace before.
They're going to stay out.
Yeah. I think maybe just getting it up to pace here.
Is Sepang the best former F1 track that's no longer an F1 track?
So the counterpoint to Sepang, if you're going to say, okay, there is another good Tilke track, the other...
You're right, it's India.
It's Istanbul.
Exactly.
And
India's pretty good.
India's pretty good. I didn't like Korea that much, but I think India's good. Istanbul is good.
Korea, that S's sector was just too tight and stupid.
Yep.
I enjoyed the old Valencia layout.
I did too. I love stupid street or street adjacent tracks. Which it sounds like that's what we're going to be doing in Adelaide.
Isn't Adelaide already a street circuit?
No, have you not seen the news?
MotoGP.
Adelaide is hosting MotoGP.
Hell yeah.
They are
This is a choice.
They are redesigning the circuit to get rid of the full-on street sections and gonna run that kind of first, second sector-ish through parklands, and then they're gonna use the old F1 layout, right? The one that had the S-bend and then the farther west 90-degree turn.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so instead of having the long run into turn 8, you have a short run into a turn 8 type corner, and then a long run up a back straightaway. They're going to kind of do it that, and then redesign the parkland.
Is this South Australia's Bugatti circuit?
No, this is
I almost said Victoria. I'm glad I checked.
I don't even know what you call it. And unfortunately, here the risk, the risk outcome here, or the risk-averse outcome here, is the worst possible outcome,
right,
which is that they don't get the works done in time, or it doesn't pass a safety standard inspection, and they end up having to run MotoGP at the Bend.
No, surely they'll run it like Phillip Island or something.
Well, no, but Phillip Island is already losing the contract. Do you think they're just going to say, "Oh, it'll be fine, just come on back"?
Yeah, probably. To be honest.
Also, if the South Australia government is the one funneling the money into it, they're absolutely not letting the race go back to Victoria.
Fair.
They will run it at the other permanent track in South Australia, which unfortunately sucks.
Would Liberty Media let them do a doubleheader at Albert Park?
No. In fact, I'm fairly certain there was somebody at Liberty Media that specifically said you are not allowed to go to Albert Park to MotoGP.
Fascinating.
I don't know, or maybe it was in F1. I don't know who it was, but I had heard that they wanted to go to Albert Park, and somebody involved with the track and or F1 said absolutely not.
Remember when F1 said that IndyCar couldn't go to COTA?
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah. That kind of was not good for IndyCars anyway.
No, but if you're that concerned that IndyCar might be a bad comparison for your series, then you need help. Fascinating.
I have really done in my multi-tab environment here.
Is it a tab-rich environment?
Unfortunately.
Nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, Firefox has lost that love and feeling.
Incredible. other F-14 jokes are available today.
Oh, thoughts and prayers.
AT, I was going to hit you up when I was in Bakersfield for aviation museum recommendations for Southern California, but none of them were open. 0 of them were open.
Bummer, dude.
Yep.
How dumb is this, man? One of the reasons I wanted to hit up Colorado was they have an awesome air museum.
Sure.
So I'm looking at my flights for Sebring. I'm like, man, I think I can swing 2 days there on my way home. Let's do it. Book it. Yeah, museums closed Monday and Tuesdays.
Yep.
Incredible.
Yep. Always
Pay for a private tour. Pay for a private tour. Call them. Say how much to get the docent to come unlock this thing.
I really should have done that.
There's Air and Space Museum in Sacramento.
Victorville or Mojave or something.
That's a long drive.
Dude, I went to SLO.
Yeah, I know.
This is Blitzkrieg around the outside of the 140 here. Not a pass for position, but still a strong move.
Yeah. So the good news is there is going to be a air museum a bit closer to SLO, because Plains of Fame is expanding to a new location, Santa Maria maybe.
And where? In Santa Maria?
I think so.
You get some authentic barbecue while you're there?
You can get Santa Maria barbecue in SLO, it turns out.
There's only one place that is the designated, this is the actual Santa Maria barbecue place.
Sorry, no.
And I want to
say, if you can only get it one place, then it's not a thing. That's just a one restaurant thing that somebody copied.
The thing is, they invented
a cultural thing if only one place is allowed to have it.
They invented the type of grill, the Santa Maria style barbecue, which is half smoke, half direct heat.
Rochester tried to do this nonsense with garbage plates. Where, well, if you want a real garbage plate, you got to go to Nick Tahoe's. No, man, just because they had it first doesn't mean it's the only place you can get an authentic one.
I think it's, genuinely speaking, I think it's to add a layer to it, I think it's the Elks Lodge or the Lions Club or something in Santa Maria that does the authentic Santa Maria barbecue.
Right,
That's
so it's a dinner club you can't even get to.
No, you can get into it. It's just not every day that they do it. They only do it 3 or 4 times a week.
Of course.
Yeah, my point is Plains of Fame opening a new location there. They're going to be moving their P-26P shooter there.
Wow.
Which is airworthy. They're doing one last flight day before they box it up and send it to the new museum.
Nothing I'm more excited to go see in an air museum than a World War II trainer.
I mean, they're they're awesome.
Man, I hope I get to go see the T-38 Texans. Come on.
I mean, to be fair, their collection is so massive and so great. I mean, some of the stuff they have. I mean, they have a A6 M0 that has the original engine in it. They've got, I believe, the only the Jade M Raiden. They're working on the Val dive bomber.
Can I just say that JT interrupts me talking about car things on a race broadcast, but JT wants to talk about, to be clear, things that I do find, I personally do find them interesting.
The P-26P shooter.
But he wants to talk about the P-26P shooter and the only A6M with an original engine.
Well, to be fair, this is one of the few tangents you guys go down that I actually have knowledge about.
That's the problem.
All right.
JT can't engage.
All right.
You guys are talking about some Pack 6 game or something like that. I don't know what that is.
Did you see, speaking of the Pack, St. Mary's gets the final game in Moraga against Gonzaga before they leave? They take him down?
Hell
Those
yeah.
are just
Yeah.
Hell
Good
yeah.
stuff. Good stuff.
Not a huge draw, as it turns out.
Double-digit victory on
Wild.
your turf before your villain leaves the conference.
RJ is standing here giving me a look that says, quit talking about college basketball.
Move it. It was 8 seconds.
It was 8 seconds.
Someone I haven't heard do an interview in a long time is RJ himself.
He did one at Eagles Canyon.
Did he?
Yeah. Oh, you might have been out on the Saturday.
I might have been out.
Yeah, he did come chat at ECR.
Cool.
Yeah. AE Victory is still making just the most gradual of inroads on this lead with the number
slow.
2.
It's slow, but it's getting
San
there.
Luis a bit. Anyway, it's slow. As Harrison brings that number 392 into the pit lane. I wonder, maybe their test session has concluded here.
Maybe.
But certainly not a scheduled stop for that number 392. Yeah, down to 5.6 now is a decent lap from the number 120. Nice to see that number 120 equally as competitive as the 119. Sometimes with a second car, you know, if you don't really have the infrastructure to support it, it can be, well, we're going to get it up to speed as we can, and, well, we don't really have all the resources to commit to getting it there, and, well, our primary drivers are in the first car, and that's just so obviously not the case here.
Yeah, it's good to see it's more or less equal.
Yeah, I mean it's similar to somebody's ears are gonna be ringing here, but the Hammer Motorsports entries, right? It was 1 and 0-1 or 0-1 and 0-2, and there was never an obvious first car, right? Both cars were equal opportunity, equal kind of. The shots were called equally, often independent, but equally and independent, and. Yeah, either car could win or be competitive on any day. And I kind of get the sense that's the way the 119-120 program is being run here. It's 2 cars, but it's a fair 2 cars. We're not trying to, play favorites or put make one an A team and one a development team.
You don't want to make one a tail gunner?
No, one is not the Pescarolo Privateer AE Victory.
Yes.
Yeah.
One is not Sergio Perez.
Correct. One is just not Max Verstappen.
Michelle Abati, you are a legend.
Can't believe.
Thank you for holding up the 2.
I cannot believe that Sergio Perez is back in Formula 1.
I can.
I can't.
They are so allergic to giving new people a shot.
I know.
So allergic to it.
It is. RJ's not going to like this. But it is a symptom of it is a similar symptom to the, we're just going to bring in a transfer quarterback in college football for his 6th year of eligibility.
Yes.
Instead of trying the freshman out or trying the sophomore out.
Or
because this guy is allegedly the proven known commodity.
Just like in the NFL, we're going to keep recycling the same second-string quarterback around and see if it works out.
What's Joe Flacco up to?
Yeah, nothing. Let's call Phillip Rivers, see what he's got going on. Like, there's not a single young player on your roster that's better than Phillip Rivers. Not one.
Correct.
Not a single one. All right.
Not for the Colts, no.
Yeah, well, you know.
Is the Anthony Richard experiment over, or is he just hurt?
Yes, it's over. They've told him he can seek a trade this offseason, so that's done.
You know what would have been cool is if in like 2013 or 14 they could have signed like a generational talent quarterback and then just made him their starting quarterback for like the next 15 or 20 years.
Oh, you mean the Colts in 2012? Yeah.
Yeah. Could have done that.
Mike Anderson pointing out that the 669 was dumping a bit of fluid. Now back on pit road here.
So was he dumping fluid before the spin at turn 12? Did he soil his own tires and lose grip there when that all went down, or has this happened since then?
Unclear.
Yeah.
Speaking of soils their own tires, I did have the fleet manager for a minor municipality in the East Bay tell me that when they deploy a spike strip, it's about a 2-to-1 ratio. That for every time they take out one perp tire, he ends up with 2 police car tires that are also taken out. He said it's about 2-to-1 right now. And I was like, excellent, good. Keep bringing them in, I guess.
669 is leaking from the front, according to Mike. So that was that would have been well, not just because he's back in the pit lane. Yeah,
it's a washer cooler bottle or a washer bottle. It's fine, all good. Got some Rain X on there.
Oh my!
That's a bit of car.
we get a replay on this, Jordan, when the time becomes appropriate? I don't know what car that came from or what it was. It looked like maybe a rear wing main plane off an open throttle car, but I don't know why it would be out there.
Let's see.
All right. There's a crest the hill here. Oh, yep, there it is.
Oh, my. Well,
wait.
That answers that.
It came off either the 48 or the 60.
Hold on.
48 or 83.
So that's an unfortunate move there.
It's either the 48 or the 83. Unfortunately, they both have kind of vaguely similarly colored components. My money is kind of on the 83.
I think it's on the. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think the 83 has any detachable bits that are that color, whereas the 48 is exclusively that color.
No side skirts or anything?
No, because it's yellow and blue.
Yeah, the back of the 83 is green, though, and I don't know.
I don't know what would be shaped that shape on the back of the 83.
Yeah, I don't either. It would have come off the right side. Either the right side of the... we can't pull the track map.
No.
Is it a diffuser piece?
Jordan, can we maybe zoom this camera into the bottom left, like the raw camera? Yeah, I know that's not the work of a moment, but...
We do have Paul Wilson with us as well, out of Fast Track Racing Dream Machine, whose son was up here earlier.
Yeah. How y'all doing today?
Pretty good. Go a little bit closer here. There you go.
How's that?
Got to be right up on it. There.
Right,
Perfect. Perfect.
Sorry, just real quick before you get into
please,
it, Ryan.
please.
There is the part in.
It does look a little blue.
It's part of the rear bumper for the Palomar.
Okay.
Okay, which is green. That back portion of the car is very green.
Doesn't look like it's missing anything, and the back bumper is checkerboard patterned. I think that might be the side skirt.
I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I'm watching the replay and I can see it bending from the back end of the Palomar car.
Interesting. All right. Well, tough day for the 48. Getting it run into repeatedly.
As you were, Jeff.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So welcome. I have to say that your son's pretty confident that he's got you nailed down at Arlington.
He is, the kids are always faster.
All right.
And he's, but I have a little more sense than he does.
That's what he said. He said, yeah, they keep talking about prefrontal cortex or whatever, and that we're probably going to crash 2 cars. I was like, all right, well, that's, I hope not to.
I hope not, because I would like to run another race.
Right. Can't be getting the crash damage bill run up. That's no fun.
Exactly. It's different when you have to work versus you're just, it'll get fixed.
Just hanging out. It's fine. No, I did that as a kid. I understand.
No idea.
I lost my sweatshirt. That's fine. They'll give me another one.
Yeah, it's in a couple of weeks. I'm excited. They've been prepping us pretty hard at Eagles Canyon and getting ready for it, but I don't really think there's going to be any real amount of preparation. When you get in there, you get in the mix.
Right.
You start blasting down that first straightaway and all the walls around you, all the cars, all the noise, all the people. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, absolutely. Brendan and I were talking earlier to the other folks at FTR about that cool Arlington race and getting to have a street circuit. The street circuits, with the exception of like Monaco and Long Beach, fleeting. Once they go away, they very rarely return. And so getting to have that opportunity and getting to have that opportunity with your son in the other car, that's super cool.
Yeah, it definitely was. Just lucky timing.
Yeah.
This was not by some master plan executed, but it came up, and we're gonna do it. I think it's gonna be a.
I'm sorry. I just pointed. It's definitely the side skirt from the Palomar car. It's missing the side skirt. Yep. I'm sorry.
But it's definitely gonna be, maybe a 3 times in a lifetime. I think they're gonna have the track open. They're gonna run it for 3 years.
Right.
I think so. We'll probably do it 3 times, and then, for me, I would like to do that one. I probably would like to do Coda. He's going to run the full season,
right?
And I made sure he picked one at the end. But I really like WRL.
Good.
as the old man.
Sure. Well, it
know?
brings the right level of competition, I think,
Yeah.
to get yourself, stuck in. And it's not about necessarily, if you look at even like NASCAR drivers nowadays, but F1 drivers and pro endurance drivers, you got to be this like super fit 27-year-old. You're getting in there and you're beating the hell out of yourself. And I feel like something like WRL, we've got guys out there that are 60, 65, 70 that are holding it down because it's not that level of you have to be this perfect physical specimen and super young, and you can still have a good time doing it.
Right, exactly. I like it. I will say, being 6'4", 250, it is hard to get in and out of those GR cars.
I believe it.
There's it's tight. Like, I have to move a certain way, and it makes our seat swaps pretty challenging for me.
Right.
But seat position, it's easy. Seats all the way back, all the way down. There's no thinking about it.
It's like getting into a rental car or somebody else's car. Like, you already know what you got to do. You're just, we're going to crank this thing all the way back. Yep.
But we've been putting in a lot of our coaches, Zach and Luke, has been really hammering down on the seat changes, and it's made a difference.
Right.
Like yesterday, it came down to just a lap or two, and it's probably going to be the same way today.
Yep.
So the difference, probably looking at it right now, between first and fourth is going to be probably 1 lap.
Okay.
I blew a tire in the final turn yesterday.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
And then I spun out, and then it happened right in front of the pits, and we got lucky there. It just came in. But yeah, it's close. Like, right now, the 986, the adults are beating the kids on the 989.
Right.
But they're creeping up,
Absolutely. No, you're 2.9 right now.
Yeah.
The gap here.
Yeah.
Between the two. So that's always fun to have your inter-team rivalry going on. Absolutely. Have you spent much time around the 779, that blue Subaru? Blue and black?
The other, which one is that?
That's the Laguna 6.
That car is fast out here.
Is it?
They've got it dialed in.
Okay. In what ways is it faster, better? In what ways do you have an advantage?
I think our car is dialed in very well in the turns.
Okay.
As far as like just watching everybody else out here take the turns, we're right there with them.
Right.
And then, but they have a little bit of advantage on the straights.
Gotcha.
And same thing on the Palomar car. Basically, the BMWs they just kind of walk away, but we can take them in the turns, and it really kind of just comes down to a lot of times at the track. You can execute your turns perfectly, but if they're going to walk you on a 1 mile straight, that's part of it.
Absolutely. And it's funny to hear that because, especially in WRL, we've always thought of the Palomar car as the lightweight car. It wasn't too long ago, what was it, Brendan? Even like 2 years ago, that the new 86 wasn't even a conceived thought, and the older style 86s were in GP3.
I was going to
say
it
was always thought
three
of
fast
as
guys, running the old, in GP3, yep.
And so the Palomar car was thought of as the good handling but slow on the straights car. And so now that you have the 86s here that are even a step lighter, I think that's something to contend with as well. And so the Palomar car now finds themselves, I think, in the middle as opposed to just being the super lightweight car.
I will say the guys at Fast Track have really, since we ran them at Eagles Canyon this first year, now the car is a lot better. So they're getting there,
They're making changes,
chipping away at it.
Is it really drivability or is ultimate speed? Is it both?
It's a little bit of both. The brakes are dialed in a little bit better. And then just like the seats, the seats are there. It's still a tight fit. They did some work on the transmission, and like when you get in, you start the car, you got to turn the nannies off. There's all of that kind of stuff,
or the pedal dance or whatever they used to call it. The old
and so there's some challenges there. They got those fixed this time, so that's good. And the transmission, they're working on that. It's the automatic transmission, so shifting it can be a little bit of a challenge. There's a timing to it.
Yep. They go a little bit early.
Right.
On each one.
And there's a learning curve to getting the timing, like coming down here going into the hairpin. We'll brake at the 2, but you've got to time it just right. And if it doesn't shift and the car is loaded right after you get down there, it'll kick out on you. So you have to get the timing right. I was struggling with that yesterday, and I had to kind of brake a little bit early so that when it did get into second, it wasn't fully loaded on the side and kicked me out.
Got it. Okay.
So you have to play those little games with that car.
Right.
But once you put the puzzle together, it really comes together.
Perfect.
So, and Carter's doing good. All the kids, they're really figuring it out. And I know they're they're looking at the score coming for us. You know,
Absolutely.
they're ready.
How impressed have you been with Maurice? It's his first time out there racing.
Maurice he's doing good. Yeah, he's like being the first time out here and everything. He's really putting it together. And that's the thing. Like the dads, the older guys, you know, they've got the experience and the patience, and they just kind of let it come to them.
Right.
You know. But Maurice is doing good. Cost is doing good. I mean, our team, you know, we did pretty good. We all work well together. Doing the driver changes and everything. It all kinds of come together. But we have Zach and Lucas really keep us on track as far as like pre-brief and the briefings, and you know, they're running a really solid team down there. Just the organization and everything really takes out a lot of the guesswork, and we're not really concerned, or there's not any real moment on the track what we should be doing. You know,
right.
No,
you know what needs to happen.
There's no questions like, oh, do I need to do this or that? Like, it's all there.
Right.
So when you get out there, there's really no questions. You're just like focusing on hitting your marks.
Gotcha. Okay. How have the Code 35s been for you? How's that been an adjustment? I'm sure.
I mean, it's different. Not having to go 35 miles an hour. We don't have a pace limiter, so we're watching it down there. I think y'all yelled at me yesterday for it once. You know, but I mean, it definitely changes it a little bit, and I don't know if I prefer it over the pace car or not. I think they both have their pros and cons.
Right.
You know, but I also think, kind of like the fog of war, the fog of racing, it adds that little bit of uncertainty that you kind of need, because if the splits are 1 or 2 laps, you need something to kind of mix it up.
Shake it up a little bit. I got you. Yeah.
So, I think in that regard, it really forces the teams to really get the fundamentals and like everything down, like the things that you can control, you really have to execute well.
Okay.
And then you have to leave it up to the fog of the race.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
To make it happen.
Sure.
So I really like Barber. I've been out here a lot for a lot of Chin events, a lot of DE stuff.
Yeah.
I've been coming out here for years, so I really like Barber.
And you guys are up in Arkansas, right?
Right. Yeah. We live just outside of Little Rock.
Okay. And how far is that from here?
It's about 5 hours.
Oh, 5 hours. So it's about the same-ish distance to Eagles
Yeah.
Canyon?
I can get to Eagles Canyon, NCM, Barber, the Ozark track, Hallett. They're all about 4 or 5 hours
4 or
away.
5.
So just a half a day, close enough that you can leave on a Friday and come back on a Sunday night.
Right.
And then get back to work on Monday. So
awesome. What's when you're coming into work on Monday, are people stoked asking you questions? Are you just kind of trying to fly under the radar on that?
I try to just stay under the radar. I mean, I'm a landlord, so I don't really have I have an office. I just hide upstairs.
Got it. Okay.
And keep to myself.
Sure.
But I mean, it's a job.
Right. 100%. Absolutely. 2 hours 18 to go here. You guys probably still need about one more stop. Are you going to make it to that kind of hour and a half, hour and 40, or are you going to have to stop before that and take a quick one?
I think they may. Well, Maurice is going to go in, so I think the last race we did, they had a smaller tank.
Okay.
So now they've put the properly sized one in. So it's a little bigger. Before, the one before was a few gallons shy of what the requirements were.
Okay.
So now they've got the appropriately sized gas tank in there. So I think we can, we more or less, in a perfect one, we can run on a 2-hour block, one gas stop.
Okay, so you can do a whole 2 hours.
Well, no, it's one.
One in there somewhere.
Yeah, so you come in, 20-second gas stop, out, come back in, 30-second driver change, out the door.
Got it. Okay, I got you. So it sounds like the guys at Fast Track, as part of this deal with Dream Machine, they've really been pushing the development on that car. As far as it sounds like they've done the fuel tank, they've worked on the suspension a little bit, they've worked on the transmission. So there haven't really been many days off, I imagine, to get all that stuff done and prepared for here.
That, and plus they've got all the Eagles Canyon GR Cup cars to get ready. Yeah, there is no days off at Fast Track right now.
Okay. I think that's an important skill to learn, especially for anybody that wanted to, either the young guys or anybody wanting to get into GT4 or things like that, is learning that development curve, especially if you're trying to go and be a pro driver. in pro racing nowadays, there's not a ton of, hey, we're going to make a huge wholesale change to the car, but being able to understand how the car has changed and your responses to that and how to learn it, I think is a pretty essential skill, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. We're really promoting good relationships with the team, the mechanics.
Yes.
Namely, so that it's obviously one team. The cars aren't going anywhere without those guys.
Right.
Case in point, Friday night when they had to put an engine in one.
Yeah.
So I mean, those guys, some of them probably have not slept since Friday night.
Jeez.
Or they got a little bit of sleep last night, so they're out there just, working.
Right.
But we're also having the kids talk to them and learn. It's like, hey, this is what this does, and this is a camber, and this is why the alignment, the toe in, and all those things, because we need to get the kids up to speed so that when they talk, it's like, hey, it feels like it's understeering here. They can use the right words and translate it to the race engineers, and then it's okay. Let's make this little change, and then it's like, oh, that's better,
Hey, when I get turned in and it's leaning, it needs more. It's like, well, you probably need some camber at that point, something like that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Or rear's a little bit loose. We can change the toe a bit and get that, squared away a little bit.
Yeah, that's all part of it. I mean, it's really just about building a team and a relationship. Whenever yesterday, it was a very sweet moment because Carter was the last one in, and they got P1 on the race yesterday, and it was like everything came together, because the dudes worked for the car all night,
right,
putting the engine in, and so it's like all of that effort,
and you
came
to
in,
do
and
the thing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, plus he got out of the car, everybody's cheering. I mean, it was. I mean, it was a moment to remember.
Absolutely.
It's for him. It's just a stepping stone. Like it's
right
another one. But I'm like, that's that was a moment.
It's a good thing to have happen, and it's like a reality check almost. That like, no, you're heading the right direction. And we talked about this earlier, I think, with Zach and with some of the other guys too. That you got to be with a team that at least puts you in a position to where if something does occur, you can capitalize on it. Was it the fastest car all day? No, but you didn't have the fastest car. It's not about spending the most money of anybody out here, having the most experience, but you did your job. Everybody behind you did their job because they're motivated to work for you, and everything worked out. And that's how it should go, and that's how you're going to have, I think, sustained success in racing, is understanding the interplay between those things. That, like, yeah, you're not going to unload the car every time you go somewhere, and just because you tried hard, come P1. It's just not going to happen. But understand that you still need to do your best so that when those opportunities arise, you did everything you needed to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they're, they do a lot of their development program. One thing they did, which I thought was pretty neat, is they took all the kids out, and then they like changed a bunch of things on the car, like change the rebounder, compression, or the sway bar. They did some things, and like, all right, go out and drive it for a couple laps, and then come in and say, hey, what's different? Oh, it's doing this, and then they have to use the right. It's like, oh, it feels like it's doing this around turn 7, blah blah blah. And then you gotta translate that,
right?
And then it's like, oh, well, the reason why it's doing that is because we made this change, and then kind of
that's pretty cool.
Connects the dots and stuff, and there's. But that's just one little thing that they do on their driver development program out there. It's just, really just getting the right mindset and the right mental discipline and all the communications that are required to really just go out there and just be efficient,
I keep hearing more and more about this driver development thing, and it's cool because you never get to hear the specifics and the nitty-gritty of that. What's presented, I think, in the media when you're doing driver development, quote unquote, is like, yep, you go drive on the track and you come back and your coach tells you like, well, you suck here, you're doing this right, go do it again. And I've seen, especially in the last month or two, especially with FTR, and I think it's Zach that's putting most of that program together and how they describe it, being able to get it to where, no, you're learning racecraft. He's teaching you how the car feels when something's wrong with it, the whole bit.
I mean, they start out on the basics, the skid pad, just learning like just the basics, fundamentals of car control, skid pad, and like getting used to accelerating and then braking as opposed to like driving on the street where you kind of gradually. You've got to get those things, and they start there, and then eventually like. But yeah, there's been a lot of times we'll get both cars out, and Carter and I will ride upon each other, touching
I'm sorry, we just got potential pass for the lead in GTO here.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the 120 catching the 2.
It's right there.
Yep.
The 120 has caught the 2, nose to tail now. It's up to the driver of the number 120 to find a way by. I think actually might have been ahead at the start. No, just tripped on timing for some reason, but they are right there together.
Yeah, so it's 3
those
tenths
guys are
last time
fast.
by. Yeah, they're moving. They're hauling the mail. It's 2 programs that with people who have been involved in WRL for a long time. And so they really are at the sharp end of the field and doing what they do best here as they come through the kind of turn 7, turn 8 exit here. They're going to head back up the hill. We'll just see him pop out here. That Roberts Motorsport car right in the rear view mirrors of the Supra, of course, making speed in completely different ways. How has it been reacting to that car coming by you?
You know, when I see them coming, I try to use them to my advantage. I know they're going to pass me. So if I'm trying to pass the guy in front of me,
right,
I'll try to drive my line and just in a way that they will pass that guy
at the same time,
and then create an opportunity for me.
Okay.
That's,
so you're already thinking way ahead.
That's the
You're,
theory.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not executing it. I mean, it's because I mean, I know what I'm supposed to be doing, but like, you know, it's hard to gauge how fast they are compared to you until they're right up on you, and then how much they can accelerate out. You know, plus
right.
you've just got to manage it. I mean, eventually it kind of comes together. Yeah, it's worked out a couple times where I've been able to use it to the advantage and then, you know, get on the train and pass somebody. But it's hard to do. And then if the car walks away from you on the straights, then you lose it, you know?
Absolutely. I think that's been the big thing that separates when we see in like professional endurance racing, for example. You've got some guys that come up through GTs and endurance racing and they, you know, hone their trade doing it for 10, 15 years. And then you've got the other guys that drop down from IndyCar or they drop down from F1 or they drop down from NASCAR and they come in to do endurance racing. And the raw pace is there. They can drive the car, they can make it go fast, but where you really see it begin to matter is in the racecraft, is in what you were just talking about there, where you're like, yeah, no, I'm thinking ahead on how to use that to my advantage. And like you said, it's easier said than done, obviously, but having the wherewithal at this phase in your career where you're just kind of trying to get your feet wet in the racing and to already be thinking about that is like super cool, because that's really what you're looking for.
The Supra GT4s, those guys, the TCBs, I was dancing with them a couple times yesterday, and we were doing the exact same thing because I know they're going to pass me. So what I would do is just let them take the inside, lift just a moment, and tuck in right behind them.
So the 109 had got around the 120, but the 120 is going to come back on the inside to try to get right back to the rear bumper of the 2. But the 109 is going to try to stay around the outside. I don't think it's going to work the way they want it to. It is going to put the 120 on the... No, the 120 does get back to the apex there, so that's good. The 2 now is going around the outside of one of the Eagles Canyon cars.
This is kind of the worst case scenario for the 120 here. Not anything
it's
their fault or the 2's fault. Just having that 109 stuck in this fight while they're trying to work their way through traffic. It completely changes the way those cars are able to exercise their relative strengths and weaknesses and makes it really difficult for that 120 to either allow the 109 to get clear and not get held up, or to try and clear the 109 and not get held up.
Yeah, and that 109 was ahead of the 2 on the way exiting there at turn 5, and then the 2 just motored away, and that puts it right back in the clutches of the 120 Supra.
Yeah, actually, the conversation we were just having, the 120 is able to bide some time here and stay close to the number 2. Then when the 109 gets through, it may balk that number 2 just enough to allow the 120 an opportunity to get through. It's just not been the case yet.
Exactly. They can use the car as a pick, so it's not necessarily a bad thing at the moment.
That 109's just got to find the opportunity to get through first, and I'm not sure where that is. Maybe here in the last corner, around the outside. Oh, and it's going to box the 2 in behind the 140.
There we go. That's a good move by them.
They got to get the run.
Good run for the 120 here onto the front straightaway.
The 2's going to go 3 wide.
But it's going to put them shallow into 1 on the inside of the number 109.
The 120 tries to stay with it, but just can't on the inside here. Cannot get the car slowed down as fast as you can in a racing prototype like that.
109 around the outside here of the number 2 should be able to get the move done. Pushes the 2 off the racing line just a little bit. I don't know that that's going to be enough for the 120 to get a run here, though.
No, they're going to be on the outside going into 5. There is now TCB car ahead, which is going to provide a little bit of traffic options here.
They're still dealing with the 109.
The 109 is still on the outside, and they're going to let both cars go here. Yep.
Yep.
No, now, that's allowed the 410 to draw closer. They're a lap behind, obviously.
Clear,
but,
I think,
yeah.
To be clear, I think the 109 is quicker. It just needs to go be quicker ahead.
Right.
And unfortunately, it just doesn't have the road or the clear track to be able to actually get that done, that move done and stuck.
And this is the hardest possible car for the 109 to pass in the whole field, is the leader of the GTO class. They can get around just about everybody else on, pure pace and make it stick. But when you have two cars fighting to lead a GTO, it is going to be difficult to bide your time here. They let the 410 go as well. So maybe content to let this battle play out and then try to make the pass later.
Yeah, entirely possible.
Speaking of cars you don't want to try to get yourself sat into, have you seen the inside of one of those?
Yeah, there's limits. If Carter's my size, he may have some limiting options on what he's going to drive when he gets fully grown.
Right. Fortunately, there's some GT3 cars out there that are built pretty darn big, so they should be good. I think Scott's Mercedes probably would fit you just about fine.
Yeah, that probably would work as well.
Yeah.
I've got a GT4 RS that I drive as a street car that we keep on the track as a, the go fast car. And that car is just about the right size.
Yep. I agree. The first time I sat in a 718, I was like, it's almost like they made a car for me.
Yeah.
Everything fits the way it should. Go ahead, Brendan.
El Diablo sideways over the way to the inside of the apex of turn 8 there.
Yes, because they are fighting open throttle. They were literally within a half second of them last time across the line. They themselves are within 7 seconds of BRD Motorsport for the lead in GP1.
So BRD and open throttle have lost some time here to El Diablo.
And at the same time, we did see that TCB slightly holding up the lead for the overall in GTO while bleeding time to 410 as well.
This
they're
is
off.
trouble. Yeah, this is trouble for the 48.
He's on the button.
You got a mechanic? No, he's...
let's see.
Maybe trying to feel it out here.
I was going to say, it seems nervous a little bit. That car has been in the wars today.
No kidding.
I don't think anything they've necessarily done wrong. It just keeps happening. They're going to come to the pit lane, but so does the 62. So both of them are going to come down pit road.
Wonder if there's a little bit of rubbing.
Yeah.
There may have been.
There's some marks on the 62, but I'm not convinced those weren't already there. The 109 has pit in as well. I think that's probably the right move for the 109, that they take their pit stop now and get out of that battle. And try to separate themselves. Try to go for is that the overcut, TM? This is going to be the 48 going to the paddock.
Yeah. So I went back and found the replay from onboard to 48. I'm going to make a judgment call here and say it's my opinion. Just sent it in way too late in the non-passing zone at turn 7. Locked the front tires up, slid over the apex curb, and just clobbered the side of the 62.
Okay.
And unfortunately, the wheel was turned, and he was fully locked up. And I wonder if it just did in the left front suspension there as a result of the contact.
Well, especially when you're going over the curbs right there, too. You're already... In the meantime, as that's developed, the 410 has actually gone around the 120, and the 120's lost some time to the leader here.
Yeah.
You mean he got around the 246?
No, the 410.
No, I mean the 410 got around the 120.
Then the one, yeah, exactly. So that was for position. The 410 has passed the 246. That is for 5th place in GTO, and that move is done. But yeah, it has offset the 120 a little bit and cost it some time here. Jordan, I'll have you know that clambered is a word. Just not the one I wanted to use.
Is it really actually a word?
Oh, yeah. It clambered over the curb and then clobbered the side of the 62.
I don't think I've ever really heard clambered, but I'm going to start using that. That's a good word.
It is a favorite of mine.
Just to try to put a bow on this conversation, as that we watched all that transpire, obviously. One of the things I have noticed about the Eagles Canyon Fast Track Dream Machine project is for a bunch of new guys in the car, we haven't seen a whole lot of the rookie mistake, lock up, and hit people stuff going on. Is that coaching? Is that an internal culture thing of like, hey, we're just going to take it easy?
Yeah, they're pretty strict on the no contact. They've cracked the whip a few times.
Okay, cool.
On the kids.
Nice.
Carter has had the whip cracked on him a couple times.
Okay, got it.
I've hit somebody before. Actually, I hit one of the TCB guys.
Okay.
At a club race. It wasn't egregious, but I mean, it does happen. You know?
Enough.
But yeah, they're it's at the end of the day, making contact slows everybody down. Or slows you down, and it just isn't. It doesn't promote good sportsmanship.
No.
But it does happen, and you just got to be. It's part of it.
Well,
but yeah, they really hammer down on clean racing and just sportsmanship and just good conduct.
Right.
It eventually comes back to you.
Absolutely.
If you're a jerk out there, people will notice it, then something will happen.
Yep. And it can even be, and we've seen it in the past here, where people are driving like jerks, and then a situation develops the following day where it's like, hey, man, you're the lap traffic. I know that you're being held up, but I'm trying to chase the leader. It's like, I don't really have any incentive to let you through because you were being kind of a jackass to me before. And no, you can get around me. I'm in my own battle. And those things come back around to you if you're a good sportsman, as you're saying. So that makes a lot of sense. The 48 did return to the track.
That last session, Lucas was on me. He was in the blue car, and I made him work for it, but I let him pass me.
Right.
I mean, he was going to pass me anyways, But I was like, make him fight a little bit, and then I lifted because he was going to do it anyways. We were at different levels.
Right. Is there a degree of wanting to stay on Lucas's bumper at that point to see what he's doing with the car?
I try to, but then it's just it's the experience.
Right.
He brakes just a little bit lighter, a little bit later.
Okay.
He's just a little bit faster, and it adds up turn by turn by turn.
Gotcha.
And it irritates you too.
Oh, 100%. 100%. We've all been there, where somebody's just that little bit, and you can't figure out how to, and they're just stacking a little bit here and there, and it makes the huge difference.
They'll go at Eagles Canyon. He'll run a reference lap, and then you just compare yours, and he points it out. But it's a game of inches at this point,
right?
And that's just how it is.
Absolutely. Well, Paul Wilson, thank you for coming up and chatting with me. I appreciate it.
I enjoyed it. We will be back.
100%. When are you going to come back?
I would like to come back. I'm thinking maybe your Road America
or
Atlanta this summer. I think y'all have one.
There's Atlanta and there's Road America.
Okay, one of those two we're going to try to make. We're going to be at Arlington and Sonoma and then Coda in April and May.
Okay.
And then after that, also Toby's has to get everything ready too because he's got to work all those cars and all of these cars, And so they're working all the time, so there's a little bit of a bottleneck there too. But we're going to get out here, as soon as we can.
Perfect.
Back out here.
Alrighty, Paul. Well, hey, I appreciate it. I've loved having you guys
Thank
around.
you.
Please come see me anytime, okay?
We'll do. We'll be back. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Yeah, no problem. That's Paul Wilson with ECR and Dream Machine. Having a great time here at the track as well.
This lead battle just will not let up. Number 2 leading number 120 with the team car number 410 stuck in between. This is about the farthest apart they've been in probably 20 or 25 minutes. And I do wonder a little bit here if the word has gone into the driver of the number 120 to just say, hey, let's not get caught up in this. Let's not do anything stupid, not take any penalties for contact or anything because somebody tried to make it 3 wide where they didn't need to. Let's just ride around here. Because, JT, when we look back at the pace differential between these two cars, it wasn't, yes, the 120 has been quicker overall, but it's not like it's been to the tune of a second a lap. We're not costing that car a second a lap here by riding around. It's a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there.
Yeah, we've still got 2 hours left. I do want to bring our attention back to GP1 for just a moment, though. The 62 did come in. They looked over the car, sent it back out. It rejoins 3rd in class. We did have the onboard from El Diablo who came into the paddock. That car just gone back out.
Yeah, so it was mentioned. That is, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it really didn't do any damage there. The driver felt something or thought he felt something, and they came in and gave it a once-over and said, no, all right, good to go.
I mean, yeah, when you have a massive lockup and then you go off track, your tires are going to be giving you it's a line. They're going to be giving you a very odd feedback, especially after you've been. That's
opportunity here. The 410 got through on the sister car. This opens the door for the 120 up the inside at turn number 12. Sticks the nose in and commits. Back on the throttle around the long right-hander at turn number 13. Is the move done at 14? Not quite. The 120 pinches the number 2 there on the entry to the final corner, and the job is finally done. The overall lead changes. AE Victory number 120 on its debut weekend now leads with an hour and 56 minutes left on the clock. The number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW back to second.
That was very close, but well done to both drivers there.
But it was decisive, JT.
Yes.
There wasn't, nothing was done halfway. The nose was showed, kept it stuck in there, didn't kind of half back out of it, just said, nope, I'm going to put the nose of my car right here. You stay to the outside, and we're going to fight this thing out over the next 2 corners.
Yeah, it wasn't a sudden lunge. It was predictable. Everybody, had the moment to assess the situation. They gave each other, proper room. They did that correctly. Everything that we saw right there was very well done.
Yeah, it was. I mean, generally good racecraft too. Anyway, from the number 120, it was okay. I'm going to sit here and chill while there are no opportunities, and when then the opportunity presents itself, I'm going to go for it. That is good self-preservation. Just all the right things there on display from the driver of the number 120. Would love to know who that is, just not appearing on our screens at the moment. But anyway, let's see what kind of gap we can open up here. With an hour and 55 minutes left on the clock, we were last in kind of collectively at lap 123 under a code 35, which means, yeah, I mean, we should be in here within the next, let's call it 5 to somewhere between 5 and 15 laps, depending on fuel consumption.
Yeah, we're basically getting to the point where we're at least in GTO. You're looking at the final 2 stops here.
Yeah. Well, and one of those is going to be a splash, right? So we've had enough green flag running that we're going to get a full stint green flag pit stop. The deeper you can go, the better off you're going to be with these code 35s, if indeed we see any more. Yeah, let's wait and see how this thing develops. We know that 120 is good on pit stops. The 2 is good on pit stops, but the GTR 99 squad, yes, losing a little bit of time on track, but really, really good in the pit lane. So let's see whether or not the GTR 99 can kind of insert themselves into this battle as well. Incidentally, in the battle for 4th in GTO, AE Victory Racing, Brenna Schubert on board the number 119 is lapping consistently in the 1:35s. So too has Ben Juanarenas, but actually Brenna's been able to stop some of the slow bleeding with that gap to the number 410, and it's stuck there right around 6 seconds. So we had one AE Victory Racing car in a scrap with an ACP Tangerine BMW, and now the other pair kind of setting themselves up here, although it may be, oh no, this is a slow GTR car out of turn number 8. El Diablo up the inside, full throttle and basically no acceleration here.
Is this a fuel issue?
I don't think so. That they're foot to the floor. It's almost like maybe a fuel pump, or maybe something turbo related. Doesn't pit either.
Huh.
Interesting. Well, I wonder if the lack of pit stop is a, hey, we're not ready for you. Let us try and figure it out. Once we have a plan together, come on in. But that car it's so obviously not up to pace. 92 mile an hour top speed into turn number 1 is not how this is supposed to go. That being said, if Jeffrey Siegel is still on board that car, doing a decent job to hustle it under the circumstances. This is the third place car in GTO, remember here. So that battle we were just talking about between 119 and 410 is about to become, well, not immediately, but shortly going to become the battle for third. Other gaps closing in GTO, 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion. Kevin Madsen listed on board that car, trying to chase down Garrett Higgins on board the 246. 43 seconds to choose between them, but that 246 gave up about 3.5 seconds last time through.
GP1 leader BRD Motorsports has pit from the lead.
Speaking of BRD, got a note from Alex Barroso, who I think, where have we seen Alex Barroso before? He may have run in the Audi RS3 TCRs, like way back in the day. I think, maybe. Anyway, the note, just trying to provide a little backstory information on that number 616. It's a new car they purchased as a budget build. They being BRD Motorsports. Took somebody's DE car, refined the fuel system a bit, and made some small setup changes. Stock driveline and engine management, budget aero, and non-adjustable H&R coilovers, even has stock sway bars. So this is truly a just kind of, hey, we're going to do this efficiently rather than go spend a bunch of money to try and build a world beater. And it turns out if you can build yourself a reliable piece of kit and keep the thing on track and not shoot yourself in the foot with silly mistakes, it doesn't take a whole bunch of money to go be competitive.
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know. That was blue.
Palomar crew members, Palomar is just as confused as we are. Pit stop drops the BRD car down to third and promotes the PC Racing number 43 up into the class lead. That car will be due a pit stop again. We were all kind of in at the same time under that most recent code 35. Getting held up just a touch there by the 888 Racing. Number 54, Porsche. And even just that little bit of hesitation is going to bring that 410 ever closer to the back of the Toyota Supra. Just up ahead of this, I think. Yeah, there it is. That is 119 up the inside of the 54. That job is done. Here comes the number 410. It was 6 seconds not so very long ago. That is down at the start-finish line to 1.7. Gonna have to do a decent job here to try and stay on the lead lap as well. AE Victory Racing, the number 120, is closing pretty quickly on this battle for third. Good power slide there out of the HC number 455.
Yeah, not only that, but a couple cars behind, the 54 from 888 Racing does seem to have a bit of their right front fender. Oh,
that was
no!
Contact. I think the 410 got into the 455 there on the way into turn 7. It turned the 455 around, and then as it slid back across the track directly into the path of the number 410 where contact was made. Again, now we'll get a replay of this, I think, here in a moment from producer Jordan Worth. Yeah, there it is.
It was exactly the same thing with exactly the same tire tracks across the apex as we saw out of the El Diablo car earlier. They're just, if you don't have the move done by the braking zone for 7, you just can't get it completed. There isn't enough room to funnel 2 cars down into that right-left chicane, even with the curb there, to avoid making contact where it counts by the narrowest point of the track. If you've sent it in on the inside, eventually your 2 trajectories are going to converge over that curb. It is time and time again we see it as unavoidable. So I think the 410 stayed out, even with the kind of double contact. That is the 99 at speed now, by the way.
Good.
Splitting those 2 cars. Now, did they pit, or did we try?
Yes, they did pit.
Okay, did pit. Yeah, wonder what the story was there. Maybe it just needed a reset, a quick off and on again.
Oh yes, the classic BMW reboot.
Yeah, tell me if you've seen this before. Haven't seen it with the G82s though.
True.
That's a new one.
And we don't think it's an ABS related fault.
No.
Or whatever it was.
Yeah, so the 410 has lost in all of that about 18 seconds on the last lap to that 119.8 Victory Racing Supra, and I suspect that car's woes are not complete.
Yeah. The sister car is on pit lane. Just gets out of the box, I believe.
That is the 120?
The 2.
Oh, the 2.
Sister car to the 410.
To the 410, yeah. I did see that car on the way in.
Way it goes.
Pit stop for AE Vic. I'm sorry. No. Pit stop for PC Racing. Out of the GP1 class lead. Now, does this exchange let the BRD Motorsports number 616 back into
no
the lead? Well, but they haven't come back through yet.
Hear me out.
Okay.
So PC Racing's pit stall is before the timing line.
Yeah, but there's
they come across the line now.
Yeah. Okay.
And they retain the lead.
Yeah. I was going to say, there is still... Nope, that is all over the grass there for the Skip Barber Racing School, number 216. My point was going to be there is still pit lane to traverse after the start-finish line. Correct. Probably not 19 seconds worth, but okay, yes. Yeah, they were ahead at the line. Doesn't necessarily guarantee that when they rejoin the track, they're going to stay ahead, but that obviously is the case here. Open Throttle Racing in the number 62 has already pitted. They were actually the first from that lead trio to pit. So the gaps you see there at the front of GP1 with the top 3 cars separated by about 16 seconds are all real. Those are head-to-head battles basically to the end with that extra splash.
Yeah, the main thing is the BRD stop was a bit on the longer side. That total time was 4 minutes, about 44, whereas PC Racing was at 3:03. Significantly quicker there.
Showing Billy Johnson back aboard the ACP Tangerine number 2. So that car should be back up to pace here pretty much immediately, trying to chase down that number 120. Only 6 seconds in hand over Brenna Schubert in the 119, although we will need a pit stop from the 119. Is worth also pointing out here that the number 2 going meaningfully shorter on this all-green flag stint than either of those 2 Toyota Supras, which will have dividends to be paid out if we stay green to the end, or indeed if we see a fortunately timed or specifically timed code 35. But let's see how much longer.
99's trying to defend from the 678 going into 1 here. This is a fight for 5th in GTO at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. Battle for position. 455 is just exiting the pit lane ahead of us there. That was a car that got turned around by the 410 down at turn number 7.
Yeah, unfortunately they did lose a couple laps. that did promote the Skip Barber Racing School Toyota into 5th.
Up the inside here.
Can he get the exit though? That BMW is quite strong at this point.
Well, and you could see how much the 678 was fighting the wheel, trying to get traction down with that tight line exiting turn number 5. Just could not get the power down the way they needed to. Back on board the 99. Ligier's got to run there through that fast left and right at turns 9 and 10. Shows the nose, but only half a lane is open there, so has to back out of it. All up over the curb there, clambering over the curb at turn number 12. Gonna be held
Coming up on the 64.
into pit lane. That was traumatic. That pit lane entry.
Those are always the fun ones.
Good aggressive pit lane entry there.
Like Montreal.
Yes, exactly.
Coming in.
That's a good pit lane too.
119 is into the pit lane here, out of what was 3rd place in GTO. So pitting before the sister car. Even with Billy Johnson installed as the driver in that number 2, AE Victory Racing still able to pull out about half a second on that lap. So the pace is still very, very much in that number 120. Seem to be any lasting impact to that number 410 at the moment either. Times are back down into the 135s. Yeah, I mean, I guess they were in the 34s there for a bit as well, but is that a slow 616? Climbing the hill there into the final corner?
Hard to tell.
It looks okay.
Yeah,
it could just be that the 455 is a bit hot right now. Ready to go.
Yeah, entirely possible. Josh Rich. I don't know. Josh Rich behind the wheel of that number 616. First couple laps out of the pit lane were in the 141s, and then the times since have been a 42.1, a 44.9, 44.7, and 45.9. But unless something else has happened in between, that is a lot of pace to lose just all at once. $120 is in.
In and out. It's already back.
Yeah,
out.
it's already
Oh,
left.
yeah, very good. Yep. At the line was 23 seconds ahead of that number 2.
And that seems to be a relatively accurate gap.
Yeah, I'd buy that. 12-second pit differential between the AE Victory car and the ACP Tangerine car. Now, did the number 2 take any tires on that stop?
That's a good question.
Would be my thought there. 12 seconds is a lot of time to lose on a fuel-only stop for those two squads, or between those two squads.
Let me attempt to answer your question with another question, which is, if you had Billy Johnson getting in the car, would you say, I think you can handle it on old tires, get after it? Or would you say, I'm going to give you new tires, you're going to start with a little bit less time, but you're going to be able to make that up? What strategy
you
call
told
do you
me
ultimately-
so to be clear, the question is Billy Johnson with a gap to close and fresh tires, or Billy Johnson with no gap to close and old tires?
Well, it's a gap either way is the problem.
Well, a small gap with old tires or a larger gap with fresh
Right.
tires. I'm going to give Billy Johnson fresh tires and have him go send it.
Do his thing.
All right. I am a big proponent of give your best player your best weapon, but
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yep. Nope. That is even if it's a taller task or a taller mountain to climb. Yeah. Get the hands of the get the ball in the hands of your best player. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you saying that Billy Johnson is the Kobe Bryant of the number 2 ACP with Tangerine Associates?
I mean, this is a slippery slope. I don't know who's an obviously best player on a team. I don't know. I got nothing.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
There we go.
There
Giannis.
you go. Yes. Billy the Greek Freak Johnson. Got an hour and 30 left to go here. I think maybe another ad time. Time for an additional ad. One more way to pay the bills.
I think we could do that.
I think that's manageable.
Yeah,
Jordan, do you think that's manageable?
Step aside here briefly at DriversEye Live with an hour 35 left on the clock. Barber Motorsports Park, the final 90-ish minutes of racing from the WRL Endurance Masters here at DriversEye Live. We'll be back in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the World Racing League Endurance Masters. I'm Ryan West. JT Tammy with me, calling the race. Sorry, I need to move the mic a little bit closer if I'm going to lean into the Masters thing.
This was the golf. Yeah.
Well, I think that's the bit. I think that's the bit that he was trying to do, because they talk about Barber is supposed to be the like Augusta of racetracks because the grass is always like immaculate. That's their whole bit, which we don't get to see because it's
Well, not this
March.
corner right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, indeed. But in general, it's supposed to be like the Masters.
Have you ever heard of the term desire path?
No, I have not.
Basically, when you have like a walkable area with sidewalks, but yet people cut through the grass and form a path because it's the quicker way to go.
Yes, I've heard that referred to as an elephant path.
Right.
But yes.
So that's what this looks like right here through this corner, since there's been so many cars that spun in this same spot.
Correct. No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that curb on the top bit right there, the first kind of left-hander that Sevico just drives straight over, which is wild to me. I tried to hit that curb in my rental car, which, to be clear, is an SUV, at like 40, and that was massively unpleasant. Like, extremely unpleasant. Oh, the 410 is going slowly on the exit of turn 5 here.
Yeah.
Trouble. It's trouble for the 410. Going awfully slowly through turn 6. Beautiful drive on the way down to turn 7. They'll show up on one of our cameras eventually. Hoping that doesn't bring out another full course yellow. Code 35.
Is that car doing?
Could be. Although it would be very un-ACP-like to run out of fuel. Usually they've got that pretty well dialed in. Are they going to make it up the hill? Doesn't look good.
He's wiggling it.
Seems like they're slowing down. They're going to make the turn. Okay. Could be like a limp mode situation, perhaps? Don't really know.
Trying to slosh that fuel.
6:16 of BRD coming out of the pit lane after their quick fuel stop. Hour and 30 to go. We think that that's probably their last stop this afternoon.
Unfortunately, it looks like that stop may have been slightly too quick for them.
Indeed. The 410 looking like they're going to make it back to pit lane. Carl, come to the attention. Come to a halt. About 4 feet from all the mechanics. They'll take a look and see what's going on with that. Try it out. See what their next move is.
Like I said, it's a really big hill.
It's a huge hill, but fortunately they're getting close to the top, and they'll be able to coast it back down into the pit lane.
Are we sure?
43 of PC Racing is still out in the lead of GP1, followed by the 62 Open Throttle. Both BMWs. One of them selecting a BMW M3, the other an M2.
The 410 has not made it up the hill.
A lot of different clubs in the bag over at Open Throttle Racing. Always want to make sure you're selecting the right one.
Yeah, no, seriously, that 410 has not made it up the hill.
They didn't make it? Okay, well,
they did not make it. They stopped.
That's too bad. If they're stopped, then I think we are going to see a double yellow here, which is quite a stick in the eye for anybody who's made a recent pit stop. Let me tell you. Fortunately, I think that will call most of the general production field to the pit lane for the last time. And then we'll have just a knife fight to the finish. About a 30-second gap right now between the 62 and the 43. It's PC Racing versus Open Throttle Racing. Luke Anthony Martin at the controls of the 62. PC Racing, who knows? As everybody gets it woed down to 35 miles an hour. I'm curious how much pressure change we see in the tires on the GTR 99. You can just see the crease at the top of the windshield here. Oh, what's going on? What's up?
Oh, I saw something a moment ago with that turn 13 cam. I just went back and looked at it.
Uh-huh.
I think I saw it pass under yellow. I'm very, very certain I did.
Okay. Well, we'll let that be adjudicated the way it's meant to be adjudicated.
I'll give you a hint. It may impact the leading car.
I
But the yellow's out at that station, and they go to the inside of the open throttle 64.
Okay. Well, it's tough. It's not a common procedure, especially among some of the folks that are in the AE Victory car. May not have seen the Code 35 before, so like I can see how it would happen.
This is before the Code 35. This is when there's a yellow at the station.
Oh,
a standing yellow.
Okay. Well, yeah, don't have a whole lot of explanation for that, unfortunately. Well, just like Fox, it's time for another ad as we go to yellow.
No.
Non-stop coverage just means that we have it on the TV somewhere. It doesn't mean that we're not going to play commercials, because we're going to do that, let me tell you. .48 directly in front of the 43. Been a tough day for that car. The Rello outfit. With the Bimmerworld logo on one side, but not the other. Do you think that means Bimmerworld's only sponsoring half of the car?
Maybe, or the sticker just fit well.
Sure.
They had one decal.
One available. Like when you're a kid and you put fake sponsors on your car. Do you think it makes you look cool? I don't see that very much anymore. Look, man, it's one thing if you're going to an IMSA race specifically and you want to like sticker up your car, like I'm cool with that. But somebody rolling by in their Camry with logos all over it's like, come on. JT, do you have your Instagram handle on your Miata?
I do not.
Oh, okay. All right. Can I get a IndyCar race update? Or is the Cup race on? It's over. Can I get a Cup race update?
Don't know if it's started yet.
Is it 2:30 or 3:30?
They just did the anthem.
Ah, I see.
So they are going to start.
Have they received the command to start?
Well, no, there's a good, 15 minutes between the anthem and the command these days, so.
Got it.
No,
we got to do the invitation.
I had the same issue at the Xfinity race in Portland.
Yes, it's a very long process between.
It is.
Talk about a place where people are less interested in listening to the national anthem and the invocation than PIR.
It's weird because NASCAR, they seem to be such a stickler for timing out everything and being so strict with how an operation needs to be run.
Well, not for that.
No, it turned out it was very loose and it was odd.
And we're going to go back green here. Barber Motorsports Park. PC Racing fastest finger first on the button. They were behind the 48 when the green came out and still beat the 48 to the line. The 120 gets a little hosed here. They had just pulled in for some fuel as we went back to green. So they had half of a yellow flag pit stop. Same with the 410. The 410, it does appear to be returning as well as the 2.
Did we see if the 410 went into their box at all?
I assume that it did. Box from here. So there's going to be a little bit of a shuffle at the top of the GTO field. The GTR 99 also pitted, so that's your top 4 in GTO taking to the pit lane. Top 3 anyway. The 410 is no longer in the top of the order. The 119 had just stopped, did it not?
I did not see.
Like before the yellow? Did I make that up? I probably made it up. Brad McCall's favorite part of every broadcast. They stopped on lap 169, so it was not right before, but it was 10 laps before the yellow. So they'll have lost out a little bit, and they still owe one more stop. So that's not gone well for the 119. It has worked out reasonably well for the 120. And then the 2, of course, trying to capitalize on that yellow flag situation, but they also got a little bit caught out. I think just the timing of the yellow meant that the 120 and the 2 couldn't quite get a full stop in under the code 35.
Oh man, change for position in the lead of GTU.
Yeah, I saw that a little while ago, that had flipped over.
It literally just did. They just crossed the line. Yeah, because Roberts, after they had that issue during, I want to say, the second hour of the race.
Right.
Yeah, they unfortunately had been in the paddock for a while. That gave 40-48 the leading class by a very large margin. Quite a few laps, but they ran into troubles. Roberts got back out there, they put in the time and the work, and they've now retaken the lead.
Perfect. Would you say they put in that work?
Yeah, I would.
Were they rocking that? Yeah, I don't know. I give up. I wasn't fully committed to that bit, as it turns out.
Bit odd that Lagunatic stayed out during that. I don't have them as coming in. Palomar did. They topped off. So they'll have a good, probably a minute gap back to the 779.
Got it.
Palomar should be good for the rest of the race. We will need to see another stop from the 779. Reports of dropping fluid out of the Harrison. It's good to see that car still circulating.
Apologies for leaving you guys hanging there.
No, not a problem, Brendan.
I can't help but notice the 410 has gone missing.
Missing is a strong word. We have found it. It ran out of fuel, we think.
Oh!
Yeah, we watched it. It gave us a brief code 35.
Yep.
Yeah.
It went back out. I assumed it went back out on only a little bit of fuel and has now had to come back on the pit lane for a proper full fueling. Because if I recall, when you go in the paddock, you're only allowed to add a very small amount of fuel.
Correct.
Yeah.
In the back paddock, I don't think you can have any fuel in the back paddock at this point.
Well, but you have to if the car's out of fuel, right? And
right.
it has to
So
be under the supervision of a marshal.
Of a marshal.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right.
So I wonder if maybe they put in a little bit there, but that doesn't make any sense because once that's done, you should be able to put in a full tank there in the back, but you exit the pit or you exit the paddock at the pit entry end.
Right.
But theoretically, you should be able to just come back to your stall and top off there without having to go back out and circulate for a couple of laps.
Indeed. So on pit cycle, I think Billy Johnson has come back out in the lead.
That's correct.
Yeah, the timing of that full course yellow is certainly interesting.
Yeah, and for the 119, which had pitted about 10 laps prior, it like wasn't enough to get them to the end, but now they're going to have to stop again anyway. So it's, you know.
Well,
But
again,
people,
this is
but people
kind
weren't.
of-
No, it's the same thing that we've been talking about. I understand that.
Well, and was yesterday.
Right.
Like, we did this same thing yesterday with fuel mileage and how far can they go, and
yep,
you top off.
Yeah, it's not worked out, I think, the way they would have hoped.
Change for position for 6th in GTO. The 888 Racing Porsche overtaking Rapscallion.
Sorry, I'm doing some math here on what the fuel range is actually going to look like. Like, how close are the GTO leaders from being able to stretch if we stay green till the end?
It's close. I don't think they're going to make it. This is the same situation we were in yesterday, where you swore up and down that everybody was going to make it, and I said no, and nobody made it.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I don't think they're going to make it to the end. I am curious as to how close they actually are.
Got it. Probably 15 minutes, I would say. 10 to 15 minutes.
I'm worried it's not gonna really matter.
Well, you're not wrong.
We'll see. There hasn't been anything in the race control log about it yet.
Yeah, it's going to end up being about 5 to 10 laps, depending on what your range actually is.
Oh, is that about?
I'm showing from when the pit stops were made, right around an hour and 23 remaining, about 51, 52 laps to go.
So is that about 10 to 15 minutes worth?
Well, it's 51 laps to go. We're seeing fuel runs between 40 and 45 laps.
Yeah.
So let's call it 5 to 10 laps short, which is anywhere from let's call it 8 to like 16 minutes, somewhere in that range.
Oh, all right.
I'm not just putting it in terms of time. I'm trying.
Sure,
to
I understand.
We have number-based data. I'm trying to put in.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
How many laps are we actually talking here? Which means that if we can clear 7 or 8 laps from the most recent full course yellow, right? Once we get to about lap 180, let's call it like 186. So another 2-3 laps, we should be able to. If we get another code 35, it should be the last stop for just about everybody from that point.
All right. Bet.
I'm not betting.
That's what the kids these say.
Sure.
Say.
Oh, is it? I wouldn't know what the kids these days say.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No.
It's because you're childless.
That is true.
Damn, dude.
You are without child.
That is correct.
But you have land, though. I do not.
Not really.
I don't have land. You have land, but I have a child.
Yeah.
So.
We're
between the two of us, we're a fully fledged
kind of
person.
My wife and I are both self-employed, though, so we're kind of doing things the hard way.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Well, you'll have that.
I've been hanging out a lot in r/overemployed.
Ah. Well.
It was Gino Manley. You can blame it on Gino Manley. That's all. That's what I'll say about that. So.
Definition of overemployed.
Yes. Except one of his other job he pays to do, whereas I am getting paid for both.
But then it's not a job.
Yeah, I know, but he's committing to it like it's a job. What a guy. What a guy. Yeah, man, I just keep playing chicken at my day job, and they keep saying that's fine. So.
Are you watching the Duramax Texas Grand Prix?
Is that what they're calling it?
I didn't know NASCAR was allowed to call their races Grand Prix.
Now we're watching WRL, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
It's for the algorithm, man. You remember how the United States Formula One Grand Prix affected the algorithm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the algorithm. Circuit of the Americas.
On
Duramax Texas Grand Prix. No, but they do appear to be streaming the whole thing on YouTube.
Like on purpose, or someone is?
It's the NASCAR on Fox channel.
Ooh. Are you getting that as like a freebie, and then your thing expires, and then
8 laps in, the whole thing goes, gets taken down. I have no idea.
Would you like to pay for a subscription?
No, maybe.
I'm actually about to cancel my YouTube TV.
You know they have a sports-only tier now.
Oh, they do, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And allegedly, it includes access. I haven't confirmed this, but I've heard it includes access to ESPN Unlimited.
How is that different from the ESPN that I get from my Hulu subscription?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Oh, not till fall 2026. Huh.
All right. Well,
do you have access to the whole like stream everything thing on like stream TV on ESPN app thing through Hulu?
I think so.
This is such a mess, man. It is crazy how bad this has gotten this quickly.
You know what I like? Cable.
Cable, yeah.
But at a certain point, like, it actually is more efficient and way simpler.
I know, we've got a full 360.
Yes.
It's
insane.
insane.
And as it turns out, there's no free lunch when you're having to pay all these television channels. Where like Sling and YouTube are like, yeah, it's like having cable, but half the price. And if you want to if you actually want to earn income on that program, you do have to charge just about what the cable companies charge. And they don't have any infrastructure to build.
Yep.
And maintain.
It is crazy how quickly it's pivoted to become this.
Yep.
And
anyway, I'm getting rid of it. So
it might be time, man. I don't know. Like, so here's like.
Here we go.
We're coming up to March Madness, right? We're coming up to the NCAA tournament, and all of these things are on CBS and CBS affiliated channels. The whole thing is streamed. You need access to like one like authentication method,
right?
And then you have access to the whole of March Madness live streaming in its own app. So why would you ever pay the $85 a month or whatever it is now for YouTube TV?
You're asking the wrong person, because I'm not paying for it, is what I decided.
And then you have to do the Sunday ticket thing on top of it.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, I just couldn't give less of a damn about the NFL at this point. So, like, I do not pay for the Sunday ticket. I never will.
Jordan, do you pay for Sunday ticket? Being a out of town fan of your team?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, there's
Find
no
other ways.
Yeah, it's a problem of their own creation, frankly, with the piracy at this point, because they've made it this complicated to get in touch with it. That,
to be clear, we're not condoning this.
Sure.
No.
Now, if somebody wants to do a pirate stream of DriversEye Live, I would laugh. Actually, I'll give you a view. I'll give you a view on that. That's fine.
Well, so there was a discussion that came up in the Marshall Pruitt podcast towards the end of last year about how
I'm sorry, you listened to the Marshall Pruitt podcast?
Only because the Week in Sports Cars is actually just Graham Goodwin and Stephen Kilby.
All right.
It's worth it. It's fine. Still in the style of Marshall Pruitt, but at least they're people I like to listen to talk. Indeed. But there was a discussion about how sports car racing and WEC especially, but also IMSA to a degree, right, it really is as simple as letting people access your product and seeing growth in interest, right?
Yes.
They put up FP3 on YouTube for WEC. They put up the races in their entirety afterwards. IMSA has been streaming on YouTube for their international audiences. Just put it out there and get people to watch it. Right? It really is just as simple as let people find it or help people find it, and they will watch it.
So why are we fracturing the distribution of an already niche sport so that everybody can get their financial piece of the pie?
Yep.
While making it harder for literally anybody, even the people that want to watch your thing, to be able to watch your thing.
Imagine not only doing that, but then putting out 2 separate products based on the same race, and then wondering why nobody watches the primary U.S. domestic product because it's so bad, while restricting people from watching the good product.
Well, part of that is because the people who are putting out the domestic product are financially invested in the distribution of that product rather than being financially compensated for the distribution of that product.
Then fire Lee Diffie and Townsend Bell and Brian Till. Fire all of them. Fire whoever their EP is. Fire that person. Fire the director. Fire all of them. This is going to be great when I try to apply for a job with them here in like 5 years.
Yeah,
it's going to be fantastic. Literally fire the lot of them.
You're going to ask for a letter of recommendation.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
going to send them this clip.
Yes, 100%. and then just run the other one. That's it. You don't have to do the rest of it. And all that money that you saved by not paying all those people $300 grand a year, which they almost certainly are doing, it can be made up for in I don't know, not running an ad every 7 minutes.
But the problem is that however many hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to broadcast that recoup value for the $2 million, $3 million that all the manufacturers had to spend to be eligible to play in IMSA, they have to run these 60 and 90 second segments from the pit lane with the, domestic tire tech chief at Michelin and the
Did you know that the
executive vice
texture doesn't
president
actually do anything?
This, that, or the other.
You'll ask about it.
But everybody has chipped in a couple 100,000 here, a couple million here, tens of thousands here, and they all need their time. They all need their payback on the value because NBC had to make back the hundreds of thousands of dollars they overpaid to broadcast a niche product. And so it makes
then you know what the rule is?
It makes our ability to consume that product meaningfully and substantially worse.
So if they want to do that, that's fine. Have the PR guy from Michelin come sit in for an interview. No pre-recorded fluff bits, none of that stuff. He comes up, watches the race, and talks to them for 5 minutes, and he gets to talk about whatever he wants to talk about.
That's what the radio team does.
That's just what the broadcast should be. That's all they should. NBC should just take that off of YouTube and put it on NBC. That's all they should do.
Well, so the flip side of that, or not flip side, but the other side of this kind of issue is that I think, I don't want to say people overinvest, or TV organizations, TV broadcast organizations think that people are more invested in personal stories than they are, because it does take personal investment to give a darn about the thing in the first place.
Sure.
Or sustain interest in this thing.
Do you think the radio team doesn't do that?
I think you get a lot less of the rags to riches fluff type stories on radio than you do on TV.
I really don't think people care about
TV
that.
thinks that people do. I think TV productions think that people care about that. I don't care about that, but I'm also like,
not a family man.
Spectrum adjacent. I don't know.
Exactly.
I just don't invest in the people stories. I invest in the
event,
the thing, the event, the progression of the thing in the event. And yes, sometimes it involves people, and we at World Racing League and DriversEye Live get to form relationships with people, and that's where I begin to invest. But I don't need to see a guy who is more successful than I will ever be put his face on TV for 90 seconds at a time and pretend to care that he has some crazy story about growing up in rural Germany and now being a Porsche factory driver. Like, yeah, I'd love to do that too, man, but I don't need to hear about it. Just let me watch the thing that I'm here to watch. And arguably that most people are there to watch.
Counterpoint, you named this business DriversEye Live because...
Well, because initially it was just supposed to be us broadcasting people's onboard cameras at races that we weren't attending.
Right, but you've also given this whole speech about how you want to bring families closer to what's going on, blah, blah, blah.
Of course.
Which is inherently personal.
But that's fundamentally different. That is not making you care about somebody who's famous. That is giving you a way to connect to somebody that you already love and care about.
Right.
That is giving you a way to connect to your family that has taken time away.
I wanted you very specifically to draw the distinction there out. That way you could have said that for posterity.
Absolutely. And it is fundamentally and meaningfully different.
Yes.
Racing is personal. It has always been personal and emotional. It will always continue to be that way.
Indeed.
But I should not be forced as a consumer of this sport, as a consumer of the on-track product, I should not be pigeonholed into having to also care about all these fluff pieces, all of these sponsorship promotion pieces, because a TV production company has decided, well, this is the only way that we're going to make money back on what we spent. If that's the case, then it's not worth what you paid for it. And you have a problem.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't think it is worth what they paid for it, to be honest.
No, clearly
the same way that I think back in, what was it, 2013 or 2014? I think NBC and Fox, I think it was NBC mostly, way overpaid for NASCAR.
Yeah.
Well, funny that.
Well, funny. And this time...
Weird.
This time around, Fox put in a major investment into the promotion of a sports car or a sports organization.
Yep.
And what did they get back? 33% ownership.
Yep. Yep.
It's not just about promotion. It's not just about, well, here's how we broadcast it. Here's how we make people care about it from a live promotional perspective. It's actual operational and visibility changes that come with 33% stake, 1/3 stake in a major governing body of a corner of our sport. That is massive.
Yes.
And I still don't like listening to Will Buxton, to be clear. Like, I think he was not the right choice for the job. But at the very least, they've got.
He came from F1 TM.
But exactly.
He was on the TV show, man.
But at least they've gotten him to invest.
Right.
At least when you read his tweets and you listen to him talk about it, he sounds like he cares.
He just still sounds like Will Buxton.
Exactly. Exactly. Check it out. Chipotle real results.
So I'm glad you might have had an opinion about this.
Yeah, it's weird, Brendan. I really would like you to get off the fence.
So I do want to
just stop making me stop. Sorry, one more thing. Just stop making it harder for me to watch racing. That's all. If you want me to spend a little bit more money to go watch a better product, I'm going to go do that because I care about it. But stop making it just harder, period, for me to go consume the thing I want to consume. That's what I'm frustrated.
Here's my question. Why is it that me, as a person, I have paid the money to watch the racing, which is the niche sport, and you've hid part of the niche sport behind an obscure streaming service that no one likes. If I have paid the money to watch it on that service, I should be able to watch it ad-free.
That is a separate issue, but one I don't disagree, especially when you advertise that service as being ad-free. I completely agree with you.
And
but it's the same line.
We're at commercial. We'll be right back.
It's along the same line of making it harder to consume the product. Whether you're offering it but making it harder because you're running a ton of ads, or you're just making it harder to access the stream in the first place. Either way, you are making it harder for me to consume the thing I am paying to consume. That's not right.
Look at that. It's really easy and trendy right now to be mad about AI, but here we are at DriversEye Live being mad about things that were a real issue 15 years ago.
These are human choices. People chose to make this harder on people and thought, well, as long as we're making more money, it doesn't matter how we're treating the consumer. And that's trash.
Look around.
What I want to know is, Brendan, how far away is your cat by now?
Oh, I've got the door closed. They're all downstairs sleeping.
Cats are out on that. Let's talk about the race.
Good. About it.
A little bit of a developing story in GP2. HC Autosports on a recovery mode after that issue they had earlier, where they kind of got hit. They are catching the 216 of Skip Barber Racing School for 5th place, usually between 2 to 5 seconds a lap. So that gap is definitely coming down. It's now underneath a minute. We've got 58 minutes left in this race. That could definitely come down to the wire here. KG Canuck in GP1, the 555, has moved up into 8th place. The 140 S Collective did come on pit road. I think they might be on their outlap, question mark? hopefully that is not an ongoing thing. Unfortunately, another pit lane infraction for the 410. Being the third strike, this will be a 1-lap penalty. That will hurt quite a bit for them.
Yeah, and I still don't think we have resolution on the contact up at turn 7 earlier for that car, do we? Yeah, still
Not
under
yet.
investigation.
Should we get a graphic for that too that says contact between car 7 and car 9 noted?
And nothing about the 120, so it looks like nothing will happen from that. So that's good luck for them.
Was there contact with the 120?
No, but I'm fairly confident there was a passenger yellow.
Oh, interesting. Uh-oh. Now somebody's going to go looking.
Uh-oh.
Now you've done it.
They would have got away with it if it wasn't for us meddling broadcasters.
Right. Not meddling kids.
Yeah, but is that the right thing?
Sure. I don't know who's behind the wheel of the GTR 99 at the moment, but that is decent pace.
Yeah.
In the 134s. And actually getting held up a bit here by the 678 of Adrian Kunzel at the moment. Bunch of grass there between 13 and 14, getting kicked up by the Ligier.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really see Billy Johnson consolidating his position at the front of the field.
It does feel
hour.
lightly to moderately inevitable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things can and do happen. We do still have a pit stop left. We know that.
Then there were 8 in GP1. Yeah, well.
Rapscallion looking good.
It was their final command, JT.
I still continue to love this overhead shot of the driver.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
It is among the best shots we've had from an onboard camera, a team-provided onboard camera.
Yeah, and one of the things I really loved watching was during their driver change.
Yeah.
The belts are made in a specific way to help facilitate a much quicker tightening of the belt, as well as the release for it. The coordination between the driver getting out and the driver getting in terms of suiting up the new driver to get him buckled in was very well done.
Yep.
It is wild to think back over the last 25 to 30 years of sports car racing. I think I made a similar discussion on Friday. But where we have turned to try and find time, not just as teams, but even as like car manufacturers, right? It's not just that we're trying to get cars to ends of races and keep them in one piece and keep them, at pace and competitive over long distances and long periods of time. But now even the manufacturers have been, okay, well, how do we optimize literally anything that could cost the team time, down to the way the seats are designed, the way the, entry and exit of the car is designed, seat belts, the way the seat belts move during the course of a driver change. It is really a no stone unturned kind of approach.
Yes.
S Collective does let us know in the YouTube chat that their gearbox has died.
That's no good.
Presumably day and weekend done.
Yes.
Like Edge did yesterday. They had been running for quite a while with only 4th gear.
Of all the tracks you could be stuck with only 4th gear in, this one isn't a bad one.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Like Eric had mentioned earlier from Edge Autosports, turn 5 is really the one where it costs you, and to some degree, I'm sure down at turn 8 as well. But a lot of these are 3rd to 4th gear corners, and there aren't any terribly long straights here, so kind of work out.
Open Throttle is cleaning up what appears to be the world's biggest fuel spill.
Oh boy.
Just
for the 62.
Yeah, 2 people working the broom, and it you know.
No, they're curling.
Nope, not the right type of broom. Nope.
Ooh, that could be a drive-through for the 62. They already had a warning for staging.
Well, it seems like the staging didn't help them any, to be honest.
Did not pick up the stage win.
No. Here's my question. If you're a team like Open Throttle, right?
There are none, but sure.
And you're coming down to the end, and you like desperately need a fast pit stop. What stops you from sending your entire crew over the wall for the last stop if you don't have a warning already? Like, I have to imagine it would
like
be penalized.
F1 style.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Like, surely that. Are we in a situation where you could get away with that once?
So
or
it's
do you
funny
think it would be instantly penalized?
It's funny you say this. Yesterday in our sim race, part of the reason we ended up 3rd instead of 2nd was a pair
Too many men over the wall?
No, a pair of pit lane speeding penalties. But after the first one, the driver, it wasn't me. I was the only one who didn't. The driver who committed the first one asked the question of, well, once you know you've gotten it on the way in, how far do you have to speed on the way out in order for it to just remain, or to go beyond just a drive-through? Like, if you come in and the pit speed is 60K, and you exit the pits doing $150, like, what? You've already got the drive-through, you know?
Right, yeah. Once you've blown the entry, though, it's like, well, shoot, may as well just come down pit lane at whatever speed I was going.
But it's the same thing.
Oh, drama for the 986. It's really weird to have a Toyota with the 986 on it. I don't like that. It's hard to parse in my head. Anyway, they pulled over to the side, got the car back going. They're still in the grass.
Where is this?
On the run to turn 5. I think this is turn 4, technically.
So maybe
just coming
the
through 5 right
cam
now.
We can see it.
It was reported as smoking at turn number 1 just before this. That car is not able to continue.
No, it is continuing.
Oh, yep, but still smoking.
Yeah. It has departed.
Yeah,
is this another engine issue, potentially?
Smoking quite a lot.
A second motor?
2 motors? The 20?
The 20?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Where do you think the 20 is right now?
I don't know. I don't see any articles post
that race.
Yeah. Twin Engine Mini homepage. No, it's a UK website.
Unclear. Who knows?
The 20.
The twinsies.
Drive-through penalty for the 62.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks like they've just taken it. 143 in, 158 out. That is indicative of the pass through the pit lane without a stop. So that puts the Blitzkrieg Racing number 242 up into 2nd.
Blitzkrieg?
Indeed. PC from Blitzkrieg from
Open Throttle.
Open Throttle.
And then BRD.
BRD back into 4th, and El Diablo somehow still in the top 5.
Did you read the bit that I got from? Did you read it out loud on the air?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, we were trying to remember where we had seen Alex Barroso's name before. I thought he had run with Hammer perhaps in the past, but couldn't really remember for sure. They shut down the Duramax Texas Grand Prix stream. You got 10 laps, half a stage.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, although we're going to get all those viewers here, obviously.
Yes, they're going to slide on through. They're going to be like, yeah, we're in. By the way, this would be a great time to like and share. Like, share, subscribe.
Definitely a great time to like. The sharing would have been better earlier.
Yes. Click all of the various screen icons in the order of your choosing.
Just not the downvote one.
Nah, you do that one too. Then we're controversial. Or something
No,
Reddit.
we've already got that figured out.
Yes, that we do.
Well, it didn't look like it was smoking too bad right there.
No, Mike Anderson said they did send the 986 back out.
Because why not?
Smoky Engine Bay, barbecue, but then they went back out.
In the Bobby. That was terrible.
I don't think I get that.
The Barbie? Shrimp on the Barbie? You know?
But there are no Australians here.
It was Triple Light.
Oh, Jason Marks.
I was going to say, wait, what about Marks?
Sorry, Jason.
Yeah, sorry. That Triple Eight team is more Australian than Jason Marks. That's my hot take.
What's that?
The Triple Eight is more Australian than Jason Marks.
That's demonstrably false, because even the DD Autosports Mercedes is more Australian than Triple Eight. You know? I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Back into the pit lane there for the 986. When we're done here, would you guys like to commentate an English version of the 500 kilometers of Puebla?
Only if your boy is in it.
Who's my boy? That would be running the 500 kilometers of Puebla.
At Puebla? Where is that at?
Mexico? It was the
In
Roval
Mexico.
that the World Touring Car Championship ran in Mexico in like 06, 07.
I was thinking of one of the more obscure Brazilian tracks. That is not it.
No, this is Mexican.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah?
All right.
Probably.
HC Autosport now down 32 seconds behind the Skip Barber, 216. Continues to close that gap at several seconds a lap.
Yep. Not much to be gained after that, although this 986 continues to hit trouble. It will end up becoming a battle for fourth. Still 2 laps there. I'm sorry. Yeah, just about 2 laps. 5 minutes 26. The differential there, but the 986, I think, still in the pit lane here. .119 doing a decent job of closing the gap up to her teammate there. 28.4 seconds between second and third. What did we get yesterday? Was it an AE victory 3-4?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Yeah, so gunning for a 2-3 here. Which leaves only
That's
one.
one better.
Yeah, well, which for Thunderhill means you've got to go 1-2, right?
Right.
That will be our next WRL racing weekend, dear viewer. When we leave here some 45 minutes or so from now, I'll go off and do our other DriversEye Live related activities, which for Ryan will be a little Porsche Owners Club action out at Button Willow.
Yeah.
Classic. Yeah.
Beautiful. I'm looking forward to it. Mostly because I can go home
counterclockwise.
easily.
Going counterclockwise, which we haven't covered before, I think.
Oh, SCCA hasn't done it?
No, we've only ever done the clockwise.
Okay. Well, that's going to be a new camera adventure.
Indeed. I head to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for a little SCCA action. I've got another trip to VIR in there somewhere. And then we all reconvene for Thunderhill weekend, April 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Qualifying coverage will kick off, presumably, at 1 p.m. Pacific time on Friday, April 3rd. Which means 4 o'clock Eastern.
That is the first weekend of Hell Month for your boy.
Oh, yeah, you've got 3 that month, huh?
I've got 3 that month, and then Sea Otter on the other weekend.
All right, yeah.
So,
well, if you don't want to go to Chuckwalla, you just let me know. because I'm not going to Road Atlanta that weekend anymore.
I mean, I feel like I'm contractually obligated to go to Chuck Wallace, so I'm not going to say no.
You're not. I got nothing better to do. Anyway. Yeah.
How am I going to get the equipment there?
Racing
anyway.
action 8-ish, 9-ish a.m. We don't have the subs yet for Thunderhill, but call that a 9 o'clock start, which will be, is that noon Eastern?
Yeah.
For an 8-hour enduro?
Yeah.
Good heavens.
George's going to be having some dinner. Just let it eat.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, which race?
For Thunderhill.
I think Jordan will not be involved.
Oh, no, I will not be there that weekend. I'm sorry.
He's out. And for that reason, he's out.
My friend and yours, Dustin Ollis.
Indeed.
On the dots.
Dustin Ollis will be providing us with replay and telestration.
You know,
we
I
have
still
replay
need to
up
figure
with
out the telestration.
We'll talk telestrator.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. I have replays now.
Well,
kind of.
Well,
sort
you know,
of.
it's a very unofficial way to do it, but
in the way that only Jordan can have replays,
Right.
we have replays.
I did finally encourage Dustin to make his own project file,
Okay.
and he did, so he doesn't have
All
to
right.
undo Jordan's stuff every time.
I think he would lose his mind with this one because all these new cameras for this weekend,
Oh,
none of them
I
are
bet.
labeled. Not a single one is labeled. So
I think what I've learned is that every time we shift stuff between producers, everybody hates the way everybody else does things.
Yes, and that's been a thing for a long time.
It's true, and I think most industries that don't have like federally regulated standards.
Yep.
Right. If you just say, well, it's up to the operator, or it's up to the owner to decide how they want to do it, you are going to get some really crazy interpretations of efficiency and communication. And inevitably, somebody is really going to not like what somebody else does. When I went from Rochester to Allentown, you would think all of that stuff is standardized across the entire country, and a lot of it is, but the stuff that was allowed to be different was way different.
Wild. And that's Rochester to Allentown, so it's not like you're making a huge... It's not like one is giant, the other one's tiny. Like they're...
No, and I would even say that Rochester was closer to Newark than it was to Allentown.
Interesting.
Big slide there for the 99. Yeah, but it just annoys the crap out of you, right? When you see, you're like, why are you doing it that way? Why would you ever do it that way? But to some people, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when the procedure was written, it made sense.
Sure.
So it stayed that way forever.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Something amateur sports car governing bodies.
Skip Barber moves up into 4th in GP2. HC Auto Sports a 5th. The 986 falling down to 6th, unfortunately.
Tough day for GP2. Palomar's really kept it on the island and has 2 ace drivers.
In some ways, yesterday was the tougher day for GP2, right? Because it was problems we don't always see rarely see for the 83, and problems we rarely see for the 779. And obviously, we had the crash for the Garage 66 car, early on yesterday.
Right.
That led to us having the kind of unexpected podium that we did. I think today you're seeing more of the heavy hitters who have consistently good days having more good days. And so this isn't really the tough day for GP2. This is just the predictable day for GP2, I guess is the way to put it.
All right.
The standard day for GP2.
That doesn't roll off the tongue and make a good talking point.
It does make a good talking point because
No,
it
it
means
doesn't.
that yesterday was
That
like
things,
the real
that things
outlier.
went the way they were supposed to, kind of sucks.
Agreed, but it makes yesterday the obvious outlier.
986 is going to pull into the paddock here.
Yeah. I think this is a real, first obvious problem we've seen either of those GR Light cars have, isn't it?
Yeah. They're not GR-like, they are GR.
I said GR Light.
Oh, light, okay, got it.
Isn't that what they're calling it?
That is what they're calling it.
Yeah.
After they've done a ton of development, I'm surprised they haven't had more issues, to be honest. It just speaks to the level of development they're doing over there. That they haven't had teething issues with any of the cars. They work.
Well, and inevitably, you can get through all of your kind of primary teething issues with, just doing a bunch of laps and test sessions. And when you're based at a track, that becomes very easy, and that's all great. But there really isn't a substitute for race conditions. And we are now 30-ish hours into the season in terms of actual racing conditions.
Yeah.
And there are some things, much like the BMW M4 F82 saga of yesteryear, there are some things you can only learn by just running the car for hours on end. Which is good. Like, if you've got the small stuff out of the way and you've figured out how to make all that stuff work, fantastic. Right? But it doesn't mean you're not going to find and discover more problems as the season wears on and as the hours wear on.
Yes. $36.24 to go here, Brendan.
How about it?
How about it?
We'll have a battle for 5th in GTO. It looks like the Porsche Cup is just a little bit quicker at this time than the Supra. About a 12-second gap at the moment.
It's the first time they've been able to say that in the past couple days. That car has not had the pace that it had at Eagles Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just primarily down to being a little bit unfamiliar with the track. Texas-based team debuts the car in Texas.
Right.
All just kind of works. That makes sense to me.
GTR possibly in for their final stop.
Which part is possibly? That they're in, or that it's their final stop?
That they're in.
Okay.
And hopefully their final stop.
So possibly in for hopefully their final stop.
There you go.
Yes. I support that.
There we go. Crosses the timing line on its way out.
Yeah, I mean, that car back in at 178. It's now 207. So it's earlier than I would have thought. Unless they were coming up to a bunch of traffic here. Again, I don't think I would have pitted that car as early as they have here. Unless they short filled, in which case you've made your bet.
Yeah, there you go. Gap down to 6 seconds now between the Supra and the Porsche. 246 from TCB Racing, 54 from 888 Racing.
JT suddenly gotten very far away again.
Oh no. HT Auto Sport, meanwhile, now under 10 seconds behind the Skip Barber Toyota.
Yeah, that was yesterday's second place finisher, trying to get themselves back up into P4 here. I think all in all a pretty good weekend if you're HC Auto Sport. Car doesn't really have the ultimate pace, but consistent enough to stay on track and come home with a podium. Hopefully a top 4 in a class of 11 cars here is not a bad result at all. On board with El Diablo.
Villain.
Indeed.
Bulgarian, huh?
Still going. That car's still moving. It's been in the wars. It's going to take them about.
Zucchet.
It's going to take them about 12 business days to get home.
Silvio Zucchet is on board the S Collective card. I don't have Sliven's name on, or Spielen's name on live timing. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Svilen Kanev. All right. Go get some. I'll have some Bulgarian food when I get up to Portland later up in the spring.
Boy.
Excited for that.
All right.
The Bulgarian job. Tremendous.
I do quite like Portland. It's too bad that it's not a like regional job center the way that Seattle is. Everything that would be in Portland is in Seattle. But I like Portland a lot more than I like Seattle.
I haven't been to Seattle yet, but keep really hunting for excuses to go. Was there a car stopped up here? No.
You can watch a Sounds game if they take on the Philadelphia whatevers. I'm sure Philadelphia has a MLS team.
43 is reported as slow, guys. Turn 9.
Ooh, let's see.
Yeah, Mike had set something up with turn 8. That is your GP.
Oh, there it is in the pit lane.
119's in as well.
There's a non-zero chance that this is fuel related on the 43, but it would be something of a surprise for that to be the case.
Yeah, I've
You
never
go to work.
considered PC to be one of the longer running GP1 cars.
Yeah.
616 also pulling in for a fuel stop, presumably.
Well, PC runs, they run the 8-speed, don't they?
Well, they did. I don't know if they changed that when they redid the car. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was where a lot of their problems were coming from, as I recall.
That was some years ago where they couldn't solve overheating issues. Doesn't mean they ever actually got them solved. I don't know what the status of that is, but I do wonder if, because as you say, they don't tend to go very long on fuel, if they are running the 8-speed, potentially they're just because they're never off the throttle.
Right. 43 is still in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Running, so it probably was a fuel situation.
Blitzkrieg is next up here. It's well over a lap between them. So there is reason to be uber conservative if you're the PC racing squad.
Looks like they're back out now.
Okay.
Looks like the 119 had come in as well. And they are back out about halfway through the lap. And there we go. The Porsche Cup car goes through to take 4th in GTO.
Yep, that's 888 Racing past the 246 of TCB Racing. So actually taking a big swing the last lap. It was 3.4 seconds, and obviously that is now nothing. Or in favor of that number 54. Not really any progress left to be made with the short time we have remaining for that 54. As through the pit lane comes Lugunatic Racing number 779. The 43 look up to speed out there, Ryan?
It did.
Okay.
It does. I can see it now. I think it is up to speed-ish.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if they got some kind of fuel alarm or a notice was given to the driver, hey, you're a little close on fuel. Why don't you just nurse this thing back in so we don't run out? Some of Blitzkrieg's fastest laps of the race being put in as we speak. In that second place spot there in DP1. And in the mid 139s. Don't have a driver's name on board that car for any of them. Otherwise we would
share with you who that is, but it's been a really good stint from that number 242, not just to keep the 62 at bay, but actually to stretch the margin a little bit. Well, actually to get the pass done. That was about 15 laps ago, right? From third up into second for that number 242 E46.
Also confirmation across the line that HC Autosport did take fourth in GP2.
All right.
Expected.
Yeah, again, 3 laps up to the number 989, so not really chasing anything there. '99 backs right out of it, getting up to the Lagunatics. Number 779. Try and set it up here on the exit. Wait to get back in the throttle there. 200 treadwear tires. I think it was Ryan who had said earlier, asked what kind of money you're getting on Billy Johnson consolidating the overall and GTO class lead when that driver change was made, and that's exactly what's happened. The lead gap back to the 120 is now up over a minute.
Yep.
No real surprises there.
It's in hammer down. Dominating.
It is. Dominating's the right word.
Yeah. I think there's a degree of, I don't want to say exhaustion, but like a higher degree of tiredness as a result of this race going effectively an hour longer because of the hour stoppage time. Usually these are done by 3. It's now 3:30. We've still got 25 minutes left.
There's a bit of
and
that.
A lot of these folks are used to the East Coast time zone, so it feels like we're coming up on 5 o'clock, and I think a lot of people are dragging.
That, to some degree, that is fair. I mean, so there are a couple of factors at play. Number one, until I started attending PCA events where oftentimes you're done at 12 or 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, right.
I didn't really realize the value of being done early on Sunday because, like, to some degree, well, if I'm at the racetrack, I want to be at the racetrack, right? You want to be, like, getting as much of that experience as you can when you're there getting that experience.
Yeah.
And I believed that for a long time, like that was the optimal way to do it. But man, 3, 4, usually 4 days at a racetrack back to back is a lot. And then you throw in the fact that, like, there's no breaks here. It's not like you're getting 2 or 3 sprint races a day for your run group and everything in between is you kind of kicking back. If you're involved in a team, you are on from the time you get to the track at, let's say, 6:30 in the morning for an 8 o'clock start, or 7:30, I guess, on a Saturday, through to the checkered flag at usually 5 o'clock local time. And then you've got to get the car back, tear it down, fix what needs to be fixed, get it repaired, eat dinner. A lot of times these are, 15, 16-hour days for drivers and crew members. And by the time you get to this point on a Sunday afternoon, man, you, like, mentally, you're just drained. And the same goes for us. Like, I think it's fair to say we're not immune to it. 15 hours of talking is a lot of dang talking. Whether you're there at the track and taking in all those sensory inputs, or you're, sat in front of a screen or a couple of screens trying to make sense of it all. It really does take a toll. And when you're highly motivated and, like, everything's new and bright and shiny, it's awesome and it's the best. And when you're grinding, like, let's say you're an open throttle crew member, you've got 3 cars out there, 4 cars out there sometimes, and you're trying to take care of all these things and stay plugged into everything that's happening in a 4-day window, a 5-day window, including travel. It really does kind of take a toll. And you just get to these Sunday afternoons and you've just kind of had it. It's a completely understandable thing.
Yeah, I think especially for the crew members. And I think I decided the last time I came to one of these WRLs at Eagles Canyon. No, it was at Coda too. I got the Coda experience and then I got the Eagles Canyon experience. And between the two, I realized the like mental anguish of can I make it to the airport when I'm leaving an event at 3 or 4 o'clock, and I have to do all the airport things. It's too much. Versus knowing that like, okay, I'm gonna wake up at like 4 a.m., which sucks, but I'm gonna wake up at 4 a.m. and I'm gonna catch my flight. That's gonna be fine.
So the more you do anything, right, the more you need to find the ways to make it sustainable.
Yep.
Right. If you're doing, like when we were doing, let's say 7 or 8 races in a WRL calendar, you know, we would try and make the travel as efficient as possible, spend as little time away from home as possible, get in as late as we could on a Thursday, go home as early as we could on a Monday or a Sunday night even in some cases. And eventually it got to a point where like you're doing this enough that the rushing of getting there and doing the job and then rushing to get home is way more of a net drag on your just personal energy stores and your mood, frankly, than just taking your time and saying, no, you know what, I'm going to let myself sleep in, and then I'm going to catch a noon flight or an 11 o'clock flight instead of the 6 a.m.
Well,
speak
for yourself on the East Coast.
I'm not the one choosing to go to another job.
That's true.
But like where it is appropriate, it becomes substantially more sustainable just to do it in a way that is easier on you, easier on your body, easier on your brain.
I a little bit disagree. I don't think it's sustainable to leave on a Wednesday.
No,
and
not
get back
Wednesday.
on a Monday. Like,
No,
like,
but Thursday, Monday is kind of the standard now.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Now that said, people involved with the series, you know, RJ, Charlie Stryker, our friends over at Max Track Time, they are in on a Monday or on a on a Wednesday.
On Wednesday, to set everything up, and then leaving usually on the Monday.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's if you want to get like, I don't know what the right word is, but if you want to take a different perspective, there's a lot of people who put a lot of time into making these events happen from various perspectives. Whether it's the truck drivers and the transporters, or it's the officials, or it's, you know, series leadership and management, or I mean, you name it. There's a lot of people who spend a lot of time away from home multiple times a year to get this stuff done. And yeah, when you're, you know, in your first event or your first hours of an event, it sounds great, and it really is great because you're with your friends and you're in an environment where, man, people are just happy to be there. But it does wear on you. It always does.
As I tell the mechanics at my work all the time, where I grew up, I could be digging ditches or working at the mill, and I don't have to do that.
You're not going back to that mill, huh?
Well, it genuinely, like, I understand the bit with the mill now, but like that's the job in Reading. If you want to like work, it's like you go work at the mill.
Yeah.
So, no, we're all blessed, I think, to get the opportunity to continue to do this. Yes, hashtag blessed. Ah, bless. That's a deep cut reference.
Ooh, where is this smoke coming? This is Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg.
Oh no.
This is the 242 out of second place in GP1. Now, is this... Let Todd race. Okay. Is this just a little bit of brake smoke while they top off with fuel? Yeah, it does appear to be. Had 41 seconds over the open throttle number 62, who I think is probably good on fuel. Where does this put them relative to that number 62?
It's going to put them about 25, maybe 30 seconds behind.
Yeah. So we think the 62 is done here with pit stops. Less than at 183. Got probably 11 to go. And the number we have is pit expected in 6. I don't know why that's working all of a sudden today. Yeah, our pit projections absolutely did not work yesterday, and now they're working a treat. And of course, I haven't been using them. Yeah, so open throttle should be good to the end. It looks like PC also good. BRD may need to stop, but they're not really in contention for anything more than their 4th place finish at the moment.
BRD should be good. They came in on 196.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Blitzkrieg
yeah,
comes
that
across the line.
okay. That one is not working then, because I don't have them in on our back end tracking since 163. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Still expecting the ACP number 2 in. Same goes for the 120. The sister car has already done their stop, and that margin's only a minute 1. Should be a quicker stop than that for the number 120, but it is going to be close when they all come back out.
Looks like in a few laps here, Colts are racing. Will move up into 7th in GP2, taking advantage of the stricken 986.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad debut weekend for the 385 team. That car is not obviously the quickest in GP2. Fastest lap is a 143, so it's kind of in the mid pack there. But for a car that really hasn't, well, number one, I'm not convinced the Boxster platform is obviously the best suited in GP2. But getting that car up to speed on its debut weekend, and trying to sort through some of the reliability issues that it had yesterday and some of the non-self-inflicted wounds from yesterday.
Yeah.
And recovering from that, it's really not a bad weekend's work from Axe and the X Commences and the 385 Cultural Racing crew.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. We haven't really touched on GTU today. Kind of been something of an afterthought, but the 109 will come home in the at the top of the podium again in GTU this weekend. Barber Motorsports got the overall win yesterday. Didn't go the same way today. Obviously, some close to 100 laps down actually off of the overall race leader. More than 50% completed, so they will score points.
Yeah, and that's that was interesting because they were quite a number of laps down from the 40-48 MP01 until they ran into issues.
Yeah.
Roberts got back out and have been circulating the last couple hours, running pretty much trouble-free and allowing them to retake the lead in that class.
Who's that in the pit lane just in front of Ryan there?
That's the 83.
83, okay. So that is Palomar's last stop, GP2 class leader.
Was that needed?
Maybe one of those, well, we have the gap and it's close, so.
The old Oryx racing strategy. Let's just bring it in and make sure. Really make sure the car's going to be okay.
Yeah, like really make it. Let's give it a
really
once
check
over.
it. Really
Top
check
it off
over.
with the other fluids too. Yeah.
Huh. They'll be running in Trans Am here in 2 or 3 years anyway, so it's fine.
Sponsored by Jimmy. Mike Anderson says we took a can for insurance.
Okay.
Nice.
Makes a lot of sense. HC into the pit lane as well.
or just otherwise late to the start-finish line here, according to what I'm seeing.
For the party.
No, I'm showing HC should be around probably turn 11 to 12.
All right.
Should be doing in the next.
Oh, here.
Should be
No,
across
that's
the line.
Palomar.
Should be across the line in about 5 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah,
there it is. There it is. Yep. What are you doing with the flashing lights there, Palomar?
Maybe stuck flasher?
Yeah, it might be. There we go. Problem resolved there on that number 83.
Maybe they were doing Morse code to Mike.
Yes.
He's up on the roof. He can see.
Every time I think about Mike being like up on the roof spotting, I think about him just like laid out in a beach chair or a deck chair. Like just up in there in his own little world with a boombox playing the hits, you know. And by hits, I mean DriversEye Live.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always.
Endurance radio, just throwback coverage. I'm really interested to see how this last pit stop for the 120, unless they've just been saving and they're going to try and go to the end, where it comes back out in relation to the team car number 119. Gap is still right there at 59 seconds. Shouldn't need much fuel, but it's a decent old trundle down pit lane.
They're bringing out the pit board to the pit wall.
For the 120?
For the 120, presumably. They're making sure it's tight.
Wonder if they're having a radio issue there.
This would tend to indicate that, yes.
Yeah.
Huh. I think the 282 came back out. Ooh, that looked like a little bit of smoke from PC there.
Just to be clear, JT, 282 is the second of the TCB Racing Supras.
Yes.
The one that was nose into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue Nose. Great ship. One of my favorites. One lap penalty for the 64. And does not have any massive consequence, already down in P7 in GP1. Look at this. It is the 119 tucked up behind the Singler Racing BMW.
Yeah, trying to stay on that lead lap here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There is the number 2 just directly behind them. .119 has already been into the pit lane for their final
Yes,
stop.
they have.
So that is not a concern of that car. 120's been out there 46 laps, though, so
yeah, they got to be
getting
getting
to
close.
be time.
Yeah, they've requested a meatball.
That's getting a bit dire. Mike says he's currently folding the beach chair. That's very good. Finish up your daiquiri, Mike. Time to go. Yep.
Last call.
Up there with the little umbrella in his glass.
I was literally thinking that. like when you were talking about earlier with the beach chair just kicking with
Yep.
the hits.
That's it.
That's what I was picturing. The feet are at an elevated position.
Yep. Got a bucket hat. I pondered a move to a bucket hat recently. I did not pull the trigger.
See, I was picturing straw hat.
Yeah.
I
think Brendan's probably more of a straw hat guy. I think the bucket hat would be a tough look for Brendan.
Agreed. That's why I didn't do it.
Nice. Good.
To be fair, a lot of looks are tough looks for Brendan.
Fair.
Yeah. Through goes to number 2 to put that lap on the number 119. So just the 2 cars left on the lead lap then, 2 and 120.
Well, the 120 hopefully coming in for a pit stop soon.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in that AE victory camp, right, you're thrilled with 2nd and 3rd.
Yes.
Right.
And let's not mess with it anymore. Let's get the car in for a splash.
Well, yeah, they're trying.
Yeah.
I think if I knew they were having radio issues, I might have tried to start this process sooner.
True, or maybe knowing that we have radio issues and me knowing vaguely what the fuel situation was, I might come down pit lane on my own volition.
As a
the
driver,
43's
yeah.
gone around at turn 5, right on the apex.
That is your GP1 leader. Now they've got 2 minutes 19 in hand over the open throttle 62,
Tough
but
spot because they're unsighted to the cars coming up. They do get going, but the 779 had to do some evasive action.
Get it on the exit camera here in a second. There goes Laguna Tech. Here's 43.
Spin and continue.
120 did come in and take its can of fuel.
Very good. Okay. So that's panic
And they
over
are.
down there at AE
Ooh,
victory.
it's going to be close.
Here
I
comes
think
the
the 119 is going to get by.
No.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, they are. I just watched it happen.
All right. Yeah. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah. 119 now leads to 120. 119 has been charging over this last stint. Really good, consistent laps out of... I think I saw Sarah's name listed against that car.
Yep.
Yeah.
The closing stint there.
Not get the equivalent driver names for AE victory, other than Hannah Grisham having started the car. And so, likely the way it's going to finish here, top to bottom across all 4 of our classes. I don't think we've got anybody outstanding for a pit stop here before the checkered flag. Should have been the last one. So, yeah, in GTO, looks like we're headed for ACP Tangerine with a win here on the Sunday, with a double podium for AE Victory Racing behind. GTR 99 and TCB kind of scrapping it out there for P4, just 19 seconds to choose between them, but GTR 99 has been quicker, so I don't see that changing. Did we get a pit stop for the 888 Porsche?
Yes.
Drop back behind the Ligier
last
again.
lap.
Yeah. Okay, so it did drop back behind the Ligier number 678, and I don't know that car's gonna... Two or 3 laps left here. I don't think likely to change. Either way, that's all outside the top 5. GP1 class leader is the PC Racing number 43. A quick spin and continue down there at turn number 5, but plenty of margin in hand over the open throttle number 62. Blitzkrieg Racing in the 242. A late stop and still a charge on here from that car, but would need about 5 or 10 more minutes, I think, in order to get back to the open throttle racing BMW, and that's just not in the cards at the moment. BRD Motorsports, just seeing him leave the screen here, headed towards turn 6. Sitting P4, just a little over a lap ahead of the El Diablo Motorsports, number 48, BMW at P5. Down in GP2, Palomar and Laguna Tech first and second.
about a lap and some change between them. Eagles Canyon with Fast Track another lap behind in that number 989. That was yesterday's winner. HC Autosport in the number 455 sits in fourth ahead of the Skip Barber Racing School. Number 216 GR86 Cup, which, again, not setting the world on fire today, but a top 5 result in a fairly deep class there in GP2 is still good stuff.
Absolutely.
Number 2, I think there's enough time here on the clock for 2 more laps for ACP Tangerine. Indeed.
Looks like the 64 of Open Throttle will move into 6th place in GP1 this next time across the line.
Oh, yep, at the expense of the number 140S Collective Racing came in that lost the gearbox from, what, a little over an hour ago? Hour and some change?
Yeah.
The teardown has begun adjacent to Ryan. Can't help but notice. And so into the final minute here of the timed action anyway at Barber Motorsports Park. The number 2, ACP Tangerine, working through a little bit of traffic here on the run into turn number 11, gets past the Skip Barber Racing School GR86, now up behind the El Diablo number 48 BMW. Will just very gradually pick their way through these last couple of cars as he rounds turn 14 and 15 onto the front straightaway to begin the final tour of Barber Motorsports Park this weekend. The white flag is in the air.
Well, this is it, folks.
Yep, and as we work this final lap of the WRL Endurance Masters weekend, we should make a note that this is, as far as I can tell, the first, at least publicly visible racing weekend at Barber Motorsports Park since the loss of George Barber.
Yep.
Who is the founder of Barber Motorsports Park, Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum, just on the outside of turn number 8. I mean, he was many things, but a philanthropist and a motorsports fan above all of those things, and has left us here with a tremendous facility, one that's been well taken care of, is well set up to be successful. Oh, awkward there in traffic for the number 2. Successful, accessible, and offer a lot of things to a lot of different communities, whether it's 4 wheels or 2 wheels here at Barber. Obviously, we'll be IndyCar racing here in about a month's time, and I'm sure much will be said about George and his passing when that circus comes to town here. But always lovely to be back here in the Birmingham area, lovely to be back at Barber Motorsports Park. And if you're the ACP Tangerine squad here, lovely to be claiming a GTO race win on the Sunday of the WRL Endurance Masters here. The checkered flag waves, the final checkered flag of the weekend, over ACP Tangerine car number 2, who wins with a lap in hand over the AE Victory Racing number 119 across the line behind. The 120 will follow through here in just a few seconds to claim a 2-3 podium finish, for a double podium finish for the all-female dual all-female lineup there of AE Victory Racing in GTO. No real changes here on the final lap. Blitzkrieg chasing hard to try and catch the number 62.
I just don't think it's going to be in the cards.
No,
to be
8
honest.
seconds is I mean, it's very, very little in the grand scheme of things, but
well, they've gone by the checkered.
Have they taken the checkered? Okay.
Yeah, they were right behind AE Victory.
Got it. Okay. So that'll be, I wasn't sure where they came across. That'll be that taken care of. Then Open Throttle Racing rounds out, or I'm sorry, we'll finish on the second step of the podium. Blitzkrieg Racing rounds out the podium. That is all happening behind the class winning PC Racing number 43.
BRD Motorsports in the 616 P4 on the day, and then El Diablo Motorsports in the number 48 P5. No other changes here across what has been a pretty, let's say, attrition-influenced weekend in GP1.
Sure.
A lot of heavy hitters that we would have expected to be a part of festivities today. Ginger Racing Edge Autosports didn't take the green flag. ASM had early problems smoking, and then just the car giving up the ghost and not going any further after just 86 laps. S Collective Racing with gearbox trouble ends up P7. It was an endurance race in GP1, and these Sunday races tend to be exactly that. After 15 hours of racing. GP2, Palomar, as we said, pretty much in command all day in that number 83 BMW E36. From Lagunitic Racing in the 779 Fast Track, Eagles Canyon Racing with Fast Track Racing in the first of the 989 Toyota GR86s rounds out the podium there. GTU, Roberts Motorsports, does finish the race, leads home the 40-48 competition. Both Sepico and PO1s there in that order as they were yesterday afternoon. Gentlemen, if you've got closing thoughts here, I think we've said just about all we can say.
Indeed.
These race weekends. I'll let you wrap it up, and then we'll just briefly preview Thunderhill and be on our way.
No, I think several teams making their WRL season debut here, having excellent runs, and I think several teams know what they need to do before they head out west. So with Thunderhill looming, I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next for all these folks.
Yeah, another great weekend for WRL. A lot of great racing out there. Very strong field, and this series continues to do extremely well. And it's always happy to join them on the weekend and watch these stories unfold out on the track.
Yeah, I mean, Barber really is a treat for us here at the World Racing League. As we said, one of the true staples on the calendar. Great time of year to be here, and 45 car field this weekend. Yep, pretty attrition filled on the Sunday, but watching these stories unfold, as JT said, over the last 15 hours of on-track action has been pretty awesome. Great stories up and down that we've covered over the last 2 days, and setting ourselves up really nicely for a run into some really interesting parts of the season, with both Road America and Daytona coming up in the next 3 rounds. But up next, it is Thunderhill Raceway Park, our first trip out to the West Coast proper, certainly the Pacific time zone. Be live at Thunderhill on April 3rd for qualifying, April 4th and 5th. We'll get to the time details as the supplemental rules become available, and we get all of that information from the series, but I'll be live here on the World Racing League YouTube channel, as it always is. If you don't already, give the stream a like and give us a follow here on the channel, and do join us again in about 4 weeks' time from the county seat of Glenn County, California, up there at Thunderhill Raceway Park. As WRL goes west. So, for Ryan West, who's been on site all weekend long at Barber, for JT Tammy, who's been with us in the Pacific Northwest Data Center, for Jordan Worth, who's been on the buttons, Chris, who's been our pit lane camera throughout the weekend as well. Thank you to everybody who's been a part of this fine WRL Endurance Masters weekend. I am Brendan Kazmarek. We will see you in a month's time as WRL goes west to Thunderhill. And until then, take care.